that would be kind of fun if we had like 1 week each time was just like a specific region we did all the games. That would be a good time too. But either way, so fun to see these squads battle. I do like the flavor of LATAM having, you know, the 3 individual regions have come together for this one. And this is actually, I think, one of the biggest moments, right? The Mega Lucario gets knocked out just a moment ago before they can use their Unite move. Trevenant gets their Unite move off, hits like 4 or 5 targets, and that's Soto body block of the Shadow Sneak. Thought that was so impressive. Bliss Assistance gets in range, but gotta just shy of being able to knock out that Groudon. Impressive.
You missed the
stuff.
shit Dig was cooking?
That MVP with 12 knockouts on this Liquidation Inteleon.
I'll
almost
trust me, I'll end up
8,000
watching the
damage
matches at some point.
Liquidation really
I was kind of just biding my time,
recently, I feel.
just to kind of chill and wait for NA to start. I think they're about to start right now, unless there's a little more best of
builds, I guess,
3.
are relatively good for different things.
How's it going, Shadow?
It really did its job. So great to see that. Great to see a little bit of a more interesting comp altogether. We talked about it before. You know, the Mega Charizard X, one of the more interesting picks. But look at that, 91,000 damage, which
How's it going, Sly?
I guess is about the same as the rest of everybody on that team. But it certainly worked out well. Is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, honestly, pretty good distribution with Blaziken, Mega Charizard X, and Angelsine being like 1% of the overall damage away from each other so far throughout the entire team. That's
pretty high from Eldegoss too.
Oh yeah, Lel choosing that God Spore damage, having a lot more knockups and a lot more offensive impact on the game. Also making it tough for Dusbomb and Do Games to like really get involved in some of these fights when every, you know, like what is it, 6 seconds or so, you're getting a knockup from the Eldegoss. Very difficult to deal with, not to mention those boosted autos slowing you down. Just a lot of complexities in that matchup. Angel, though, more of a simple game plan. Hit with Liquidation,
I think so.
Lots of damage, and
I think
boy,
so.
oh boy, do they do
I'm gonna
their
be
job
honest,
well.
like I literally just finished eating like a snack, and then I opened up like the official stream, and then I just caught the very end of it. I don't really know what's going on.
About it as much, even though it's pretty obviously extremely good, but it can change fights in ways that a lot of other Unites can't really, and it changes how it really like approaches damage. I don't know. It's all quite cool to see. I'm glad that this Pokemon has been good most of the time since it's been in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. Inteleon feels like one of those evergreen picks, and interesting to see the Liquidation move really having well, not a breakout tournament, but a great tournament, and both the Snipe Shot and the Liquidation moveset seeing some play. That's pretty exciting. Force Gaming, just in general, a super exciting team to watch. I think really solidifying their spot at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, for sure. One of the teams to look at without a doubt. Of course, after LAIC, we knew that, but after this weekend, we will know that even more, I guess. I don't know if
it's
you can
cold
know
over here,
more than
guys.
you already know.
Really,
It's
really
like
cold.
levels of knowing, but I feel like my level of knowing that Force Gaming is a force to be reckoned with has leveled up for sure.
I love that. And now, production, I don't know if we got it, but I would love to see the Latin America League regional standings now that we have just finished up our coverage on LATAM today. After this, we'll be transitioning to North America, and there it is. Force Gaming at 3-0, Stamina and Peru tied at 2-1. A whole lot of 1-2s after that, though, Wonder Chef. So if you're looking for the argument for parity, I think it's right here on our screen.
What's the temperature like over there?
I feel like I feel like somebody should have been 3-0 in this group. Maybe I was 0-3. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this really all 1-2s and 2-1s?
So. Yeah.
That is wild. But yeah, I mean, even all the 1-2s, it's funny because most of the teams are tied at 1-2. Literally the bottom 5 teams are tied at 1 and 2. That is unbelievable. But I mean, we can just like look at the top.
33 degrees?
Force, Stamina right below them and Peru right below them. The only teams coming out with a positive record because this is just such a ridiculously difficult group. I did just see you look over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Fahrenheit though, right? Fahrenheit?
I'm concerned about where I got Stamina right now. They definitely need to climb the ranks a little bit, I think. I will have to make, during the break, maybe I'll make some adjustments. We'll see how the vibes are feeling out here at the end of day 2. But thank you all for joining us in the coverage through EU and Latin America. We're going to be covering North America very, very soon. I cannot wait. We got a few off-stream matches that happened. I'm sure Kello's going to give us the update from the tall grass or maybe off the map, wherever they're hiding. But
all right, North America is about to start, so pretty much just in time, which is good. Obviously, there's probably going to be a couple of breaks and inhibitions before then, but at the very least, I can watch the region that matters the most. Oh yeah, the reason they are taking... Oh yeah, the reason they are talking so much is because they are waiting for some other off-stream games to finish because they can't schedule. Some teams that are going to be on stream might be playing right before, and if those get delayed, then it delays the stream. So basically, it's just the usual. Alright, so today's stream matchups are Lunix Gaming versus T1 Gang, Extinction versus Aftermath, and Citadel versus IX Gaming. That's actually crazy. Dignitas and EG both played off stream. Bro, you got the powerhouse. You got the A team orgs off stream, and then you got the B team orgs on stream? Nah, bro. They got done dirty. I mean, they played yesterday on stream, to be fair, but... Oh, they overcomplicate this, man. Like, literally, all they need to do... Like, they start off with EU, alright? They start off with EU, have the Latam Twitch channel cover Latam games, and then once EU's done, you go to North America and you just show everyone. That's it. And then pay the casters, like, a little bit more. They got the money. They can do that. Like I'm gonna be honest, these casters probably don't make dicks, so like it's literally just like a crumb of a breadcrumb. Like how much money are they how much money could they possibly make off of, you know, a few hours of casting? Maybe like $100. Exactly. That's exactly it. They shouldn't. On top of the fact that, like, some people only watch for certain teams. I guarantee you there's like a... Like, I guarantee you that there's a certain fraction of people that probably only care to watch, you know, Dignitas and EG and some of these other teams. But, like, if they're not playing on stream, then it's just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna watch. You know, the fanboys and girls. Well, kind of just chilling. Alright, I got time to use the restroom, guys. Going to use the restroom while we're waiting for the matches to start, so I'll be back.
And welcome back, folks, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues. It is Calosaurus here, reporting from the tall grass. No, really, I'm just in my room with a bunch of plushies. But we are now 2/3 of the way done with EU now wrapped up, LATAM now wrapped up, and NA, well, their off-stream broadcasts have been amazing. I'm about to show you our last game that we had off-stream with Extinction going up against, as Chef likes to say, Digroot. Or I feel like I didn't end up getting the accent there, but honestly, this match was absolutely insane. Currently, we have Extinction with the lead at 225 to 109. But I have to watch. Wait, let me go back. I was too busy yapping. All right, we're gonna go back because we need to watch this in slow motion. With the engage, we have Trainer on the Urshifu that ends up diving on in. There's two, here we go. Tech, I'm not the best with tech, okay? But no, we're here. We have the two Gyaradoses on the map, one on either side. But we have them going in for the engage there. Mega Lucario also ends up coming on out themselves, while they're just brawling it on out. But there is a really exciting moment that I really want to show with these Gyaradoses. So we have Gyarados number 1, which is Machizel. Gyarados number 2, which is Toon. They end up diving under the water at the same time, but where they end up popping up is in the same direction. So you can see Gyarados number 1 there popping up and stunning 3 members of Extinction. But as soon as Toon on the other Gyarados pops on up, they actually end up getting locked down by a slow beam. Right, hopefully this works, right there. Now, I want you folks to watch Toon's HP bar right now, because I'm just very, very much surprised at what went down. And I've got to say, I think I watched this about 50 times in order to make sense of it. But even with the slow beam, they ended up surviving. HP bars are low, they are still left standing, and I think this just demonstrates the Mega Gyarados edge. Once it gets into that Mega Gyarados form, getting that additional defense and special defense buff, but then also being able to get the shields from that waterfall allowed Toon to end up surviving, and the rest of Dignitas as well to go and knock out the rest of Extinction. And with, one member soon to be only left on Extinction, Dignitas, that ended up taking that opportunity.
I'm gonna be honest, the thought,
to go and take the Kyogre.
The idea of playing this game competitively on Nintendo Switch 1 is like, it gives me like PTSD. If I'm in a team fight like this or trying to flip the Kyogre, like either or team fight or Kyogre, and I'm playing on like 10 frames per second, I would actually get so triggered at the fact that it's just like,
there was not really much that they could do up against.
I can't even play the game properly.
Once their opportunity of that Kyogre is gone,
yeah, pretty much.
Knocked out, there's
like
not
earlier.
really
How's it going, Benny?
Come back. So otherwise, GG, well played, Dig, because that was just some absolute insane plays from them during that match. But you know what? NA might be finished off stream, so shout outs to all those community streams who.
All right, so guys, if you guys are just tuning in, welcome. Like I said, I probably, I wasn't gonna stream, but then I figured why not. I'm only watching the NA portion. EU and LATAM are already done and they're about to start NA. So if you're watching NA, you haven't missed any games. They haven't started yet. So I'm gonna be watching all these matches. I do have the other matches, so unless you were watching like one of the community streams, hold on. Like, unless you were watching one of the community streams, they were also playing the NA games off stream as well. So if you're a Dignitas fan, if you're an Evil Geniuses fan, they are not playing on stream today. They played yesterday and they played off stream today. So if you already watched the games, good for you. If you haven't, then I'll probably be watching those as well. And that's pretty much where we're at.
Away, having made their record a lot better, and both of these squads, to be fair, have run into great teams. We're taking a look at Lunex right here. They are 0-2, but they ran into Evil Geniuses.
So I think what I'm gonna do as well, I'll mute it right now just because they're not talking about anything too important. I'm gonna watch the games for like I'm gonna watch the games as they are. Like I'm not gonna like comment too much. However, I'll probably rewatch the games again just to give my backseating 2 cent opinions on the games afterwards, because like I don't want to pause them in the middle of matches. But here we go.
And a middle to bottom, I suppose.
How's it going, Don?
This could be a difference maker in the trajectory for the rest of the year.
Absolutely right. And what I do want to make clear when I see teams like this square off is we really are going to find out exactly.
So we got
where they
T1
sit, right?
Gang
Unfortunately, one of these
versus
squads is
Lunex
gonna
Gaming.
walk away
Both these
having
teams
lost
are
all of
0-2.
their sets so far.
So-
North America, unlike some of our other regions, really does feel like a few
Unfortunately,
teams are
what
crushing
this
it and
means
other
is
teams are struggling.
one
We
of
get
these
in
teams
today,
is
in
going to be
fact,
0-3
with 3
by the
teams
end
with
of
a
the
perfect
series,
record,
which
depending
is
on how things go a
really
little bit
unfortunate.
later. But we are here now. Lunex versus T Gang. Is it T Gang? TI Gang?
So we got Mega Lucario ban,
is it?
Mewtwo ban, Mewtwo
I
X
don't
to be
know.
specific,
We're just gonna
Sableye
need
ban,
a
Mega
phonics
Gyarados
lesson on
ban,
that one, I think.
Mimikyu ban, and Blaziken ban.
Chat.
Also, I did find out,
On it, you know?
and this is confirmed, Charizard X is not banned. It's only Mega Charizard Y and Meow.
That's Celestial.
So if people wanted to, they could play Mega Charizard X, but a lot of people chose to not play that because they want to play other stuff.
Early game pressure.
Are those
Yeah,
new
you can
players
really
in the
see
T1
difference
gang?
between regional
Compared to the
flavors here, is now we're
previous
getting first pick Leafeon,
rosters,
whereas I don't
yes.
think any other
But I
region
like
would
if you're
have
talking about if
seen
they
this Pokemon this early
they
in the
swapped during the
draft.
tournament, I
Now we
don't
have
think
a
so.
Vaporeon and a Scizor Scyther, which means the Blastoise is back on the docket here and can be selected. In this
Wait, I'm pretty sure they did change the roster
Something
like
that was
from
either first picked or banned,
last season,
now
if that
finding
makes
its way
sense.
Here into this, the 4th and 5th picks.
Wow, I mean, look how great that is for Lunex. They got Leafeon, which they clearly wanted, and they walked
All right,
away
we
with
did get the
Blastoise
Leafeon
and
first pick, then
Mewtwo.
Vaporeon and
Incredible.
Scizor /
However,
Scyther,
I mean,
Mewtwo
for T-Gang,
X
they
and
have
Blastoise.
Vaporeon, which is an extremely strong Pokemon. It's definitely one of your first picks.
I'll hide
for
my
sure.
camera until the game starts, just so you guys
It
can
is.
see the
I
draft
wonder
properly.
If the Scizor Scyther is something they could have
Mew and Snorlax being picked up by T1 gang.
With Leafeon and Double Speedster feels a little bizarre, especially for the NA flavors that we're looking at. Tie-Dye quickly gets to the Duck, and Luniere maybe looking for base model Gyarados.
Oh yeah, that stock Gyarados, you drive it right off the lot. It's still pretty good, but it doesn't have like a really nice spoiler or anything like that. Not a cool muffler. It's not loud enough going down the street. I like
No
when cars-
whistle tips.
No,
whistle
yeah,
tips on that
none of that.
Gyarados.
No light under, you know, you can see like the lights right under the car. It's just not, it's street legal, which is good. It's making it into a lot of matches because it's street legal, but sometimes you need something with a little NOS behind it, you know? However, it's
Yeah, I
banned
mean,
out.
Psyduck
it's a
and
classic
Mr.
sedan.
Mime to
Classic sedan.
round out the
Clock's rounding
T1
this thing
gang
out with
team.
Snorlax, AWO, AWoo.
Alright, so you guys see the bands, you guys see the draft.
I don't know what I'm gonna go with.
I'll bring my
Mr.
camera
Mime
back just in a
rounding this
bit,
thing off.
but
A
that's pretty
bizarre
much game
gutter
number
pick,
1.
but again, we've seen some pretty stellar Mr. Mime play already this weekend.
Yeah, Mime feels like it's been great. Last pick over to Lunex was that Psyduck. Psyduck just seems like it's having a weekend. Every time I'm seeing Ender on it as well from Root Dig, we're seeing huge plays from this Pokemon. A lot of power picks on both sides, but it does feel like, to me, grabbing Mewtwo X and Blastoise as your second and third pick on your side for Lunex is pretty incredible.
I agree. If we're just again,
All right, here
doing
we
the eye
go.
test,
Game number
Lunex
1,
Gaming,
guys.
I think definitely got the better of this draft, in my personal opinion. But you have to think on the side of TI Gang that maybe they just lean to a bunch of preferential picks. As you mentioned yesterday, sometimes you just go with something you're most comfortable
Bro,
with.
I-
and you
like-
play it at such a high level, it kind of closes the gap between
They don't
the
get
natural
paid
power of the
enough.
Pokemon
Like, they
and
couldn't
then
pay
the
me enough to
combination of the
sit
skill of
through
the
several
individual
hours
with a least
in a
used
suit,
Pokemon
man.
with experience. So,
Having to wear a suit to cast
TI
Pokemon
Gang
Unite,
looks like
bro,
that's
that
the
must be so
direction that they're
uncomfortable,
going in
man.
with their
To be honest
selection,
with you.
and we'll see if
Like,
those can marry up. for
suits
them
make you look
here
presentable,
in game 1,
professional,
'cause they
and, you know,
certainly don't wanna
makes you
be
look good,
0-3
but-
on the weekend.
Hella
No
uncomfortable,
question,
especially when you're
right?
sitting
Both
down.
of these teams
I just
have
feel
a
s-
ton
I feel
to
so-
prove here, and we're gonna see what it looks like
What's
as
the
we
word?
get ready for this game. I think you called it great. I mean, sometimes you're just leaning
Restricted,
into
that's
something
it.
sort of
Restricted and
comfortable.
confined.
Also, they got great picks on both sides.
Saint
right?
Pal,
You
how's it
don't have
going?
Leafeon, but you have Scyther. It's very, very similar. You've got extremely fast clear through that central area. So I can't wait to see how these teams put the pressure on their opponents. And yeah, I feel bad because one of these squads is going to going to walk away 0-3.
Are you guys
for
okay with the
weekend,
volume?
and
Should I
that's
turn the
rough.
casters up or down?
It is rough. Their destiny is in their hands, though.
Like,
Right
they're
now.
okay for
How do
me,
you think
but
the draft
do I
went?
need to turn the
kind of
casters
voted
up? Do I gotta turn them
for
down?
Lunex Gaming having the advantage again, based on their pretty much their first 3 picks, and that Gutter Psyduck were really the standouts to me. But Spriggles, where do you think this
I'm
one
chilling.
lands?
I'm chilling.
100% with you. I also
Getting
like
ready
the
to watch
draft
some
of
North
Lunex
American
a lot
action.
better. It feels like they got more power picks, but you got to give it up to grabbing Vaporeon. When you can make it through a draft and get Vaporeon, that's incredible. This thing is one of the hardest things to deal with in the entire game. You just can't seem to take it down no matter what. If it's running the flip turn build, and if it's running Aqua Ring, it's just keeping your team around forever. So I love Vaporeon, but I do think grabbing back-to-back Blastoise, Mewtwo as a first pick team where you're also grabbing a Pokemon you want right away, great. Lunex crushed it.
Yeah, and the first pick, I mean, they put a heavy investment into that Leafeon, don't forget.
And
All right, here we go.
Our first game between
Game
Lunex
number 1
Gaming
between Lunex Gaming and T1 Gang.
Here we are. Lunex Gaming, your purple team. T-Gang, your orange team. As we have that Leafeon moving quickly through the central area, we're going to see how fast they're going to make something happen. However, Snorlax making their way across the map, looking for a little bit of an invade, seeing if they can take something away from Leafeon. Leafeon, depending on how they evolve, might not even notice the Snorlax, but no, they are making their way down to the blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, there is very few Pokemon that can invade as well as Snorlax can, and Clash is getting sussed out as the Psyduck and Squirtle collapse on top of them right now, allowing Celestial to get into path with the Leafeon very quickly. And we're just going to A-press this thing down, and Snorlax looks like they might make it out.
Something you're going to have to notice that even though they put a lot of pressure on that Snorlax,
That's
they
not
don't
that
get a
great of
KO, and all the while,
I don't think that was
by
worth it.
themselves in that top path, not able to make a ton happen, as we do have Scyther ripping through that experience there.
One
Lunier
Baltoy
trying
for your
to build up
focus
that
fan,
Evermeet,
and
but
also
actually it's pretty built up. They
you
must
just
have been
lose out
brawling
on a
like
lot
those
of
for
top
a
lane
while.
pressure because you're not laning.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to make some magic happen here. Quick little engage. They'd like to get
That's really not good.
And they do.
The Leafeon basically what's going to happen right now is you're going to have a Gyarados right now.
Pace here on the experience. The
Like,
I want you to
objectively,
watch are
is
the
it
level
worth
of the
it? Was
Leafeon
that
and
one
the level of the
Baltoy for
Scyther, 'cause that's
the-
going to be a difference maker in this one.
It is
for the
gonna be a
Snorlax
difference
worth
maker, but
allowing
that assist
Magikarp
on
to just
right there is huge.
power
They
spike
already
that
have
quickly?
Gyarados.
Probably not.
You would love to get it even earlier, but they obviously didn't have that opportunity. But this is a great timing for Gary. They also were able to get a stack of their attack weight. They're feeling
I know it's
pretty good
competitive,
on the side of
and a
Lunex
lot of the
Gaming,
time
even
when
though
people
T-Gang
play
has scored
Gyarados
more.
in the top or the
That's
bottom
true.
lane,
I mean,
usually
in the
they
face of, being left alone was the Magikarp, right? You called it out. Pretty impressive. that
have
they're
the
able to get it
jungle
even that quickly.
go
Now
to that
looking
lane
to fight.
early
Nice little wall
just to
there
get that
about to use
Magikarp,
light
like, up
screen.
and running.
Able to put damage on
But when you
Celestial.
just
Now we're
allow
kinda
them to
taking a
power
deep
spike like
breath.
that for
Nice.
free,
Vaporeon engage right underneath.
I don't know, man.
The dual
It's
wing
like-
beat isn't there. They actually prioritize the Reggie Drago, and they
I feel
are
like
able
not
to
enough
secure
people
the
take advantage of the
team-wide
fact
experience.
that
Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon
it's a
just
Magikarp,
coming in
and you
like a
should
wrecking
be-
ball. Very Miley
I'm not going to go as far to say as
Cyrus-esque,
winning the lane, but you should
absolutely
take advantage of the fact that
devastating.
it is
The
a
flip turn, the
Magikarp
muddy
lane.
water, setting up a perfect timing for T-Gang to get that secure. Leafeon will have the Unite move before this Scyther, but we're going to have to see if it's going to be worthwhile if they can move in with it before one of these objectives. 20 seconds now until this bottom right. Huge solar beam. Wow. Leafeon
Two
down.
players down instantly here. And I mean, you called it right. And Vaporeon's Pokedex entry does say the Miley Cyrus Pokemon. It's right there in the text, just like hitting a wall is in Talonflame's Unite move text. You just have to know these things, and Poke nerds are definitely familiar.
Yeah, I'm sure all the pokey nerds.
Oh, it's a
out
flail
there
Snorlax
are
as well.
nerding out over my
Pretty sure.
knowledge of that. It's true that this Pokemon was based upon Miley Cyrus.
Factual information.
It is a flail Snorlax.
Regirock getting eviscerated. Stepping in is the Leafeon. No, secured by the Mew, and the fight continues. Leafeon's down, Psyduck's down, and TI Gang is doing a great job in these fights. Nice wall by the Mew to cut off the Gyarados for just a moment. It's a KO streak of 3 for the Scyther, and you want to talk about a level differential.
So, one thing I will
level
say,
10, Leafeon level 8.
I am very
And,
biased when it
those are
comes
the
to
numbers
flail
that matter
Snorlax.
to
I
me
hate
right
it.
now. out in the texture.
Like,
of this
I'll
game.
be upfront about it.
Look
I
at
hate
this
Flail
here
Snorlax.
from TI,
However,
man, just making their
what
way
I will
into
say
the
about this
center,
specific
taking
situation
all
is
of the
that
experience
it
that they
kind
can
of makes
away
sense
from the
considering
side of Lunex.
how
Lunex's in trouble right
low
here. Obviously,
damage
you're playing Leafeon, so you
T1
have that
Gang's
big time
overall
early
team comp
advantage,
is
but
to
just
begin
like
with.
you called out,
Like, majority of the
Cypher now
damage is gonna
2
be
levels ahead,
coming from Scyther
getting
and
some
Mew.
wild Pokemon KO is going to show up to another
So
fight with
I
the
can
Mew
understand
very
why
soon.
they're running Flail.
How is
I just don't like
going
it
to
though.
adjust here is going to be the question. Another great.
Like, you got Double
barrier
Defender,
from
you
the
got Mr. Mime,
cutting off,
and
the
then you're
presence
heavily
of
relying on
Lunex
Scyther and
Gaming,
Mewtwo.
allowing TI Gang to get some of
Basically,
that Swablu and Altaria experience. Regieleki
win team
already
fights.
getting work done, going for Flame. Mewtwo Unite is out, and they're going to use that to engage. Emerald 2-step into the back line as it doesn't even matter. 2 players down. Leafeon is low. They're pinned against the wall and blasted in the grill. They go down as well. TI Gang is finding themselves on the positive end of every single one of these engagements.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from TI Gang. They're absolutely crushing it right now. Gyarados not able to make a lot happen there. Maybe if they were the Mega version, but again, we're just.
I have
looking at the
no idea what
Kyurem
Blastoise is doing.
Gyarados right here, and it couldn't get much.
Like, there's
done in
not
that
a
fight.
single
After
person
the
on
Unite
their
move, it just really
team
couldn't keep
that
up
are
with the
relatively
Scyther.
close in
It
any way.
just
So I don't
peeled
know what
away
that was
from
going to
it,
do for them.
And now Scyther is back to getting their experience. Going to show up to another fight with a big time Unite.
Man, TI Gang is really impressing me this draft so far. 5 minutes, 15 seconds in, and they look in complete control. They break the goal zone. Block is out. Psyduck does take care of Mr. Mime. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get out? Is that a flail block? Snorlax, I believe it is. Power Nap in the middle of 2. Tons of damage going in. Snorlax finally goes down, and Lunex Gaming finally with an opportunity to score some points.
Yeah, making something happen there, right? 100 points to
If they were gonna,
248,
so
but while
I
this
do
has
think
been
that was a bit of a
going
misplay
on,
from
Scyther
T1.
just
They were doing
continuing
fine,
to get their experience.
but for
Now
whatever
level
reason,
13 on the
okay,
side of
so
TI Gang. They are trying to
I'm
fight here
guessing
at this tier 2
that they
gold zone.
tried
It ain't
to
gonna happen.
delay
Leafeon
breaking
goes
that
down.
goal to
Easy Reggie Steal for TI Gang.
deny experience for
Man, I'm
longer.
loving this Mr.
But the
Mime
thing is,
play
because
right
they
now.
did that,
I
that
mean,
just
you
allowed them to get
cannot
caught out
understate
for
what AWO's
a couple of
going
seconds worth of
on.
denying
Mr.
experience,
Slime
which
right
isn't
now
really worth
just
it. Like, if you were going to end up breaking that goal anyways, we might as well just do it sooner, rather than do it and then allow them to pick off 3 kills. Not only that, they lost a tier 1 goal in the process.
Right now, as
I think that's
mentioned,
just a huge
both
misplay on
teams
T1 Gang's
0-2,
part.
Both teams with a lot to prove. You don't want to walk away from this weekend looking like a team that's at the bottom of the pack right here.
Because you have to think about it like this: like, if the call,
Bunny here
if
on this Vaporeon,
the end
setting
result
up
is
so
not
many
changing,
moments
like,
here.
if you plan on
Now
breaking the
it's an opportunity
goal,
to get the KO back. Emerald 2-step is great experience from
is it
Select
really
Shield.
worth
They get a
like
prime target.
denying
Bunny's
what?
in trouble. The rest of
The
team
enemy
gang is
team,
looking to step up and
like,
fire
10
that
seconds
up
worth of
just for 3
experience
seconds.
versus
It is daylight
you
dollar
giving
short
up
to
the
get
kills and the
into that
experience
relevant
from
battle
you losing
there.
your goal.
Wow, Lunex
No,
right
it's
there
not.
with a huge swing of fortune for them. Using a Unite move with an extremely low cooldown like Leafeon, they will have it back for Kyogre, and they pick up a KO on the highest level Pokemon on the map. Great stuff from them. A huge catch like that at Kyogre, and they could be winning this thing.
Yeah, just like that, the Leafeon has met parity with the Scyther, and that 2-level lead has withered away to none. How are they going to close out these next 40 seconds into the final fight is what's going to matter to me.
You can see we already have TI Gang positioning around Kyogre. We have multiple members of Lunex also trying to find positioning using the tall grass, pushing this Mime a little bit. I think they recognize that with the Scyther dealing with Regieleki, they are not afraid of taking a fight right here. TI Gang does not want to engage right now. We're gonna have to see. Ooh, what a confusion! Catches 2 there in the tall grass.
I'm
They
really
might end up
interested to
resetting.
see
Yes, IMAX the Blastoise
how
does
T1
reset.
Gang decide to
Oblivion
play out
moving
this
in with the
endgame.
Mewtwo, but peeling back after the teleport play.
Because you got level 14 Leafeon, you got level 13 Mewtwo, level 13 Gyarados, and a very beefy Blastoise. They're not level 13 for that
And here we
damage
go,
reduction,
Lunex.
but still,
It's
it is
time for you to make
Blastoise.
a big play. You had one earlier, but to be fair, you caught the
The
Scyther
upside to this
with what they
situation
were
is
doing,
that
and you're the
they're
ones
winning
who
by a
need to
significant
make the
amount of
play
points,
here.
so they
IMAX
don't
just
really need to
shipping
do
out
anything
Kyogre,
aggressive,
seeing if we can try to
as long
bait
as they're
TI
not
Gang
allowing
into a fight
Lunex
here.
to just
The Mr. Mime
get the
hanging out in
Kyogre
that
for
top
free,
goal
they should be
zone, and
fine.
They might be onto something because we could have Leafeon rotating up there, trying to make things a little more equal. They grab Vaporeon. Vaporeon, Muddy Waters back. No fight yet. Just chipping in with Solar Beam. They They are not committing to anything as of yet. Dupes next. Both of these teams don't want to be the team to make a mistake. And to be fair to TI Gang, they don't need to make the play.
No, exactly. Nice little block creates separation. I don't know if that's going to be our engagement just yet.
No, it doesn't look like it. We have Scyther possibly looking for it. They hit the Swords Dance, but they're just waiting, and they have the luxury of time here, Lunex. I mean, they obviously can make something happen. Blastoise chasing in the back lane, but no! Scyther moves in for a KO. Oblivion Unite moves back the other way.
Now, they're down. The Scyther's down. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. The Mew is in the fog, and they're going to see if they can find more targets. 2 players down, and it's TI Gang getting stressed. Showtime into the back line. Doesn't do enough damage. Blastoise is on a razor's edge. Finally, they're knocked out. 3 players down for TI Gang, and Kyogre hasn't been touched yet. AWO pinned against the wall.
They need Kyogre. They just got to start pulling.
As Lunex Gaming converges on Kyogre.
The problem is they don't have reliable secure, and Mew's right there, but they don't have a choice. They have to start. They have to commit to it.
Mew can secure here. TI Gang is going to get a bunch of these Kyogre shields. They're going in for the play. The boosted auto is lined up.
Oh!
Way too late, but it's secured by the
Mr. Mime with the secure.
AWO, the legend from bell to bell here for TI Gang.
Hey, whoa, what a play there from the Mime. I mean, we saw it. To be fair, I was stressed for Lunex. They were ripping that objective, but they have a Mew on one side and a Confusion Mime on the other. This was tough, but with 3 down, it was probably the only play they could take in that moment. They were just too far behind on score. Even 100 points wouldn't catch them up. Unfortunately for Lunex, not able to make it happen. TI Gang taking game number 1.
I question here, Spraggles. We're waiting a long time to make these decisions when these teams are down so late. I mean, you and I have already cast a couple games where the team down by multiple hundreds or at least 100+ points are not.
Like, this is just an example. Despite the fact that T1 Gang's team composition on paper
so even if they do take
wasn't the most,
and if they don't take it, they don't have enough time to
balance
shields and grab the
because they accumulated such a big point lead.
So really,
it still works out in the end because they don't need to do anything.
Teams, which is the timer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were just, at that point, it was a bit of a war of attrition, right? They just needed to wait for the match to end. So Lunex had to find their moment. They went for it. I think it was probably the best play they could possibly make. But yeah, trying to out-secure 2 Pokemon with incredible burst potential is really tough to do.
Incredibly difficult. Huge final fight. Oblivion takes to the skies, uses that Mewtwo Unite move. Hydro Typhoon is good. And then we have the Showtime coming back in. AWO looking for opportunity. Bang. They're straight into the mix here. But it's the Snorlax, Vaporeon, Scyther down quickly. Lunex Gaming sees their opportunity and they're going for the rip as AWO is just hanging out. Wall is there, posted up, boink, gets it done without any contest. Nobody even in the way of AW right there.
That was great. Great Mime plays all game too. Looked incredible. I'm seeing from production, it says T, is this I gang? A gang? No, you can't say yep. I said it 2 different ways. You can't respond with yep.
I'm not going to go back to rewatch these games just yet. I'm just going to let it play out. The one thing I will say though, right off the rip, I am personally not a fan of Lunex Gaming first picking Leafeon.
Oh, like the rapper T.I. That's
I was saying it right then.
Okay.
Because no matter what,
is that how you? They literally put emojis in the
like
chat.
technically speaking, you can flex Leafeon in a lane.
Thank you.
A lot of the times people play in the jungle, like even if they do decide to roll swap.
Call them T-gang.
But like that kind of just allows
I feel like I was
T1 Gang to draft such a beefy comp to the point that there's not really a good option for Leafeon to target. Like on their team, you have Vaporeon, Snorlax, Mr. Mime, a Mew.
But with the Mew in tow,
two out of those 4 are just flat up bulky defenders that you're probably not going to kill even if you tried, at least in the late game.
And they find themselves
Mr. Mime,
position here to be the
depending on the situation, if you really wanted to, you could just cancel
It would be
or
great
mitigate
for
the
them,
damage
right?
from
I
the
know
Leafeon by just
games
pressing
have been
Showtime.
pretty
Like press left
impressive.
trigger,
I know
oh
that
Showtime,
they
there you
played
go.
tough squads.
Leafeon can't really do
Lunex
much.
have played tough
And then
squads.
Mew,
I
same
think
thing.
Lunex just got behind
Like
early there,
if they're
which
positioning
both
well,
teams
they don't
had a
gotta worry
Pokemon
about
that
the
was positioned to
Leafeon.
do that,
And
right?
even if you
One
get
team was playing Leafeon, one team was
targeted
playing
by
Scyther.
the
entire
Leafeon, you
strategy
could literally
for
just
both
press
of those
left trigger.
Pokemon
Oh,
are
Unite move.
get
Now I'm
ahead
untargetable.
early
As long as I'm not
because
using any
you
skills.
farm faster than anything else. You get so much experience.
So I
As
think
soon
in
as you
that
get
regard,
ahead
it's a
and
little
hit
bit of a
your
mistake.
Unite move, you
Not to
punish your
mention-
opponents every time you see them a lower level. You keep using that advantage.
Leafeon
stay
didn't
further and
really
further
make too
ahead.
much of an early
TI
game
Gang
impact
were
either.
able to execute that pretty dang well. Unfortunately for Lunex,
Like, they should really hold that type of pick for later.
Leafeon, even though
Like, if-
Leafeon
like,
does power spike a
Mewtwo
bit
and Blastoise
faster
could have
than
been a
Scyther.
first pick if they really wanted to. Like I don't
that's
I don't
a
think
great point,
Leafeon's
but
first pick
to help
priority
facilitate
worthy.
that
Not to
was
mention
the Snorlax invade, right? Like,
unless
it
there's a
was
person on the
trying to
enemy
slow
team
things
that
down
really
and
wants to play
pulled,
Leafeon, I doubt they would have
pulled
picked it
the Pokemon from the top
regardless.
path and the bottom path to try and bully it out. They didn't get the knockout on the Snorlax, and just that small amount of time.
Yo, Mac, thank you so much for the 190 stream streak, man. I appreciate that. Uh-oh.
That
To
the
me?
Scyther needed to meet
Oh,
that
that's them.
speed parity or meet the speed of the Leafeon was bought, and then it was off to the races. And if it had never gotten caught, if the Scyther never got caught in the middle of the game or like 2/3 of the way through the game, then I think that final fight goes way differently.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think that was really sharp sending the Snorlax in there. They're totally right? They're trying to move in there and slow Leafeon down so much so that at least Scyther and Leafeon are going to meet each other at about the same level, and Leafeon doesn't get to exert any extra pressure on their team. And they ended up getting their Unite move on Scyther, if I'm remembering right, like even slightly before Leafeon hit their power spike at 8 because they had a great fight in the bottom path. So things just going very well for TI. And for TI Gang. But I mean, TI's crushing it too.
Not only like TI the rapper, TI the calculator, TI Gang.
Oh yeah,
all
Texas
performing.
Instruments, they're doing great as well.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we wouldn't know because we have all our stocks, bonds, and financial support into the abacus industry, apparently. But Texas Instruments, if they ever got into the abacus game, TI Instruments, we've got your back. Well, TI Instruments, not called TI Instruments. That's not what it's called.
Texas Instruments, baby.
It's not called that. I've never had to concern myself with knowing what it's actually called because I use an abacus. So
Of course, genius. It's the best way to do
Spargles.
it. Ready for our next
Spargles,
game
I choose
right
you.
here. It looks like it's going to be Lunex's first pick, and the map is Rayquaza. We are.
Oh, that's a first.
okay, grip, rip, and flip. That's what I see when that.
I think
selection
this
is
is
made.
correct me if I'm
Lunex
wrong, but I
lost,
think
they
this is the
chose
first
side,
time
I suppose,
that
because
Rayquaza
TI
is
Gang, I
actually
believe
being
this is,
picked on the live
something they
broadcast.
pulled out of their leaflet
Rayquaza
before,
map has
and
been
that is a
chosen.
Ray map to really keep things volatile.
That is
and
actually
interesting.
pretty.
You know, with this league format, you're looking to not only win, but you're trying to build a fan base. And what better
Who's
way
winning
to do
this,
that
Chin?
than to pick Rayquaza map and just go for
I don't know,
a flip
man.
and rip. Everyone's favorite and most
truthfully, I don't know.
respected strategy in all of Unite.
Definitely the most.
Mega
respected
Luca ban.
strategy. Nobody will.
Yeah,
deny
Mega Luca
that.
ban. They got the Mega
Statement
Gary
of fact
ban.
right there. Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, both on the chopping block immediately out of the gate, and unsurprisingly.
Yeah, let's see here. Next
Snorlax
is going
ban.
to be the Snorlax, very targeted ban.
Mimikyu
It feels
ban.
like Mimikyu on the other side.
Sableye
we got
ban?
Sableye. Oh, they're worried about maybe a crazy Sableye score comp play or something like that. I did hear that TI Gang ran score comp the other day. So
There's a lot of
It's
stuff
probably
up.
like if Sableye is available, they kind of go that route. I mean, Lunex Gaming did ban the Sableye in game 1 as well, so there's definitely a targeted battle plan there with that Sableye. So many
First
strong
pick
characters
here.
left. Yeah,
let's see
so
what
many
they
strong
want to
characters
go
left.
with. I mean, Vaporeon did feel like a big difference maker,
Got Mewtwo,
but
Suicune,
instead,
Vaporeon.
oh no, what? Oh, yeah, oh. All right, what are they gonna pick?
Yeah. Yeah.
There it is.
Miley Cyrus finds her way into the game yet again. TI Gang, how will they respond?
Yeah, welcome back, Miley. And here we go, TI Gang. Get to see what they want to bring out. I don't know if we're going to be seeing any type of score comp shenanigans. We do have the Leafeon, so clearly Lunex wanted to not only play that, but also take that away from TI Gang. Next pick.
Blastoise is still an option. Mega Mewtwo X still an option.
Yeah, it looked like they had a pretty good round with Mega Mewtwo X2. I could definitely see them picking it up. And they're not too worried about another defender being chosen.
Did the shrimp get banned? Gyarados? Yeah.
They like the duck.
Mega Gary.
Ooh. This would be an interesting pick to steal away Mime, right? But no, we're going Talonflame and we're going Umbreon. Really interesting choices.
Yeah, now Blastoise still in the mix here. Might not even find its way into our game right now, as we've got Pyro is covering Scissor Scyther and Clash on the Goodra. No way we go with Goodra, right?
I would love it if we did, but I don't think it's happening. No, it's Zacian and Scissor or Scyther being picked up here. Final couple of picks. We've got Eldegoss, we've got Blaziken, and our last pick.
So they're running out their team comp with Eldegoss and Blaziken.
I mean, if it's Goodra, I'll love you.
The one thing that I noticed right out the immediately is that there's no range on the side of Lunex Gaming. Like, yes, technically Vaporeon has ranged auto attacks, Eldegoss ranged auto attacks and skills, like, yeah, but they're not going to be relying on those two for DPS, or utility and support, defender, frontline, whatever.
Of Lunex, a Pokemon that's had some great moments, but also some rough
Do they really call
moments.
Vaporeon Miley Cyrus? I have no
teams,
idea.
I think it was Snow earlier. That player
sometimes
their
jokes
Talon,
elude
I don't
me.
think has been crushing it this weekend, at least in a lot of the on-stream games I've seen. Very fast squad here from TI Gang, like Leafeon and possibly Scyther. That is extremely quick crew.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when you put the premium on Umbreon, Vaporeon, they're definitely going to have to get into the mix and intercept those two Pokemon before they can get to the targets that they're really looking to pounce on. So eyes up for those two players specifically. Again, Umbreon and Vaporeon. Muddy Water has definitely been the ticket this weekend. I don't see that changing. Umbreon, however, we've seen a bunch of different things, right? We've seen like Foul Play Snarl. We haven't seen Mean Look though, and this might be an opportunity to break that out.
Well, I mean, if you have Mean Look, it's the exact range of something like a Brave Bird or a Fly, so you're guaranteeing that you're crashing down and doing insane damage. We definitely could see Mean Look as an option, like a Mean Look Wish that is going to set up some big plays for their team. But yeah, I'm not sure which one we're going to see as we get ready for our next game right here. Obviously, Lunex, they've got their backs against the ropes right now. They are one game down, and one of these two teams, unfortunately, is going to walk away from the weekend 0-3, and that's a pretty stressful place to be in. You do not want to be one of the lowest ranked teams in your region leaving week one. Of course, as we've talked about, Doomsnacks, we are in this league format for a while here. We're going to be coming back watching these teams over and over again.
I think
it would be great to have a strong start.
Without a doubt.
I think based on this format, I think every team plays like every other team
taking a look at
4 times across the 5 weeks.
I have to, apologize a little bit to TI Gang. We looked at the drafts and we thought for sure Lunex Gaming had the advantage just from the draft screen, but the execution from TI Gang definitely
Oblivion with the glasses.
In that
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't paying attention to the builds.
Unique picks, and they do have some pretty clever selections again in this.
I kind of just give people the benefit of the doubt that they're picking stuff that's sensible and makes sense. But if they don't, then obviously.
I like that they're kind of playing their own game and they're strategically.
So this is just a battle of bottom feeders
on their own game plan as well.
Yeah, 100%. Last game, it really just felt
like, I mean, as of right now, these two are the lowest
fast Pokemon
seeded teams in the league right now.
Now in this game, they've got both of them on the side of
one of these teams is,
who's going to be your
without a doubt, going to be the last place team in the league.
Your purple team, they are down
because they both started out 0-2.
One game away from possibly being 0
over this course of this weekend
in our league.
That is not good. That is the maximum amount of losses you can take in one of these weekends, and that's not what you want to do here. Bunny having some pretty high level plays out of the Vaporeon in game one, gonna have to do it with the Crustler this go around.
We got IMAX here trying to score in the bottom path, possibly stack up this Umbreon. Leafeon in a little bit of trouble right here, but they do make it out just barely away from Oblivion and IMAX in this bottom path. Only EXP share we're seeing on the map, it looks like, in the hands of Bunny.
Finally,
Legendary got picked up by the Scythe there in the middle lane. However, Torchic actually gets the kill ticker as well. So they get a pretty big influx of experience.
Playing the Zacian instead of the Mr. Mime, of course, going straight into the action and gets themselves sent straight to the Pokemon Center.
That is not the start that you want to see if you're a T1 gang fan.
Play here by Lunex, and they're going to continue this push. However, they're going to run right into a Scyther. They're going to need to be very careful. Dual Wing Beat looks like it missed, and look at the confidence there from Oblivion moving forward on the Vaporeon, getting a score. However, in the bottom path here, it looks like things are going pretty well for Lunex Gaming. Only one Pokemon to fight them off.
Yeah, a bit of a babysitting job by the Leafeon here. Normally we see Leafeons just kind of all over the map looking to see where they can provide value, but here they're stuck in the bottom.
It is a foul play Umbreon, so just keep that in mind.
And now the
So it's most likely going to be foul play and Snarl.
Going in, but they find themselves to be unsuccessful.
And we can see Muddy Water.
Yep, but it is a foul play Snarl Umbreon.
Just making it
so no wish
Leafeon
and no
cannot chase down that Vaporeon for a KO. Trying to hit their level 6. Center of the map here, we see the Scyther. They're looking for a bit of a fight right now. Umbreon gonna go ahead and push them back. It is the foul play Snarl Umbreon.
We have the disgusting Combuskin into the middle here. Can they get a knockout on this Ashi with the support of 4 other players?
Oh, the
Nope,
eject
it's the
button
Talonflame
Bravebird.
Celestial that's going to take care of that.
I was going a
And I
bit
believe
wide
it was a
until that
Bravebird,
happened.
Right? My eyes did not deceive me.
Your eyes do not deceive you. That was a Brave Bird. It was also a reposition with an eject button right at the end of it. Scyther
big
in
kill.
some trouble, just getting ripped apart here by Talonflame. Huge KOs for the bird.
Well done. Zacian tries to step up with the Metal Claw there and get a bunch of experience.
Oh, that was super greedy from
Alchemy
Celestial.
there in the pocket to get that knockout back the other way. Combuskin tries to drag back
Going
to the
in,
pad. That
aerial
wild
acing in
Pokemon
front of a
unsuccessful
Zacian
as it goes
for
to
those
TI gang.
Alterias
Super
was
unfortunate moment there for
very,
Talon.
very
I think they just like
overzealous, to
misclicked
say
their
the least.
Bird kind of into the ground, into nothing, and then decided to aerial ace into this objective, into all the Pokemon, the wild Pokemon, and just get ripped apart by Zacian. What a
Keep in mind, Scyther does have level 9.
for that to all end.
Yeah, not exactly how you draw it up if you were to rinse and repeat that entire scenario. Regieleki
Okay, so they did trade the top for the
marching
bottom
towards
in terms of
TI gang. Now that we know how to
objectives.
say it, I have a lot of confidence.
Talonflame did pop their
Flame
Unite
Sweep,
move.
No wall, but also no opposing characters in sight either. The cake has been built on top of the pad, and the Alcremie is quickly dealt with. Scyther pops their Unite move, looking to make themselves a factor here, but no, they are summarily defeated, and now it's Lunex Gaming looking to push a little bit further.
And now we have
I don't know
Lunex
why they tried so
scoring
hard to
on
defend
their
that
tier
goal
2. Nice big
in a 4
30
versus 3.
points right there. Talonflame using Brave Bird to
Technically
escape.
speaking, it's more of like,
Yeah, you gotta
I would say it's more of a
Alchemy,
4.5
when they
versus
become
3,
the big
considering they
cake
have
trying to heal
the
up the whole team. Boy, is
Regieleki
that a target
pushing
with
against
a
them as well.
bullseye on it for that Brave Bird, and that's
And
exactly
like, keep in mind,
what
like,
they did in
although
that last fight.
Regieleki is an NPC,
That's what you got to do. I mean, otherwise you're
it
just
does
kind of,
a ridiculous
keeping
amount of
the
damage in the
Alchemy
early game.
active
Even in
and
the late
healing
game
and
against some
allowing everybody
characters.
else. So that just becomes your new target priority, and it makes it pretty easy. Sussed out quickly, half HP gone, ripping through them, cut off by the Zacian. Good support by Vaporeon though, which at least allows Talonflame to get out of dodge. Nice Brave Bird tries to predict where the Crustler's going, but their X is into the wall. Emerald two-step and a flame sweep back towards the pad. An overheat doesn't get anybody down, but now we have a 4v4 breaking out in the bottom path. Scyther pops their Unite move, trying to find a target. We had a Razor Leaf up to the top path too, but it's Lunex Gaming that finds themselves getting beat down here.
Yeah, Lunex Gaming in some trouble.
I'm not
right
exactly
now.
sure what's
Every
happening, like,
member of their squad dispatched
one moment it's looking good, and then you take your eyes off them for 1 second, and then they end up making some weird play that just throws away their lead.
That was a
Like, they made a good like Lunex made a good play in the top lane. They had a 4v3 advantage, 4.5 if you include the Regieleki. They pushed, they got the kills, they scored, they broke the goal, and then they make some weird aggressive play and then just give away outweighed
rest
the
of
experience that
team.
they got.
You gotta say, that Brave Bird was amazing. Two
I don't know, man.
levels higher, of course, on Talonflame.
Just
If it's
very,
13 and it hits the whole team like that,
strange
the
micro
damage reduction
decisions.
from Brave Bird Plus, it does not go down in that moment, and that is very scary for TI Gang.
Without a doubt, Rock Tomb is there as finally the Crustle Bunny gets given up here and the Talonflame gets a knockout back. Putting some points in, they're looking for a tactful overcap as they have the Brave Bird fly in. Plus 40 from the Blaziken is going to give them the score lead. And despite that score lead, the level lead belongs to TI Gang.
And TI Gang with a beautiful score in the top path right there. 50 into that low goal zone after the Alchemy scored. And then you have Lunex just looking for a possible fight here. We could be looking to use some Unite moves before we run
Vaporeon
out
has
of
also 10
opportunities
before a few other
Rayquaza.
people on their team.
Vaporeon using its Unite, fighting 2 right here. Talonflame looking for a moment. They find it. Huge KO onto the Scyther.
That's a massive KO here. 2 players down for TI Gang. Lunex Gaming is looking to potentially siege that T2. They decide to reassess and back off of that and just take the central area wild farm from TI.
Yeah, there's so much experience on their side of the map too. They can just peel away from this, farm a little bit, farm a lot of bit, get some levels, show up to this big fight, land a Brave Bird on multiple opponents and win the whole thing. But look at this right here, ripping through them. Expert precision. What a Brave Bird that was, landing on 2.
Yeah, and able to
was
use
a
the
pretty nice
Brave
play.
Bird to get out of dodge, not giving up the knockout back to the
Because,
Leafeon there is what's
because
critical.
Celestial
And
landed
now
the Brave Bird on
Celestial
both
is
of them,
the biggest thing on the map at level 14, and they are in great
he was
shape.
able to get
Those Brave Birds hit. I talked
another
about this
aerial ace
earlier,
reset
but it
because
can't be overstated. Brave Bird Plus will
he was
give
able to get the
damage
auto attack
reduction
off on
for
both of
each
them.
opponent you
So it's
hit
basically
up to
Brave
3
Bird,
times.
then aerial,
So
like
hitting
Brave
2
Bird,
right
aerial
there,
ace,
they are getting a
and then auto attack,
50%
aerial ace,
damage
auto attack, and then
reduction
aerial
against
ace
them.
again,
Just a
and then
crazy,
you just get
crazy catch.
the resets.
No, you're exactly right. And they're looking for a quick rip here on the bottom objective as the top one doesn't even seem to be in the interest of TI Gang regardless. Regirock is going to go down, and that's a decent buff to carry into this final fight.
Yes, it is, as it's possible.
Okay, in comparison
that
to
TI
last
Gang was
game,
looking for a flip
Lunex
at
Gaming
some
actually
point.
have
However,
a point lead this
Talon-
time
looks like
around.
They're caught right now in trouble. Needs the flame sweep out. Here come the Unite moves.
And the All Creamy is up. Here steps in the Zacian. Brave Bird back into the middle. It's 2 players down instantly. All Creamy just down on the side of TI Gang. Leafeon is getting chased. Celestial with a ton of HP. They're going to try and get a knockout on the Crustle, and they are successful, going straight for the Hundo Burger score as everything has fallen apart here for TI Gang as Pyro easily chased by IMAX. Oblivion grabs a speed berry, and they're going to be on the chase too. Right back into the middle is Celestial. Brave Bird to close the distance, but right now it just feels like Lunex Gaming is hunting TI Gang.
Yeah, this is a little scary for the Talonflame here, but it looks like they're okay. Scyther coming back into the pit right here. TI Gang is pretty aware that they're going to need to go for Ray at some point or try to take a big KO. IMAX very low here on the side of Lunex, and they are moving in. Vaporeon with a massive muddy water, and they are chasing it out. Can they get Oblivion? They don't.
They're going to need TI Gang to pivot here. We still have a big Zacian Unite that they can use to deal a ton of damage. But here we go. We're right into the middle. And that Unite move was easily expended for no real value. 3 players down. Lunex Gaming is putting an exclamation point on this one.
Wow, what a great round from Lunex here. 2 players looking to score in the bottom path. We have the Scyther just being chased down here by the Vaporeon and Eldegoss. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen. 484 now to 234. Zacian with the rip, 30 seconds left, but here comes TI Gang trying to make sure that that does not happen. And Doob's next. It looks like we're going to be heading to a game number 3.
Sure is. This Brave Bird Talonflame got ahead, stayed ahead, and made themselves a difference for Lunex Gaming. And TI Gang gonna have to go back to the drawing board because whatever they put together in game 1 was
Okay, we're going to game
completely
number 3.
absent here in game 2.
Game point for both
Talon
sides.
just absolutely dominating this match. I mean, incredible stuff here. Nice little KO right there. Just that one you just go in for. You just take that one at the end. You remind him, hey, I'll get you next time.
Although the ill-timed cutoff of me talking, I didn't necessarily mean that last KO, but I meant if you're selecting Talonflame to use this Brave Bird build, this is the game you need to study right here. Incredibly well done by Celestial on that Pokemon to really take over the game.
Yeah, I mean,
Must be nice to play with the final objective that doesn't die in 10 seconds for one character hitting.
Alchemy. You know you're going to get the hit. You know you can get the aerial ace and the reset with it. Pretty perfect.
I mean, like the thing about
here.
Rayquaza is that
where they hit 4,
out of all
like
all the objectives, I believe it has the most HP.
Luckily, they had that Alchemy Unite move though.
Bang.
So it's also the hardest to flip.
Celestial, able to get a knockout. Now they're just
if you're going for a desperation
target,
play.
Hanging out. This is when Lunex Gaming takes a look, backs off, and Celestial sticks around just a hair longer because they think they can get 2, and they were correct. They do.
Yeah, beautiful play right there. A crash landing on 2. This was a scary moment in this fight, right? The Umbreon Unite move was actually pretty huge, making it so that Alchemy Shield started getting drained in that moment. Talonflame close to going down, but doesn't quite get taken out. And from there, it was just, you know, continuously winning fights for the side of Lunex. They won that one, and they just continued to pick off members of TI Gang.
Exactly right. Rayquaza is getting low, but it doesn't really matter here in that one because it was all Lunex Gaming all the time and Luniere getting the tip of the cap. But I don't know how we don't have Celestial up here on this screen because with 12 knockouts, they were certainly the MVP.
Yeah, you know, MVP, you know, obviously Luniere made some good plays. There was the point where they peeled off and scored. They have 196 points, so there's definitely some value there. But if we do look at our screen, yeah, Celestial with 12 knockouts did feel like a huge factor in this game. If we look towards the other side, Scyther doing okay with 6, but Pyro on the Leafeon only managing to get, I think it was 2 KOs, which is not ideal for your speedster.
No, not at all where you want to be. Celestial 115,000 damage there. And a little bit of an unsung hero was Tie-Dye. Celestial 12 knockouts, Tie-Dye 12 assists. This Eldegoss was doing a great job being in the background, supporting the team as needed, but not stealing any shine away from the Talonflame.
Definitely. This felt like a real close contest between these two squads. Lunex won. TI Gang won. Game 1 felt
balance?
a little different for Lunex, but man, Talonflame having some huge
I think,
moments throughout.
well, this is my personal opinion. I think Vaporeon's the strongest defender right now.
Hanging out in the top path, winning some big fights there.
Yeah, unsurprising. Again, we tend to see the heat maps of
last place is solid now too after the buffs
business is
from the
dealt,
last
which
patch.
means where they
But
start the
I
game
still
is
think
typically where they
Vaporeon's
stay
better
for
overall.
the majority of it, and Luniere no exception here. And I know I was gassing up the Talonflame, but that is not to say that there wasn't value brought to the table by Luniere here. Of course, in their scores, 45,000 points of damage, nothing to scoff at here.
The thing about
4 knockouts, 7 assists.
the
They
thing
were
about
definitely
Vaporeon
in
is
the
that
flow of this game.
it has
they were
two
part of
completely
so
different
many
play
big
styles,
moments, right? They also had the
but
big
because it has
root,
so much
which is
flexibility,
exciting to
it
see,
can pretty much fit
making
in
sure
every
that they
single
have
team
a ton
comp
of
that you can
HP
possibly
recovery.
think of.
Blaziken has
Except
a lot of HP recovery
something like
in its
gimmicky, like a
kit
score
already
comp.
with its Blaze ability, so they're just trying to enhance that with Big Root, which is a pretty.
But even then,
fun
if you want to
choice
be
here.
like cheesy in a way, you could probably make it work.
Lunex, TI Gang, we're getting ready for game number 3. Again, one of these teams is going to be feeling great after this. The other one walking away 0-3 to start the entire league.
Wait, we lost the audio.
I was on mute that entire time, ladies and gentlemen, but I promise you I said some very intelligent things. Let's talk about these regional standings, shall we, Spragle?
He was shit talking
Oh
the
my God,
production
I'm so
the
glad.
entire
I was
time.
like,
Get
did
him.
we lose Doob Snacks? I'm just waiting for your mouth to stop moving so I can jump
Evil
in, 'cause
Geniuses
I
and
didn't
Roof
know if
Dig
you
at the
were on
top of the
mute.
table.
I didn't know if I had lost you.
By the
Now
end
you
of
guys can see the
today,
panic
let me
in
just
my
mute it for a
eyes.
bit.
I'm like,
They're not talking about anything too important. by the end of today, it's possible that we have a 3-way tie for first. If Citadel Gaming win their next matchup, we have a 3-way tie for first. It would be Evil Geniuses, Root Dig, and Citadel at top. And then you have the rest of the teams in NA. But Extinction, Lunex, and T1 Gang are not off to a great start. After this matchup, one of these guys is going to be in dead last for the weekend. And then keep in mind, guys, the next official like continuation of this league, it doesn't happen for another 2 weeks. So it's basically like a 2-week break, I think. And then you have like week 2 of the league. So yeah, not if you're Lunex / T1 Gang, you definitely want to win this best of 3. That's for sure. It is only the first weekend. Like, you still have 4 more weeks to go after that, but nobody wants to be in last after the first week.
TI Gang hopes to at least lock in one more victory.
The one nice thing about these tournaments is that I have time to make dinner in between matches. True, because they take so long. Game number 3, guys. Game number 3. Game point. One of these teams is going to be dead last.
As Lunex Gaming and TI Gang are all tied up here heading to game 3, and they need some wins here, Doob Snacks.
They sure do. Now, one Charles I don't respect is Charles Entertainment Cheese, and I will fight you in the ball pit. Let's get into it. Lunex Gaming, TI Gang, game 3. One of them is going to be 0-3 at the end of this one, and neither of these teams want to carry that water.
Yeah, it just doesn't look great, you know, walking out of the weekend like that. Even if you ran into a lot of great squads, even if there's a ton of tough competition, which there are in all of our regions for these leagues, but you want to walk away with a W here.
I mean,
Lunex with the first pick
Vaporeon, like, that's not even surprising.
The Vaporeon.
A lot of the time when you have bans like this, people are probably going to be first picking Vaporeon or Blastoise, one of those two.
Touched it so far. TI Gang may be switching things up here as both Mewtwo's are currently available to be selected, but we are going straight for this Scissor Scyther.
So we got a Scyther and a Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, interesting choice here. Obviously, the Scyther was massive for them in game 1. Mewtwo Y, just extremely good. I'm not surprised to see a pick like this, but
this could be a very beefy lineup
on the table.
If they double lock
looks
this
like
in.
They could be locking in 2 more defenders here.
Nope. Okay, so they take away the Umbreon and the
defender.
Eldegoss.
So no Blastoise, however, they're bringing Eldegoss and Umbreon.
Eldegoss has been good. I don't know if it's
double Mewtwo.
Mewtwo
X and the Y. We got the Y and the X chromosome.
It is Tie-Dye, a phenomenal support player, so I'll leave it up to them to put the proof in the pudding with that selection. Where is Lunex Gaming going to go to round this thing
we got the
out?
Pawmot lock in.
We are looking at a Pawmot, my friend. And what is Oblivion going to throw into the mix here?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. What is this last pick going to be for
Empoleon?
Lunex? It is going to be the Empoleon over to TI Gang. And I got to say, even without this final pick, not having any idea what it is, this is disgustingly scary. Mewtwo X and Y, Blastoise, Scyther, and Psyduck. That is a really, really scary squad.
Yeah, but when you have Vaporeon, you have a chance to win. We've seen it every single game so far. It is not a bad look. And with Oblivion picking up that Vaporeon, we are not going for a support style Vaporeon. We are about that action. IMAX and Tie-Dye are anchoring this team as the support core. Everybody else is going to be scrapping up front.
Lunex has no Megas?
I'm excited to see Pawmot. I'm excited to see Empoleon and Pawmot. I mean, these are Pokemon that definitely had their moment in the game, but competitive-wise, we really didn't get to see them. You know, they were kind of added in the off-season.
Oh, wait, you're right, you're right.
When they were at their most broken, if you will, they weren't being played in tournaments.
No, you're right.
It feels like they're really solid, but I'm really curious.
It kind of slips my mind because
what they look like here in this
like when
game.
people talk about Megas, they're usually just referring to like
think of some of the top
Charizard,
choices
Lucario,
right now,
Gyarados.
They do brawl for extended periods of time. Both of them have great recovery in their kit, so we're going to see if that's what Lunex is trying to do here in game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, when you are brawling in a confined space, you know, just speaking as the supporter tie-dye here, it makes your pollen puffs
Burst?
a little
Yo,
better,
what up, Burst?
right? It makes your cotton cloud crash, that big unite move, you know, falling from the sky, doing that big kind of CC to the opposing team, but most importantly, healing yours. Maybe it's just to facilitate that, and I think tie-dye is going to have some prime targets. Here we go, game 3.
Yeah, game 3. Lunex Gaming, your purple team. TI Gang, your orange team, as we are getting ready for one of these teams to walk away not 0-3. They're going to have a win on their record, and you want that. You want the wind in your sails.
You want to. They're trying to get that Vaporeon stack in, and Oblivion is successful, taking a bunch of damage. Half of their HP pool is just absolutely gone, and peeling back is the Umbreon there. I believe that's IMAX, gonna just try and buy some time, and Oblivion gets out.
Yeah, Oblivion able to peel away from that. IMAX going to try to steal as much of that as they possibly can. Oblivion here almost level 4. IMAX looking to see if they can take anything away from the side of TI Gang, but it's really tough with that Psyduck there as support for Mewtwo.
It absolutely is. IMAX Umbreon stepping up, gonna evolve quickly, and moving into the middle is the Pawmot. Getting some good experience and able to dodge out of the way of the Scyther.
And here we go. They're going to move in. Supercell Slam looking to start this fight. They go in trying to secure some of that. Oblivion, the Vaporeons made it to the top path. They're going to push forward right here, seeing if they want to make their way to this goal zone. The Supercell Slam is charged up, but they do go for the Scyther.
That's a great target. Dual wing.
That is so aggressive. Oh my god.
Chase and knocked out,
that was so
allowing
aggressive
the
from
Squirtle to
Celestial.
evolve. So although a very aggressive posture by Lunex, they don't get the target they want and end up getting knocked out themselves.
Yeah, tough one, right, for Lunex Gaming. I mean, it felt like a tough fight in general, but they went for it. They tried to move in. They did hit with the Supercell Slam, but it just wasn't enough. And the recovery in Pawmot's kit did not keep them around through that fight at all. Great win for TI Gang.
Very well done. Gonna keep leveling up. Here is TI Gang. Already level 6.25 here is AWO, and getting to that Blastoise this quickly is a victory in my mind if you're TI Gang. And on top of that, they get the Regidrago, all that experience for the team, and you have to think the TI Gang
Maybe they
is
make
really
weird plays
off to the
sometimes 'cause of
races in this
stress.
one and taking a lead.
Always
they
a
feel
possibility.
great, right? I mean, this is what their Scyther did in game 1, and we have an opportunity to see it once again in game number 3 here.
Top lane is still over now?
To hit anyone, but
I mean, it goes
possibly
without
moving in for
saying, when
fight.
you lose a
Looking to
fight,
score here,
when you have a
Vaporeon
numbers
is able to
advantage,
score,
it's
but
never a
Pawmot
good
has
thing.
to run. The Supercell Slam allows them to charge a shield, try to get out of there.
But,
Oblivion in
now
trouble,
Mewtwo
IMAX in
X
trouble, but they split, and it looks like
It's
everyone
kind of
actually
just
makes it
gonna
home.
have a free lane.
So
There's not
all
much
those-
a
are
friend
those
fluff
two
can do to
evolutions
Mewtwo X,
running next
at
to
least in
each
the early
other.
game.
Umbreon and Vaporeon making it out there is a huge win for Lunex, and now they're looking to score. TI Gang doing a good job. I'm actually pretty impressed how they didn't over pursue to try and get those knockouts. Stayed calm, stayed in the path, and now they're going to have the
And we got
positional
Blastoise
advantage
up
on
top lane
Regice.
too.
Yeah, now they're just going to rip through this, give themselves some more team-wide XP. It doesn't look like Lunex is going to try to contest. IMAX down there for a possible foul play snarl, but no, they are not able to get that secure. TI Gang now moving towards this goal zone. They could look for it, and they do. Experience between these two goals. Do they keep the goal or not? And it looks like they're going to break with the 35. And here we go. Nice big catch onto the Mewtwo here. Mewtwo goes down, and Psyduck now in the back line. They're chasing it down. Pawmot moving forward again. The Supercell Slam. Vaporeon up into the air. Scyther now moving in for a fight. And yes, Scyther pushes them back.
I just want to point out right now that we
Huge
still
dual
have.
wing beat right
If you
into
look at
the
the top
guts of
laners,
Lunex Gaming's
that's a
push.
level 6 Print Club
Incredibly
still,
well done,
and we have a
well
level 9
sought out.
Blastoise
I
on
mean,
the side
TI
of
Gang, you have to think
T1
this
Gang.
started for them not over
You
pursuing
have
the
a
evolutions to try and get
significant
cheeky
point
KOs.
discrepancy,
They closed out
and the
that
game
goal
is
zone,
not even half
allowed
over
them
yet.
to turtle up onto their own side's T1 and get
Looking a little
quality
rough.
knockouts despite a nice catch by Lunex.
You know, this is tough for the side of Lunex here. I mean, the Palmot is pretty under-leveled when it comes to this Scyther. Scyther's about to be 11 here. We'll see if Palmot can try to keep up with it. But
I have no idea what
Scyther
Umbreon's
just
doing.
keeps
I'll
going
be honest with
further
you.
and further, keeps gaining more and more XP. Luckily, Palmot on pace. They are 10 now, so hopefully you can keep up with this crazy speedster Pokemon.
Empoleon still doesn't have
Your
Unite move, by
shields
the
get
way.
big enough, you get powerful enough to
We also
weather
have
the
a
storm
double
of some of these
Mewtwo
big
global
fights. They
Unite
move
move.
back in. Celestial looking for a fight. Huge Mewtwo Unite.
Look at the
Hydro
Wombo
Typhoon,
combo.
and there they
Mewtwo
go.
Unite move,
I was
Blastoise,
just
Hydro
about to call
Typhoon,
out
followed by
if it
Mewtwo
wasn't
Unite move
just shown
again.
right there. Those back-to-back Cyburns, infinite Cyburns, especially with how condensed Lunex Gaming has to fight because of all these melee fighters going one into Hydro Typhoon, into another, into a Surf, into a Hydro Pump. Like, that is just a CC chain that allows this Scyther to clean everybody up, and I am loving what TI
Attackers
Gaming
are
has put
dead?
together.
That was so brutal. I mean, just so difficult for Lunex to really do anything in that moment. Level 10 still on the Palmot here, as we have level 10 on every Pokemon and more on the side of TI Gang, ripping through this Regice. It will be going down, and now we have another buff for the side of TI Gang, as Lunex is looking to push.
They're looking to push. They see that the Blastoise is gone, which means their frontliner, excuse me, their tank can't get done, and they're just going to give up this goal zone pretty comfortably. Now,
At least Lunex are
they just don't want to
making
give up
proactive
more.
plays
TI
still.
Gang takes a deep breath, 231 to 93. Sure, it costs you a goal zone, but you at least feel pretty good where you stand
So
right
although
now.
they lost top
Yeah,
and bottom,
you're feeling pretty good.
they
You're
still
back in it a little
collectively
bit.
grouped
You got
together to
nice
make a
KO.
play.
Level-wise, things are extremely
top lane
even for
hasn't
both of these squads
even been
currently,
touched yet,
as they're
so-
moving forward towards the side
It is
here
very
in the back
aggressive.
line.
Palma going to the back line as well, putting tons of damage down. Psyduck's trying to find their way out. Scyther Unite finds the Palma quickly, and Empoleon is down as well. Surf reposition.
I don't know what that
and now
was.
Scyther's on the chase. No, they decide to give it up and get the easy one. That's IMAX the Umbreon
They
running
dove
in the
that
flux zone.
tier one
And it
so
just
damn
seems
hard.
Like every time Lunex tries to engage,
and that was
TI Gang
without
is
the
more
Mewtwo
than
Unite moves.
happy
Like
to
Mewtwo just
oblige.
Unite right now.
It feels like they have such a
Mewtwo.
massive trump card in that
I don't know if
Hydro
that's Mewtwo.
Typhoon,
I think
right?
it's
They
Mewtwo
all
X.
jump in, dive the whole squad. Well, Palmot and Empoleon, you're trying to be next to us. So if you're trying to be next to us, we're sending you into the sky with this Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise. Not to mention all of the other crowd control effects that they have on the side of TI Gang.
I mean, we haven't even touched on Psyduck, right? The Psy-I Unite
There-
move,
there's
the
a-
headache pop,
there's a
and
difference
Bubble Beam is
between
what we're
making
working
a
with here.
risky play
I mean, TI Gang has made it
and making a
impossible for
stupid
these
play.
melee
You know,
fighters
that
to
to
stand
me
their
just made
ground.
absolutely no sense.
Yeah, it does feel like it's really hard.
They use
when you have
pretty much all
something
their
like
resources on that
Psyduck,
bottom push.
You know, that can
Then
use
they
that
rotated
unite move.
top
You have
lane,
something
dove
like
the tier
Blastoise.
1 goal with
Palmot
basically
does
nothing.
feel like when it jumps in with Supercell
Hoping that it would work out in their
Slam, it is
favor.
making a commitment. It is going in. It's really not coming out of that fight until either the enemies are all down or it is down. Nice score on the tier 2, going to bring them to 299 as we have Lunex positioned aggressively around this Regirock. This could be a great buff for our brawlers if they're able to survive a little bit and continue to restore
This
HP.
is
It's gonna be
looking
tough
very
for TI
reminiscent to
Gang,
game number
but
1.
They've had some great fights.
Lunex Gaming
Yeah, but
have
they have to use this buff before they lose
Hey,
it, right? Use
there's a
it
very
or lose
big
it.
point
And they
discrepancy
can't just
between
hang
the
around
two
like they
teams.
did in game 1 and run out of time and let the clock be the most oppressive thing they have to work against.
And Lunex right now needs to make a play. TI Gang, just like game 1, feeling pretty good. They're up right now. Flip turn moves in. Muddy Water moves in, but Blastoise is just going to peel away. They are now tapping Kyogre. Blastoise moves in. Palmot jumps in as well.
Forcing Unite moves tons of damage. Mewtwo
Oh, look at
goes
Palmot,
down.
look at Palmot.
Wow, what an engagement. The missed surf by the Blastoise facilitates an opportunity for Lunex. Mega Mewtwo
Oh, big
finally
Unite
uses
move.
their Unite move, and the Palmot finally goes down. Surf back the other way, and it's just these couple players looking to scrap. Scyther does reset. They know they're far ahead, but they get another knockout. 3 players for
Palmot
TI
got some
Gang, now
huge
2 as the
damage off
respawning
before they
Mewtwo's about
died.
to come back.
And they were able to pull
rip
the
is
last
about to
Mewtwo
start,
Unite
my
move.
friend.
This is the difficult part, right? Dupes next. I mean, they just don't have secure once again from TI Gang, but they don't go for the secure. They go for the bodies. They're looking for Scyther, the Psy pushing
They
them
forced
out right
Scyther
now.
to use their
Palmot
Unite move.
running back to the fight.
Oh, sorry,
Kyogre
Psyduck.
half
I meant to say
HP.
Psyduck.
Oh, Palmok cutting off the Scyther in the top left
Scyther
corner
gets
of your
caught out.
screen and getting a clutch knockout. The Blastoise is
They
sitting
still have
there.
time. They don't have to flip right
Iogo's
away,
down to 25% HP. Here comes TI Gang. Who's going to secure? It's the Palmot. Now the race to score is on, and the defense needs to begin. Peeling back as that Mega Mewtwo-Y. Psyduck is there as well. We've got a Hundo Burger going into the top path and a counter score happening in the bottom. Right into the mix is the Palmot. They're looking to fight. Pushed away from the pad by the Blastoise. Good move. Now, all of a sudden, TI Gang is losing. 30 seconds left, and they need to get more points in. They need to gather Eos energy. They need to travel the map. A single Mewtwo on the other side is going to try and get it done. 20 seconds left. Hydro Typhoon. 2 players down on TI Gang, and it looks like Lunex Gaming is going to be able to put a button on this one, my friend. Holy smokes, dude.
With only 10 seconds left and not enough Eos energy in
That's
the
it.
world for Mewtwo on the other
That
side.
is game number
Lunex
3, and it
continues
is
to put
confirmed.
points in that home
Lunex
goal
Gaming-
zone. A huge fight.
Lunex
Great
Gaming pick up the
scoring in
win,
bottom path,
and
expertly
I believe they
using
end
their,
off the weekend 1 and
less than
2.
full-pocketed
T1 Gang,
Umbreon right
unfortunately for
into
them,
a
they
full
are
Hundo
ending off the
Burger.
weekend
main goal
0 and
zone then
3.
was all for
So they've lost
Lunex
every single
Gaming.
best of 3
What
series
a
that they played
fight
this weekend.
around this
Which
final
means,
moment. And you got to assume, to an
I
extent,
believe it's confirmed
I
that they
think
should be last
that
place, at least for
buff
week 1.
might have been the difference maker. Just a few moments where members of Lunex don't go down and their Pokemon's kit, like Palmot, Empoleon, so focused
expecting T1 Gang
around
to win.
recovery, they're able
Palmot-
to stay in this fight and
I'd be
win
surprised
a
if Palmot didn't,
huge,
like,
huge game
although it looked very
I think the signal for me to go was that
like it was looking like T1 Gang were in control going in towards the last 2 minutes.
Surfed into the
However,
middle of the pit.
Palmot
It was
in the
like,
last
that's
team fight of the
exactly what
game
Celestial
put
was
in
waiting
so much
for.
work.
The surfing
I'd be
Blastoise
surprised
went
if
by,
Palmot didn't get
maybe
MVP
getting
this
a little
match.
too anxious was
I will say
AWO,
that.
a rare misstep in this match by them, and it opened up the door with no opposition for that Supercell Slam to go in and do tons of damage. And you saw it forced out the disjointedness of the Unite moves. They couldn't do the Hydro Typhoon into the double Mewtwo Unite. All of that came to shambles, and you see where the Blastoise is, completely out of range, getting dusted in the backside. And the facilitation has happened. Lunex Gaming with a great fight.
Yeah, I mean, no question. Also, Psyduck going down before it could use that team-wide Unite just feels really rough for TI Gang as well, doesn't it? I mean, had Psyduck been able to pop the Unite just like right as that fight started, I wonder if Lunex could have output enough damage, but I guess we'll never know, as they were able to take Psyduck down and win the match. Player of the game, Oblivion, our MVP on the Vaporeon. Yeah, this thing is crazy. It's just so dang good.
It's incredibly strong.
No, Psyduck Unite is a big difference. They had the
I'm not
Unite. They
even-
just, I think they just got melted like
I kinda
very
think
quickly,
TI
but
Gang had this one really,
you never
really
know.
well sussed out and just kind of just missed it. Just absolutely.
Would the
dumped
Psyduck
it
Unite
there
move have
at
made
the
a
end,
difference in that last team
unfortunately.
fight?
Oblivion getting the nod.
I don't
here.
think it
Every
would have
team
made
that's
like
had
a
Vaporeon
game-changing
has been
difference,
able
but
to
you never
win,
know.
in this matchup, so that is
Yeah.
probably worth considering moving forward. As Lunex Gaming 1 and 2 now on the weekend, TI Gang 0 and 3.
And you can really say, you know, both of these squads walking away here, not with the absolute best record. And
We
I
will
kind
never
of,
know.
tongue-in-cheek talked about this being a battle of the bottom of the barrel because their records were both 0 and 2. But dang, these squads were close, and both of these teams legitimate contenders.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this game is going to impact the Zoinks power rankings here. So maybe when he comes back up with the NA for the next NA match, he can break that down for us. Oblivion really all over the map here as we see the heat map presented. A lot of bottom path action, of course, sitting right in the middle as well. Looking for a fight. And man, Muddy Water flip turn is just so good, isn't it?
It's amazing. That shield is unbelievable. Muddy Water is just so powerful too. And you can see Oblivion's build here, focusing exclusively on increasing their special attack and making sure that they are doing more and more damage. Of course, with a lot of Pokemon like this, when you're increasing special attack, you're also increasing things that scale off special attack, which could be something like a flip turn shield as well.
Very well done. Well fought. I mean, we wanted to see something cool out of the Palmot, and I think they at least excecuted the best strategy
All right,
they
in
could.
the meantime, while we're on
Found
break, I'm gonna go
themselves
get
into a beneficial position. Man, I can't overstate how important it was that AWO for some reason committed to the Surf, because that completely removed them from the equation. Now the Hydro Typhoon can't hit a prime target. Perfect slam into the back line, and it just caused chaos. And there was no composure on the side of TI gang there to be able to react, because we talked about how strong all of their Unite moves work in tandem to a team that's trying to scrap in a confined space and in your face. But when you voluntarily split yourself up so you can't execute that battle plan, well, then it becomes pretty darn easy. And on top of that, like you called out, that Regirock buff, difference maker. And I'm so glad they made a move while they had it, instead of doing the middle school dance thing and each sticking on their side of the pit for a minute without really executing on anything.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they had to make a play. They do. They catch their opponent slightly off guard, and they take a big win there. We are going to take ourselves a short break, and we will be back in just a moment with more Pokemon Unite action here in North America. Do not go...
Alright, we got some hot chocolate, guys. Hot chocolate. Freshly made, homemade hot chocolate. How many games have been played? 3. 3 have been played since I've, Who's gonna win? I have no idea. I've not seen any of these teams play, actually. If we're talking about the next best of 3, I have no idea, because I've not seen any of them play. For the third series, I hope Citadel win. Citadel for match 3. I'll say Extinction for match 2. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen either of these teams play because I skipped out on yesterday's matches. I didn't watch them. So if I have to pick, if I'm blind picking, then Extinction and Citadel. Those are my picks. Whether it happens or not, I have no idea. No idea, amigo. 1 second. Man, I forgot how sweet hot chocolate is. My god. Like, don't get me wrong, I like... I drink soda and stuff, but like, that hot chocolate was like super sweet. Oh my god.
Our North America Pokemon Unite Regional League. My name is Zoinks, joined by Wonder Chef, and we are getting close to the end of our coverage for day number 2 and week number 1. Next matchup we got is going to be Team Extinction versus Team Aftermath. Another case of 2 teams looking to rectify their early records and end this first week on a high note.
And this is a
I stand
really
corrected.
interesting set of 2 teams, I think.
Okay,
to
so I actually
play
made a
against each
mistake.
other.
If
So,
Extinction
of
lose, then
course,
they
this
will
is the
tie
first
for
time that
last.
we've run this format all together. We're going to have new teams. We're going to have
It's
old
it's
teams,
also
but we're
Mac's
gonna
favorite
see these
team.
teams for
By the
a
way, that's
long
that's
time,
formerly
guaranteed.
Team Nemesis.
Of course, we can start with Extinction. That is a team that essentially together has been
so there
playing
were
for a
4
long
0-2
time, right?
teams.
Like
Damn.
some core of that has been playing together for almost every season, right? You were there back before me.
4
so, one of
0-2
the- one of the
teams.
longest of all times. And
So I
then
made a
now
mistake. My bad, guys.
Aftermath, a team that's very new, the newest team.
So at
in
the end of the
league,
day, there's gonna be
and
2
they
teams at the
have an
bottom.
opportunity, a unique opportunity
last.
I think, to grow considerably.
You can't get any
more,
lower than
considerably
0-3.
more than the
At
rest
least after
of
week
the
1.
field, because they're here. They get to fight against some of the best teams in the entire world, hands down. But it's all about what they take out of it. So we did get to see a little bit of them yesterday, and I'm curious to see what they learned out of that match.
Yeah, me too. Let's see if Aftermath can have a bit of a bounce back. Extinction looking for that same one. However, we talked a lot about it in Lunex's case, right? Where they had to, their 2 opponents they had so far to create that 0-2 record were Rootdig and Evil Geniuses. A really tough lineup. That was the exact same thing for Extinction. Had the exact same lineup of opponents. So pretty tough. They still ended up number 3 on my Vine
there are
rankings. It's a little bit of just
Team
history
Dignitas,
backing them up
Evil
there, as well
Geniuses,
as just how I thought their game plans were actually
and
working
potentially
out on the
Citadel,
battlefield.
which is formerly Team
One
YouTube.
of the things I think is pretty exciting about this Extinction squad,
If
that we might
Citadel
get to see a
win the
little
next
bit, was
best of
brought to
3,
us in a
you'll have a
Kellosaurus,
3-way tie for
wild
first.
encounter,
Because Citadel,
which was on to
Citadel,
us a
Evil
little bit
Geniuses, and
about Trainer
Dignitas.
picking up the Urshifu, you know, a player who's kind of picking up the defender support role a little bit for this team in cases, but sometimes, you know, when you want Trainer to play a damage role, they're available. And it's been pretty fun to see them slotting into that. So we'll see a little bit of flexibility there. So far from Aftermath, like you mentioned, a newer roster. We haven't seen too much of like the compositions and the strategies they'll bring to the table. So we'll see if we see something new or more similar to what we saw in day number 1.
Yeah, day number 1, there were certainly, if we can look, like thinking back and try to remember, there were some issues with like getting enough experience during the match. So certainly it's something they've looked back at. But before that, of course, we got to look at draft. And like I said, this is going to be literally one of the most veteran teams that we have versus the newest team that we have. And Extinction, I mean, these names, a few of them a little bit newer, right? Like I think Metallic is only like 2 seasons old now, which is crazy because originally Metallic was kind of like the rookie. But I mean,
Favorite
these players
team? I don't
we've
have a
seen
favorite team.
forever. And of course, I love all these players. I'm a big fan of this team in general. Like you said, 0-2 unfortunately, but
Actually, no, I do.
An
P1 from
indication
Korea.
of where they will end up for sure.
I don't even know who's on that
First
team. I just
long
like it because it's
season, We're
P1.
getting to the end of
P1 from
1/5
Korea.
of the season, if that puts anything into perspective for people when we're watching these matches. But so far, the banning strategy for Extinction, I'd say pretty interesting. Banning away that Scyther and that Blaziken, not wanting to go up to it. I kind of was curious if Extinction would have a ban strategy focused towards Lakota, specifically on the other side, and banning Blaziken and Mega Lucario, I think, are 2 pretty clear bans focused on the top class player of Aftermath Esports.
So pretty great band so far from the side of Aftermath Esports as well. And of course, I should mention, of course, for people who aren't as familiar with the team,
Mega Gyarados is up,
Agnoob
guys.
and
Mega
Lakota,
Gary.
not new players to us at all. It's the other 3. So
Oh,
those are going to be veteran
I saw
players
them hover
as
it.
well. But the
I know,
Hoopa
they're
ban
gonna
is
pick
very interesting.
Gyarados.
Not a pick that we see banned
I
all
called
that
it.
often, but
I
obviously
called
a
it.
powerful support in the meta.
Yeah, listen, if you play a lot of North America high ladder, I think you're kind of finished being on the business end of a Rex Hoopa. You know what I mean? Enough is enough. Sometimes you just gotta use
Charizard is
your
banned,
ban
isn't it?
phase on
Only
it. So Extinction,
only Charizard
with
Y, not
Mega
X.
Gyarados available
X is still
will
up.
be warranting their first pick towards it. Aftermath Esports going to pick up this ever-present Blastoise, now up to 92%.
For this tourney,
on the
it's Meowth and
encounter rate,
Charizard
but
Y.
his current
That's it.
hit is off the top spot. Mega Gyarados going to be outpacing it now at 95 encounter rate.
Ooh, I think it was at 95 before Blastoise, and I think we got one game without it, and it lowered it maybe. But I do have to say I like this strategy of going with the support first pick from Aftermath Esports. I feel like if you are going second pick, you ban out a support, you force them to not pick a support first pick, then you kind of have to go to support to make that work. But wow, double Mewtwo. We're going to get the entire alphabet in here. We just got a few more Mewtwo's to get in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, please, no Mewtwo Z. So Mega Mewtwo Y, Mega Mewtwo X will be locked in by Meadow and August, respectively. Extinction, really no surprises, I think, at any point in this draft. If Rex doesn't have access to Hoopa, well, if the meta's right, it's going to be Blissey. But otherwise, it has been this Psyduck. And I swear, it was ever since EUIC dropped those incredible Psyduck crewneck sweaters is when Rex picked up this Pokemon permanently. He bought one of those sweaters and said, the style is too elite. I am keeping this sweater on all the time for every game day, and I'm going to be playing this Psyduck. And I think it's a great choice. He's fantastic on it. But Bora on this Armarouge, we've been seeing
how many
this
points
all
can
week. Coding going to go to the Ceruledge, though. We got the Charcadet Bros on opposite sides.
How many
That's
points do I
cool.
have? I have
We rarely
41,000.
ever
I'm gonna
have them
bet
against each other. I do think these Pokemon are still very, very cool, and we've seen them both a few times. over the course- wait, no, I swear we
11,100
saw,
on Extinction.
no. Maybe not. I could have sworn we saw them both. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was an
All right, guys,
off-stream,
I'm in it,
maybe-
guys.
I don't know. Maybe my memory's just bad. But regardless, yeah. Well, it has a 0% encounter rate right now.
I hate
So
Armarouge.
maybe I just misremembered.
I hate
But
Armarouge
regardless,
a lot.
I think that this is, well, of course, from Extinction, this is a pretty, I think, solid draft altogether. I don't think it's too weird. It's something we'd expect from them. A lot of comfort picks from all of them. I would say the Armarouge from Boreach is a little less common, but
for sure.
still good.
Yeah, and it's good in their hands too. I trust Bora when they pick up these power picks. You know, Boreach throughout their history of competitive play, kind of starting around 2 years ago, around the same time that Chisel was really coming up, was known for some iconic picks. There were some words thrown around like Gengar one trick, T-Tar one trick, you know, but those rumors have been dispelled. I think Bora's doing a great job filling into the attacker role, playing a lot of Pokemon in that role, but Armarouge most recently, but they have a great Miraidon, a great Inteleon, so it's been cool to see that diversity of picks. But we're gonna get into it. Let's get into it. Game number 1, Extinction on your purple side, Aftermath Esports on your orange side. Both of these teams looking to pick up their first match win of the North America Regional League.
And one of them will, guaranteed.
All right, let's
Also,
see
was
what's
it
going
2
on
years
here.
ago
Sorry,
they
I
started
need to-
playing? Or was that almost 3 years ago now? I kind of feel like it's been a lot of time. I don't know. Time is completely fake. But we are going to see the one Charcadet in the center area for Aftermath Esports. Extinction is going to be sending the Mimikyu there. And so that means that we're going to see some pretty heavy aggression. We'll see if the Mimikyu ends up going up top to support this poor little Magikarp that is just trying to do its best. See if it can help it get in an evolution. And oh no, there's not even a Magikarp up top anymore.
Yeah, I mean, good job for August putting that pressure on with the Mega Mewtwo, despite those Rocky Helmet procs hitting it back quite a bit. It's a lot of damage for the Mega Mewtwo to deal with, but Mega Mewtwo X doing just fine at the moment. Trainer LGC will pick up that Umbreon
I'm just a little
evolution.
distracted.
Still
Give
waiting
me
on
like
that level
2
6
minutes.
power spike, but at least having the evolution will give you access to that very powerful Umbreon passive. Won't be as worried about getting the little Mewtwo micro stuns all the time.
Yeah, nice little stat boost as well. They're going to score a little bit. 4 members up top for Extinction. And at the moment, we do see
Right, I'm
the
good.
center area Pokemon in the literal center of the map from Aftermath. Maybe moving up to try and assist a little bit. They will maybe catch this Magikarp. No, the vision was received from Extinction first. They're going to be invading Metallic, going very aggressive, seeing there's still something up in center off that first respawn, assisted here by Rex. And this is a very annoying combo to deal with. They will be able to steal, they will be able to get a KO, and maybe even one more, as Eggnoob is going to have to fight in this center. And hey, you know, as soon as you take this, you can maybe just wait around and the center spawns will happen as well.
Yeah, Eggnoob looking to just try to push the enemy Pokemon as far away as they can. If you buy more time, it means there's less time for everybody else to head back to their own central or head back to pass. So good timing there from Eggnoob Lacoding in a tough spot. Lost a lot of their own experience of their wild Pokemon in their central area. Looks to try to
Successful
make it up
invade
in
on the
enemy
side of
central, but good
Extinction,
rotation
and
by
they managed to
Extinction
catch the jungler as
punish
well.
that as well. Rex just an absolute menace with these serves. I know Psyduck's got a headache. I know I should feel bad for him, but when Rex is, you know, doing the damage they are with a headache, it's really tough to have empathy.
All right, now this is extremely confusing. So I see Meadow is one of our players on a Mewtwo, and then it was August on the other Mewtwo, but I don't know which Mewtwo is which Mewtwo.
August is Mewtwo, make a Mewtwo X, if that helps.
X. Okay, so yeah, it was X up top, it was Y down below. Can we please get the Eevee like icon profile thing?
We have a tiny Y above the level is what we got. But
Yeah, I know. It's so hard to see. It's tiny, baby. I can't even read names. Come on, you can't expect my vision to be that good.
yeah, no, hey, you're telling me, you and I both though. Blind is a bat. But all right now we got Mimikyu laying down that Trick Room. Reminder, that Trick Room gonna reduce that damage of the Side Strike a little bit as Meadow's trying to play out some damage. They do with that Mega Evolution. You see those big explosions of all of those auto attacks from Meadow, actually forcing Extinction out. Regieleki is brought pretty low, but Metallicas find their way back in, but it's still secure.
Eldegoss actually body blocked the
great
hand
secure on
cannon.
that Regieleki.
Yeah, this is actually looking quite good for Aftermath, to be honest. They're doing, especially from what we saw from them yesterday, this is looking very, very good. And honestly, again, from players that are newer to being this competitive, I think something like the Mewtwo's is doing a really good job because they're able to really focus on like their positioning and their rotations, and not as much about like something super intricate, because the Mewtwo's, I would say they're relatively simple, at least as far as like doing the mechanical skill for them. And they've been doing a great job. I mean, August has gotten a few KOs up here, really doing a great job of farming as well. We can see, obviously, it's the coding, it's level 9, I believe, but some level 8s to match the level 8s on Extinction and level 7s, it's looking quite good.
Yeah, they're keeping parity in the scoreline, at least a little bit behind the 8-ball in levels, but not too bad. I mean, the support is out-leveling Psyduck, so just like you got a little bit of pieces of this matchup are actually going in your favor. You got that Regieleki in the bottom side. This Registeel might be a tougher ask, a bit slow in the rotation, whereas Extinction is already dealing damage to that main objective. You got a lot of Pokemon at level 8, so no Unite moves to have access to quite yet. Extinction, not the case. They might be looking for a big push to use these Unite moves,
That's
and
very
that's right,
aggressive.
starting off with a Play With Me right on top of that Mega Mewtwo X.
I like this a lot, and that they were ready, exactly like you said, to use what they could before the enemy had an answer for it. We were gonna see, well, 1 KO.
The Blastoise
Another one of
missed the
Mewtwo's
Gyarados
picking
with
one
that
of those up,
serve.
but this is a huge push from Extinction, and oh my goodness, another one of the Mewtwo's going down. 40 points is going to be a nice 21-point overdunk. They could have gone a little bit better math if there was one less point on that Umbreon, but it would have broken it to the exact 0. They actually walked up and they're like, you can see
we all
face.
know Trainer thought about doing it,
Yeah.
just for the bit, honestly.
And he still gets the
that
kill.
chase down,
Oh,
those
is he
big
getting
booster,
out
those big
too?
auto attacks after the
Oh
Dragon Breath.
my
Mega Gyarados
God,
just
that is
honing
a
in and
crime
locking
right
onto their
there.
opponents, allows
And look
them
at this
to
guy
chase that
sustaining back.
Scarlet,
Like,
even
Umbreon has
past the
Wish, and
all
he's
the way
just
back to their own
freaking
goal zone as Extinction
sustaining
really
like
trying
a
to apply the
monster.
pressure all over the map. You see the picture. They're knocking out the Regieleki. They're taking that enemy.
The fact that Gyarados was able to dive the freaking
freaking
Flux Zone on the home goal, by the way, and still get out, not getting punished,
Yeah,
is
that definitely could have been a stop, but
This Pokemon, man.
It is not still insignificant. I mean, it's not too significant, is what I should say. It is just definitely significant. This Regieleki, you might honestly just be okay with letting that go into the tier 1. It's going to let you get a little bit more experience. The overdunk will not be that huge, and you do get less points the more damage you do Regieleki. So optimally, I guess you deal like 50% of its life and let it overdunk less. But that might be exactly what they're doing, and that is what they're doing. So not a huge break, and they're going to be happy with that. But there's still a lot of aggression from Extinction going in with a huge Unite from Machizzle.
Look at
Gyarados,
Gyarados, like,
clean up
they
the
can't
rest
do anything
of
about this
this
Gyarados.
squad.
Look at it.
Looking like there's a pretty high chance that they will do so.
Yeah, Machizzle put in the work in terms of damage. I gotta admit, I don't love.
Like,
the
I
decision
always
to
just
not
find it
knock
so
out that
funny when
Regieleki,
people let
and
Mega
also near the
Gyarados
goal
through
zone
and they
kinda
struggle
rally
so
to.
much against
Extinction's
it.
able to take that team fight while only spending 1 or 2 Unite moves, so a bit of a misstep in my opinion, but Extinction just great punish. They've been doing a great job of keeping that offense. I think we were calling out, it was a very even game up until around halfway through this matchup, where now it feels like momentum favoring Extinction
winning?
at the moment.
It depends on who
I don't think that's
you're
the worst call
referring
in
to
the
when you
world. I
say
mean,
they.
it's going to give them more experience. I think the biggest thing is they needed to retreat for sure before it happened, because as soon as that happened, you're getting chased down. Machizzle's been chasing literally to home goal zone. But hopefully they can get a little bit more kind of reverse EXP now that that's spawning. The points lead is already pretty big, but at least it's not a little bit bigger, because certainly at some point they would have won a fight and gotten a huge overdunk, but right now they've got to fight for something. Regice getting very, very low, and they're actually just getting completely spaced out. Rex doing a good job of just making sure that they're annoying, making sure they have vision on everybody, making sure they don't get to that objective, and we'll see if they can do the same now for the Reggie on bottom.
Yep, good classic Psyduck work. Plus, Psyduck needed its Unite move back anyway, so one of the easiest ways
Mega
for supports to do
Gyarados
that, especially with
level
experience
14.
changes when you don't want to be
You have
last
an
hitting a lot of the wild
two
Pokemon anymore.
underleveled
Sometimes getting
Mewtwo's
yourself
and
knocked down.
underleveled
But you're
Sterilege
lucky
as
taking
well.
some early damage. Those
That
recruiters
potentially
gonna
might
phase
not even hit
Metallic actually
13
rotates
by
up
the
to
time
the
Kyogre
top side of the
spawns.
team fight. Hydro Typhoon, you're gonna clear a little space. Cerealedge Unite move is gonna take the Reggie Alecki. This is a huge expenditure though from Aftermath Esports. A couple of Mega Evolutions as well. Mewtwo Unite moves right down for the sky. Eldegoss Unite move from Eggnoob is gonna keep up the Blastoise, but only the Blastoise, as Aftermath Esports invest a ton of Unites and are only gonna have an Eldegoss left, as we are 8 seconds away from the final stretch.
I feel like there's a decent chance that they're just going to burn this. They've got vision. Once again, Rex playing a great positioning. You can see on the minimap, seeing exactly who's close enough or not. This is the time to get the steal.
Oh my god!
Unite! Oh my word! The Mega Mewtwo Unite is going to secure the Kyogre for Aftermath Esports with 4 members of Extinction hanging out around that Kyogre. That means that there are 4 targeting modules of the Infinite Cyburn aimed right next to Kyogre. The burst damage is enough to steal it. What timing?
Okay, it's not over,
Problem is, Aftermath
but I
Esports
can't
still
believe that
have
just
a
happened.
lot of points to make up. Extinction holding onto the defense as tightly as they can. 1 Pokemon on bottom side.
They had the
Everybody
Blastoise
else,
Unite.
They got vision on the top side of the map.
I like the fact that they retreated and are trying to build up their final push here. Trainer getting pretty far forward. That's actually relatively scary. He's going to be able to escape, but pretty low to try and help defend, especially with the, well, no, the debuff of the Kyogre is going to disappear.
Okay, I like this
they've
play.
got some time. Big push, though, into
The counter scores are
the
pretty
other
huge.
base, the
They
other
shouldn't
home
die
goal
here.
zone, as we see
This
40
is
points
actually
defensive
really,
from
like,
the
they should just
Chisel.
let it go.
Should be defended. Great job. A lot of points.
Now
for the
they have to
Leafs.
defend.
They are only, what, 95 points away.
Yeah, Extinction does still have the lead. No one rotating down
Oh,
towards that
Gyarados
tier 2 on the box.
died.
So, yeah, but there's a lot of time
Oh,
on
no.
this clock. And this Kyogre buff is going to allow Aftermath to hang out in the enemy central a lot longer than they would have otherwise. So far, no one has stolen the Kyogre buff as far as I can tell. If Gyarados
Mewtwo
did,
scores,
he
it's over,
already
by the way.
lost it by getting
Mewtwo
KO'd
has to
with
score,
Cerealedge
the one with
near
the
their
50
own
points.
goal zone last time. Aftermath Esports has 30 seconds and they are still trailing. They gotta make space. Rex using the Unite move of the Psyduck to Sai-Yi and defend this goal. Mewtwo Unite for the stuns. We're trying to score 60 points into
over.
Cerealedge. 5-13. They got the lead. Extinction are trailing. There's
Oh,
only
that
15
is so
seconds left.
sad.
There's no way they make
That
it anywhere
is
in time. That was
crippling
a beautiful
depression.
Hydro
That is so
Typhoon
sad.
That enabled that score. Didn't even enable the KOs,
They-
but
so,
it was just enough.
it could have been
And
playable
I
if
think
Machisel was
clearly
able to
this is a
recall and go
much
back,
leveled up
but-
Aftermath from yesterday, as they're taking
No, I
game
lost
number
11,000
1
points.
by 5 points.
Unreal close finish. A Infinite Cyber Mewtwo Unite to steal Kyogre translates into very patient, solid end game play from Aftermath Esports. They're able to get some great
Oh
scores in,
my
a coordinated push where they
goodness.
don't lose a single member with that Kyogre buff and are able to take down Machisel's Mega Gyarados while defending their home goal zone. Really spectacular stuff.
If
at the end
Mewtwo
of this
doesn't get
one.
the MVP,
Obviously, Extinction with them
this
amazing
whole thing
lead
is
in this
rigged.
late game, but Aftermath turning it all around in the final stretch.
Okay, just for the record, it was slightly more than 5 points. They scored one more time at the end, but regardless, it was less than 20 points difference. Wow, yeah, that was an incredible game, actually. So that was a beautiful steal. I will say the Mewtwo gameplay has been really, really good across the board. I mean, from the very start, first early quick KO to stealing the, stealing the Kyogre, of course. I gotta remember which objective we're playing every single map. To, of course, just enabling a lot of the KOs at the end. This was just looking really, really good. Also, some amazing Hydro Typhoons. Not just that last one on the goal zone, but there was another huge Hydro Typhoon that we saw. Actually, that one right there. Thank you, Buzzer Bob on replay. But that one was, even though they didn't win the fight, that Hydro Typhoon was amazing. That was like a 4-person Hydro Typhoon. They just weren't strong enough to follow it up. But great stuff from Aftermath. Like I said, 100,000% stronger than we saw yesterday. There's the steal. Look at that. Look at all those red circles on the ground.
Oh, and you see Metallic actually in that
Oh
last
my
moment,
God, guys, that
focusing
was
on the
crazy.
Eldegoss, actually trying to Unite move them to stop them from being able to steal away the Kyogre.
What's even worse-
That means you have one less Pokemon attacking that Kyogre. Mewtwo just
Wait,
has
why does
another
Cerealedge get?
opportunity
Why did
to
Cerealedge
take
get the
Lakoni.
MVP?
He's gonna
Should have
earn
been
your player
Mewtwo.
of the
They got
game,
the
I think,
they got the
mostly on the
Kyogre.
foundation of 218 points scored. That final stretch needing a lot
That
of
being
room
said,
to come
like,
back in
I'm
this
gonna-
game,
I'm
but
just gonna
they
mute it
do
right here for a
to
second.
knock out
It's even worse because not only did Gyarados fumble, like not only did they not score, they died in the 1v1, and Saraledge was the one that scored the winning goal, by the way.
To talk about, but if you
That
go in
is, like-
and Theory lands
That
one
is
big Hydro Typhoon,
unfortunate.
and then everybody else
Unfortunate.
instantly hits their Unite button all at once, that enemy team is just gone, right?
Wait, let me
wonder if that
rewind it for a
was part
second.
of
Hold
their
on. I'm they're still on break, so I can rewind it and watch what
Steal it.
happens.
What timing?
got vision. Once again, Rex playing a great positioning. You can see on the minimap, seeing exactly who's close enough or not. This is the time to get the steal.
Oh, and Armor Rouge. Oh man, Armor Rouge hand cannon early, by the way.
They're just gonna burn this. They've got vision.
Like, I'll slow it down for you guys just so you can see, like.
Again, Rex playing a great.
That's going down. This is the slowest, like, this is the slowest speed that I can play it at right now.
Mini-map. Yeah.
The thing is, Eldegoss shows up and gives vision for the Mewtwo, by the way.
Close enough or not. This is
There's the hand cannon. You can see the hand cannon already charging up.
time to get the steal.
And look, the hand cannon animation went off. Look at it, and then look. Oh my god, it wasn't enough to secure. Puts it in range of the Mewtwo Unite move, and then that's what secures it. Oh my gosh. But even then, the game wasn't over at this point.
Auto.
Like, it was unfortunate, but no, it was still, they were still ahead.
The Mega Mewtwo Unite is going to secure the Kyogre for Aftermath Esports with 4 members of Extinction hanging out around that Kyogre. That means that there are 4 targeting modules of the Infinite Cyber aimed right next to Kyogre. The burst damage is enough to steal it. What timing? Problem is, Aftermath Esports still have a lot of points to make up. Extinction holding onto the defense as tightly as they can. 1 Pokemon on bottom side, everybody else, they got vision on the top side of the map.
I like the fact that they retreated and are trying to build up their final push here. Trainer getting pretty far forward. That's actually relatively scary. He's going to be able to escape, but pretty low to try and help defend, especially with the, well, no, the debuff of the Kyogre is going to disappear. So they've got some time. Big push, though, into the counter, the other base, the other home goal zone, as we see 40.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. So, unfortunately here, Gyarados went to go try to score at the home goal,
points attempted from the
but they got
Chisel. Should be
interrupted by
defended.
Saraledge.
Great job.
Now, technically speaking, Extinction are still in the
Points
lead,
going in. They are only, what, 80?
but not by a lot.
No, sorry, 95
And because
points
they
away.
died here, wait, did Saraledge have Unite
40
move?
points attempted from the Chisel should be defended. Great job.
They
A lot
did,
of
they
points
did.
going in. They are only, what, 85? No, sorry, 95 points away.
Yeah, Extinction does still have the lead. No one rotating down towards that tier 2 on the bottom side yet, but there's a lot of time on this clock, and this Kyogre buff is going to allow Aftermath
and then
to
at this
hang
point,
out in the enemy central a lot.
It's a 5 versus 4, but keep in mind, at this point in the game, enough time has passed for Mewtwo to get their Unite move. Blastoise has their Unite move again. Eldegoss has their Unite move again. So you have a 5 versus 4, and you're down Unite moves. This
otherwise
defense
so
is
far,
almost
no one has
impossible.
stolen the Kyogre buff as far as I can tell. If Gyarados did, it already lost it by getting KO'd with the Saraledge near their own goal zone last time. Aftermath Esports has 30 seconds and they are still trailing. They gotta make space. Rex using the Unite move.
Like, they just don't have the damage.
And defend this goal. Mewtwo Unite for the stuns. We're trying to score 60 points in for Saraledge. 5-13. They got the lead. Extinction are trailing. And there's only 15 seconds
Yeah,
left.
that was
There's no way they make
that was rough. All right, let's go back to the live broadcast.
After the Kyogre was taken
Yeah.
down was a genius, because otherwise Extinction goes, all right, they took Kyogre, we have 5 up, they have 2 Pokemon still left on their side of things, let's just steal their buffs, right? But that opportunity, not as easy to get when a lot of these Pokemon are coming off spawn, so they're already back in their own central, and the Mega Mewtwo who gets it just immediately peels back and joins up with the rest of the team for a coordinated push. So, a really tough spot. Mega Mewtwo, one of the only Pokemon that can secure Kyogre from basically the spawn room, could do it from the spawn room if they timed it well enough. And it works out really well in their favor. So, if Extinction is going to change anything in the draft going into this next game, have to imagine it'll be something about the Mewtwo's.
Which, honestly, I don't think it matters what happened in that last match. If we were just going into any match, I would probably say you should probably deal with the Mewtwo somehow, or at least one of the Mewtwo somehow. But that's just from what we've been seeing all of today from every single team, but especially after what happened, because like I was saying, the Mewtwo's were doing quite well even in Path, all the way through the game, basically.
All right, game number 2.
Again, it's quite a strong Pokemon right now.
Game point for Aftermath Esports. This could potentially be the last game
there, and it's time
of
to
this
see what
series.
Extinction chooses as far as their counter picks in draft.
Yeah, we're gonna have a very similar draft setup, right? It's going back to Kyogre map, and I believe it was Extinction chose the first pick. So basically an identical situation that we were headed into in game number 1. We'll see if the draft ends up being the same. Aftermath Esports gonna stick with their bets. Extinction so far gonna stick with their own. Aftermath hovering the Blastoise ban right now. I would be pretty shocked seeing how strong it was for them, but Extinction could be looking to steal that one away with one of their picks. So maybe Aftermath looking to change it up. Nope, we're gonna rotate to Vaporeon. Glad I spent so much time talking about Blastoise.
It's kind of like a small Blastoise, I mean,
Yay.
basically. Yeah.
A cuter, more menacing POV Blastoise.
It is. I love that face and that pose that it's making so much. I cannot explain how much I love its like aura. It's amazing. But a ban for the Lucario EX, which it's not something we saw. Okay, both the big EXs.
Hey, look, they banned the Mega Gyarados.
Banned out, but the Mewtwo's still both available.
Ooh, yeah, we'll see if maybe Extinction wants to take it. You could absolutely commit a pick here to the Mega Mewtwo X, especially if Mega Gyarados is not being chosen right now. But yeah, Blastoise, another integral part to the Aftermath Esports squad.
Okay, so we got Scyther banned, Blaziken banned, Lucario banned, Mega Lucario to be
Every
specific.
time that I see Metallic highlighting anything, it starts some dumb lives. And
Miraidon ban. Miraidon ban is pretty interesting considering no one's been playing it recently.
We're going to immediately pick
But
the double
maybe
Mewtwo's.
they just didn't want to deal with it.
Mewtwo, go with something else.
Vaporeon ban and Mega
Umbreon.
Gary ban as well.
I like that, but still not locked in for the other pick. Oh, okay. Wow. Neither of the Mewtwo's being taken. They're instead going to go for a little bit more of their support tank line.
I don't mind taking Eldegoss right off the top. I actually think that's a really smart pick. I think that could be something that Rex tries to rotate into. We have seen so much side deck from them. We've seen a lot of Hoopa from them too, and Hoopa now is available out of the ban phase as they have elected to go with Mega Gyarados this time around. So it looks like Extinction might be looking to pick up those Pokemon. Yeah, Mega Mewtwo X and Blastoise on your roster. I think you're feeling pretty good in terms of win rate Pokemon on the weekend so far.
Get nerfed?
Once again, alongside of Mewtwo, I am wondering if there's
I think that's my failing memory,
Hoopa, but anything works. Again, Hoopa just kind of gets to choose whatever it wants, and it's going to have a lot of value.
Right.
We'll see on the other side. We are going to okay. The Dumaz was once again highlighted. We're never going to see it. I just think it's a cool Pokemon. We are going to see the Mewtwo though picked up. Mewtwo versus Mewtwo battle. This time it's only going to be one on the side of Aftermath, but the normal Gyarados, which we've seen do so well this just today basically, so I think it's a great choice.
Yeah, it will be picked up. Metallic hovering that Urshifu right now. Now, reminder, we could see Trainer switch up to the Urshifu at some point in this match. Borreach going to return to the Armarouge. A bit of a quieter Armarouge game in that last game. Obviously, there's a lot of action happening in the top path in so many of these matches that we're seeing a lot of stuff go down there. Eggnoob currently hovering a Tyranitar. However, they're likely going to be getting the Eldegoss at this point in time, so they're mostly picking for Lucario at this given moment. Mega Lucario is banned. Standard Lucario is available. Ceruledge is still available, and pretty sure that Pokemon's not available.
I think so as well.
Remake! Remake! You can't play it. No, disqualified. Disqualified! Get him out of here!
And unfortunately, they just clicked wrong, but we will see what it ended up being, which I don't think would be like the worst choice in the world either. That'd be kind of a cool choice.
Banned!
But
Disqualified!
I guess we can at least look at Extinction's roster, right? Because we know that one's going to be right for sure. We know the other four, and honestly, the other 4 for Aftermath is solid. We'll see what the last one actually truly is supposed to be. But what do you think about the Armarouge? Because we did get a chance to see the Armarouge before. Did you feel like it had got the mileage that they wanted it to?
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about that in the draft screen. I don't know. It was tough. We were watching the top path so much. You know what I mean? So we don't get to see too much of the Armarouge, but around those objectives on the bottom side, it felt like it was pretty consistently going in the favor of Aftermath Esports towards the Regielekis, right? You had Lakoti picking up multiple secures on that Sarah ledge, Blastoise making it so any other melee Pokemon didn't really have a chance to steal. I think, yeah, Armarouge may be coming up a little bit shy on its impact in the bottom side, despite having a nice matchup in a Mewtwo Y. I think that is one of your favorite things about picking the Armarouge. You're taking consistent light special attack damage. That's fantastic for Armarouge. You're essentially just charging up that Pokemon. Yeah, we're gonna have a quick pause. We might be looking at a reorder of the draft. Not too sure what's gonna be going on that end, everybody. We're gonna have a slight pause before we get back into this matchup. But yeah, I'm surprised Bora's going toward it so consistently. But hey, if they're feeling confident in this pick to pick it after a loss, I mean, sure, like Bora, stick with it then.
Yeah, like you said, it's kind of hard to see what was going down on bottom, but most of what was happening that maybe was, I mean, like, for example, all the Mewtwo KOs that we saw were
all right, guys, take 5.
So, or
there's
a lot of
we're chilling.
that happened kind of in weird places, like different, I don't know, center areas that we just didn't get a chance to really see much Armarouge, which is weird because obviously there's quite a bit of fighting in that game, but just didn't feel like it really came into its own for whatever reason. Maybe it was positioning, maybe it's just however Unites happened, but we'll see if it ends up being a little bit stronger. And hopefully this is just a game remake. Luckily that last pick with the Mewtwo, or sorry, the Charizard Y luckily it was the last pick, so hopefully they can just fix whatever that one was. But do you think that Charizard X, if that is the pick for that final spot, would make sense right there? We've seen it as the final pick from a few teams in LATAM, but it's weird. It's weird it's not being picked a little bit more maybe, but it looks really good.
Personally, I think it just totally depends on how comfortable the coding is on that Pokemon. There's a few Pokemon I think that are just so player dependent, and I think Mega Charizard X is that. I mean, we saw that in spades at LAIC. Like, just the difference of the power level of Mega Charizard X depending on player to player, how comfortable they are on that Pokemon. Mega Charizard X has fallen out of the like huge popularity it had for a while in terms of the rank ladder, so there is a good chance that a lot of these players have much more hours on this Pokemon and many more battles under their belt, so it could be a consistent pick. I liked the Sarah Ledge from Lakoting. I thought it was solid, but yeah, maybe the Mega Charizard X could be just another big end game Team Fight Unite move that says we click this big button, we have a huge impact in the game.
Yeah. The I kind of felt like Lakoting got some pretty good mileage out of the Sarah Ledge. I felt like the biggest win was that 1v1 that you were mentioning, which is actually kind of surprising that they were able to win that 1v1. Unfortunately, we weren't able to watch it because there was such a big fight going on over on the west side. But I feel like that maybe wasn't the mileage that Lakoting wanted out of the Pokemon. I do feel like a lot of the time you do choose that for the Unite move because it can be truly a game winner, which I guess could be the same for Charizard X if that's the call. I mean, obviously it could literally be anything that we're going to see in that spot. So I'm just making some pure guesses, but I'm trying to remember what the roster was for the rest of it, though. I do know we're going to get the Mewtwo versus Mewtwo. Do you think we're going to see them in the same path, or
I doubt it? I think Mega Mewtwo Y will be hanging out on the bottom side. I think Mega Mewtwo X will be roaming up towards the top side of that map, most likely. I do like Metallic bringing up this Mimikyu again. I thought that was a pretty fantastic part of their game, despite maybe a small mistake on target priority around the Kyogre at the last second. But either way, I do like a Trick Room Mimikyu into a Mega Mewtwo Y. That Side Strike is really annoying to deal with, but if you cast down that Trick Room, you can reduce the damage incoming to you just a little bit at the very minimum. It just plays really well into some of these more ranged-oriented Pokemon. When it comes to more melee-type Pokemon, it might be tougher, and maybe that is what we're seeing kind of that Mega Charizard X have value for in terms of impact, is that one-on-one versus Mimikyu. I think that could be a nice lineup for that Pokemon. If you could burst that thing down before it can get away or land any of its combos, you're going to feel a lot better about your chances in an overall team fight if the Mimikyu is erased immediately.
Yeah, and both, of course, Pokemon having those kind of target out one Pokemon, try to take them down very quickly type Unite moves. And of course, all those moves have weird interactions against each other. And to be honest, sometimes I get them mixed up, which interaction works against which other one. So I'm going to pretend that I know all of them, but I certainly am not going to say any of them confidently. But
the slow beam seismic slam play rough, or play with me of it all is kind of our version of rock paper scissors. Yeah.
Yes. Plus a few more. But yeah, I do like that. They can target out some really big targets. Also, I think that obviously now that they're down to one Mewtwo, it's going to be a little bit less important, but being able to spread out, especially seeing how much Aftermath wanted Extinction to try to kind of group up and hit them with the big unites. I mean, maybe they got to be a little bit more cognizant of that. They did manage to land a few, even though they didn't really make all that much of a difference in the end. The comp's not quite the same, but once you see a strategy like that, it's hard to just say, okay, well, they're not going to try anything like that again. Obviously, you always want the other team to kind of group up and hit them with your big unites, but it's just something that's going to be in the back of their mind now.
Yeah. Personally, I think we do have a little bit more aggression going to be coming out from Extinction in this next one. I think if there's any mistake to
still laughing.
Listen, losing that Kyogre there is tough. I'm not going to
penalize Aftermath Esports for wasting our time, guys.
Mistake. I think
Aftermath Esports does not value our time. You see that?
Moment
look how long they're making us wait now.
Any of the Kyogre buffs back the other way, maybe a bit of hesitancy or just not enough room to make that attack work. I think if we see anything change, it might be Extinction just having a super far aggressive side. By the way, we do have an update. The Charizard Y will be replaced with Ceruledge, which was the intended pick. Since it was the last pick, there was no information gone at the inopportune times or anything like that. So we're headed right back into game. Extinction with their backs against the wall against underdog Aftermath Esports with a 1-0 lead.
Well, aren't you glad that I made you talk about Charizard X for 30 minutes in between that? But I guess
I didn't even think about that.
But no, I mean, Extinction really has to fight for their life right now. They've got to make sure that Aftermath does not take this win, at least not easily. They do not want to go 0-3 over the course of this, especially not 0-2, as I believe that's going to affect some tiebreakers.
Yeah, it was a scary spot. Meadow doing a lot of damage with that X attack Mewtwo Y. I mean, just at any stage of this game, you got to be worried about it. And I got to correct myself, Chef. I was calling that these Mega Mewtwo's would probably end up being an opposite pass. That is not the case. It will be working together against each other, both with the support in their pocket.
I mean, I would not have guessed that we are going to see the Magikarp in the center area. That was not what I expected. It's exact mirrors. This is not confusing to look at all. Can we get some evolutions as well in this? And some Pikachus maybe, the Raichu and Pikachu. Let's just make it as confusing as possible.
That is a choice, man.
I personally have not seen a whole lot of center area.
That is a choice. Gyarados Jungle, by the way.
You can say. Okay. I was going to ask you if that was something that I was just missing, but they're doing it.
No, Magikarp, not the fastest clear in the world of that central
area. That's a good way to put that.
And August doesn't even have a full effort gauge. This is a really unfortunate position to be in. They're going to have to find just a little piece of experience, maybe even a score potentially, to take that one away. Other interesting Pokemon and player combinations, by the way. We do have Metallic picking up the Blue Shifu, the Water Bear, the Rapid Strike Urshifu. Kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, Trainer has made a name for themselves on this Pokemon, but Metallic, no Urshifu slouch either. And they're playing, they've learned from the best. So excited to see how they're going to implement this Pokemon in this.
So it's first clear Magikarp, so they can guarantee their Gyarados.
I do worry that the secure on
but they're role swapping to Ceruledge Jungle now.
After just getting,
I still don't like that personally.
That's got to feel bad.
I get the concept. I just don't think
Aftermath can kind of go for the two-peat on that.
If they wanted to do that, there are better options.
Slower of a game. I mean, Extinction certainly scored a lot more points in the early game than they did last time. It's not a huge lead, but it's 47 or whatever, and not a lot of KOs up top either, which I think did happen a little bit more in that last game.
Yeah, I agree. Also, we were laughing about me talking about Charizard X so much in that boss. How about me talking about Mimikyu for 20 minutes and it's not even in the game? Absolutely forgot about that one. That's also on me. Anyway, Chisel taking a ton of damage from that side strike, but does have the portal to work with. We'll be returning to the battle, but it will be a 2-on-4 as Aftermath Esports have had a pretty solid rotate to the top side. An attempt at body blocking that side strike will fall short. Both Pokemon taking damage, but they are able to rally back to that Golden heal up, and the hyperspace will bring in some reinforcements.
4 members members on both sides trying to take out this Regirock.
Oh, big serve from
Blastoise. We
Blastoise.
usually see getting the secure, but that works out. You know, it's still in your I don't know, it's in your genes, I guess, as an Urshifu. You don't need the actual secure. They are going to back up. I do like the fact that they didn't try to overcommit to defend that. And are we going to get an overdunk yet? Pretty decent overdunk, 20, not the, I would say they're on the middle, but hey, if you're in that position, that is good. Now they're going to be continuing the aggression over trying to steal anything in that center area. And we got one Excelgor at least, but also some enemy Pokemon.
Oh, Machisel wanted that knockout so bad. Infinite Cyber, Future Sight, everything in the combination, everything in the tank to try to take it out. Metallic also utilizing that Unite movement again. Extinction in one of those situations where they have Unite moves and their opponents do not. Use it while you got it. You might be able to earn a second round by the time Aftermath Esports hits their power spike. So big moves for Extinction, breaking its tier 1, taking an objective, and really starting off with a strong lead in this game number 2.
Heavy positioning around this bottom Reggie, but nobody really going for it, which is pretty interesting. They're sitting around the early Regielekki's not meaning all that much. Okay, nice. Big KO here from Machisel. Flashbacks to calling everyone Machisel, but that's going to give them all the XP in this top path. That was the only person defending it, and that's going to be an early level 10, relatively early level 10. It's a lot of XP on all the sides of Extinction.
So I love Rex throwing down that portal on that top tier 1 goal zone. It's like, are we rotating to top, but also not going down towards bottom either? Rex will finally take the highway this time and go help out and see if Extinction can get a forward push. They do push Agnew away from that goal zone. Again, not a gigantic break, but Extinction, if they're in this early lead, early positioning, I don't think they're too worried about giving up that EXP. They would rather rack up this lead, and since they're so privy to invades, they're going to open up a lot of routes into that enemy central area now, where Aftermath might.
I mean,
not
so
have vision
far
of them
that
any longer.
Gyarados jungle
Especially when you
has
have your
not
tier
paid
ones
off
and
in any
Hoopa
way
against
whatsoever.
Not like a team that has no tier ones. I was about to say 2 not tier ones, whatever that means. Oh, the Regieleki actually going in. That's really nice. We'll see if they score in the middle of this fight, but a huge Hydro Typhoon once again. The Mewtwo Unite coming out, but actually both Mewtwo Unites coming out, I believe, in the middle of the fight. 13 seconds left on Regieleki. 3 members still trying to defend from Aftermath, and honestly, they're doing a pretty good job. Getting a lot of damage. They weren't able to stop enough score to break this goal zone. Only one breakable goal zone left for Aftermath. That is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, Machisel will finally fall. Gonna hand over some comeback experience, but how good has trainer LGC been on this Blastoise? Ooh, nice combo with that armor cannon and the Surf Blastoise. Psy-Kaboom gonna chase it down and gets the KO. Max range from that Armorer's Unite move. We're talking about Boar Reach being a little bit quieter in that game number 1. How about in game number 2, able to chase down that Mega Mewtwo Y with a fantastic Unite shot?
That is the scariest looking move to be aimed at you, because it's this big, slow moving circle. And you're like, no, no, no. And it just chases you.
It's also the prettiest way to get knocked out in this entire game, by the way, with this Fiesta Holoware. It's
yes,
like
with the Holoware.
Incredible like bouquet of flowers happens after you go down. It's a tough look, but either way, great shot from Bora.
That way. That thing used to be so hard to actually aim. But everybody from Aftermath now retreating a little bit into their own center area. They're just trying to make sure that this invade doesn't really fully happen. I do like the fact that Aftermath, when they're in pressure situations, they're not afraid to take some time and regroup. Their patience has been really impressive. And you mentioned it. I think that's a big reason why they won that last game, is that they didn't get too eager to score once they managed to pull off that steal. They didn't get too aggressive. They didn't overcommit. And they, in fact, I think forced Extinction to overcommit just a little bit, and maybe not expecting they were going to back up quite so much. But right now, you do have to take some action, I would say, as Extinction pretty freely is going to be taking this base from Regieleki. No big threat, except for the fact that it's a Zapdos running towards your home goal zone.
Oh, Lakoting just trying to chase down this armor. It's going to use its Unite move. It will.
Oh
Lakoting
man,
will
that was
be able to earn their
ugly.
Unite move back before that final stretch. Hoping to maybe just
The signs of desperation are starting to show in this match.
But failing to do so. So Lakoting has to retreat. Aftermath Esports having to stop that Regieleki. There's one thing you do not want to do against a Hoopa composition, is let that Regieleki land in your home goal zone. So they're going to clear that one away. Extinction took Regieleki a moment ago. Looks like they're setting up to take the top triple Reggie on the top side of the map, and that will go down so quickly with Urshifu and Blastoise and Armorish.
Now, one thing to always be aware of when you have a Hoopa on the other side and this much of a lead is that the Hoopa could potentially sneak around and unite behind to counter score no matter what happens in this situation. Now, they are kind of sitting in center, getting ready to fight, and maybe not going to commit to this. Trainer doing a ton of damage, even though they're kind of 1v3ing here.
Yeah, Regice buff going to give him a bit of a hand to regain some of that HP, and also just having convenient portals to be able to take. So Trader just forcing Aftermath Esports out of opportune positioning. That bottom Elbush, a very contestable spot for these teams to try to take any team fights. But look at this Metallic with a big push.
Oh, a great surf in. We're going to force a really early unite there out of Eggnoob, and that's really going to be a disengage, actually. Oh, they're going back in the unite coming out from the Serral Edge, and then the big move to unite, but that's only going to be
I
one
don't even
person
need to
down.
watch the
That
rest
is
of this
the Serral Edge. 5v4, they're chasing it down. Only 3 members left, and they're all split up from Aftermath Esports. That's going to be a double KO streak for Machisel. Good, barely getting that score before Eggnoob get back and land. This one looks like it is not going to be a steal away. I mean, hey, there's still a chance. I guess you could steal it, but no more. Yeah.
They tried to go for that desperation play.
And honestly,
the idea was to Serral Edge Unite move everyone that came back from the portal, like when they take the portal back. The problem is the only person they hit, I think, was Urshifu, and Urshifu has full heal, so it didn't even matter.
My favorite combo by far is the Chisels Mega Mewtwo Unite, timed perfectly.
Like they went to try and wombo combo.
It was picture perfect. I guarantee
on the return, but they only got the one person that
move just means they are trapped for so long. It allows that Mega Mewtwo X just to get engaged on these team fights that push so many targets away. Umbreon able to take all of that Blastoise shielding they get from Hydro Typhoon, or gets 50% of it. Pretty nice spot.
This was
just gigantic Hoopa.
I don't know what to say, guys. This was just a depressing game to watch, man.
Honestly, not a terrible fight from Aftermath.
Watching Gyarados jungle, that was
why they just split.
That honestly pained me as a jungle. I think I just felt emotional distress watching that.
Some points in, but altogether, it was a little bit too late for that to actually happen. The engagement was okay though.
They must be very confident though.
They
are very confident that they can win game number 3.
Altogether, Extinction making sure that they took no risks, not allowing game 1 to repeat. And honestly, I think the draft was really strong from Extinction, mostly in the fact that they were able to take away a lot of what looked like some pretty comfortable
6 points, guys.
Yeah, I think they did a great job in the draft screen. I like some of those adaptations. I know I talked so much about Mimikyu in that.
Oh yeah, I know they have one game left, but
like the rapid strike.
That game too was just. This game was just very sad to watch.
Game. And also, I think Borreach stepping up in a major way on that armor. So good stuff from Extinction, like the Mega Mewtwo X. Honestly, the whole damage core, big fan. So great work in this next game, shutting down Aftermath, holding them to 6 points and 6 points alone in this game number 2. Closest thing I think we've got to a shutout so far in any of these Unite Championship Series leagues.
I will say though, Aftermath was certainly ready to make a comeback, if that makes sense. If we are going to get to a clip, which I'm sure we will at some point, that's a little bit later in the game, you can see they actually were still building up Eos energy in pockets and ready for a team fight. So theoretically, if there was more time and they were able to go for it and push, you were saying there's just not enough energy on the map to be able to make that comeback, but they kind of had enough. If they were able to get like a full team wipe, and that's a pretty nice thing to be able to prepare before you attempt to come back. Obviously, it didn't happen, but I think that their patience and really they're keeping like a level head, I guess is what I should say. They've been doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, that is good news. Hopefully they can try to carry that and try to find some other kind of advantages going into game number 3, because if Aftermath had a whole lot of momentum in that game number 1, I think Extinction did a great job of stifling a lot of that in this game number 2. I mean, what a dominant scoreline finish, but Chisel gonna earn that player of the game on the Mega Mewtwo X. Only 57,000 damage done in total, but 7 knockouts, only getting KO'd themselves twice, and actually involved with 3 assists in this one as well. So very impressive stuff from Machisel on this Mega Mewtwo X.
Right, it was just in the right place at the right time, and of course was just able to steal that Pokemon away from Aftermath, and that was really one of their most successful. I believe that was the one that August was playing before, right, where they were getting a whole lot of mileage up in that top path. So I mean, that's always my favorite way of getting rid of an opponent's Pokemon, is not banning it but stealing it. I love seeing that, especially because you're kind of saying like, hey, I can do that too, and now you can't do it. And this was a great way of showing that. I mean, not a very high damage game in general, as you can see. So technically leading the entire game in damage, doing a great job.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't know if you can see this. some baked seasoned potatoes.
The only score that would stand for the entirety of this match. Extinction just having a great time defending their goal zones and putting the pressure the opposite way. Almost 300 points before we even hit our final stretch. Great score line. But Chisel's heat map, yeah, honestly, just almost entirely in the top side of that map. Very few rotations for this
You get
player.
the hookup?
If they
Yeah.
were going
Any
anywhere,
grocery
it looks like they
store
were
that
going
sells
into the enemy
potatoes.
central.
That's always, I think, a great feeling for top path players. Like if they ever get to just be like, you guys deal with the rest of the team, I'm just gonna sit up here. I think that is the happiest that any top path player has ever been. You know, they're just in their zone, they are happy, they are relaxed, they are just farming, they are just leveling out of their mind. They show up to the first fights like nine minutes into the game and they're like, hey guys, what's up? I'm level 15, you know, like yeah, let me win the game for us real quick. And so Chisel, obviously the fact that you can see he was just hanging out up there the entire game, that's a lot of free experience.
Yes, yeah, but Chisel looking pretty big the entire time. Put together around 1189 experience per minute. Not the most, but since you're only getting around 7 KOs, it is challenging to get a ton of your EXP up when you're not having as many team fights. You can actually see they were only involved in like 11 team battles. I think pretty frequently we've seen if teams are having more fights during the game, end up being around that 15 mark. So a little bit lower in this entire match, but you can see since it was so one-sided, it is going to tend to be that way when Aftermath is having to spend a lot of the time farming and Extinction having the chance to kind of roam across the rest of the map. So impressive stuff. We're going to be going into game number 3. I'm curious if Aftermath are going to be choosing that first pick position. It would be their first chance to do so in this match leading up to this point, because I believe Extinction had the first choice and then Aftermath would at this point won the first map, obviously, so they weren't given that opportunity to choose. I'm curious what will be going down in game number 3 and see if we see a little bit more adaptation in the draft screen, because I felt like it was mostly from Extinction in terms of adaptation for that game number 3. Aftermath sticking to some of the same things and maybe stealing a couple of picks if they could early, like the Umbreon. I'm curious though if we see a big change.
Yeah, and I think that Extinction doesn't really get all that much to work off of as far as like changing their draft one more time out of that last game, which is pretty good for Aftermath, because whatever Extinction had, it just worked. So like, how do you improve upon something that already is working? It's very, very difficult to think that next level ahead. But Aftermath, they have so much to work off of where they're like, okay, well, you know, this particular path where we did not fight against it well, this one, like we could have done a little bit better, but maybe we needed like more support from our center area Pokemon. And so their adaptation is certainly going to be big. Also, not sure what I thought about that center Gyarados. Maybe not quite as fast as I would have liked to have seen it evolve. Maybe they go somebody who is a little bit more aggressive or needs the experience a little bit more. And so maybe just with that change alone, things could change up.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we see anything like that, it's usually probably got a partner headed in with it into the central area, like something like an Eldegoss or something. But seeing that poor Magikarp try to clear pretty quickly felt like a tough one. But hey, maybe we'll see another adaptation going into this third game, because Aftermath pushing Extinction to a third game based on the vibes-based power rankings. This is already a pretty huge upset. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to close out. It looks like Extinction really found a way to rally back and lock down some of their strategies in this match, but they got to keep their heads on a swivel. This one is going to come down to a single game of Pokemon Unite, Chef.
It is, and nobody wants to go home 0-3 after the first weekend. This is certainly one of those spots too where somebody could pull out something pretty wild, and in fact something that I think that's a little bit I don't know, off kilter that I would love to see is I would actually love to see Extinction maybe go for an invade in this game, because a few times now the center area presence, I would say, of Aftermath has been a little bit like low. They do a lot of big rotates out and they kind of sit in the pads for a little bit, or they don't really have anybody protecting their center area Pokemon, and that can be something that can really throw you off balance, which again, I mean, Extinction, they know how that works, you know, they've been there a million times, they know how that pacing can help them, and certainly I think this would be a good time to do it, is just test the waters and say, hey, let's see if we can just throw them off balance at the start of this third game and run away with it.
I like that. I like that. You were talking about the central area defense, maybe an offense. We saw Lakota attempt a couple of steals early on. Maybe we see a mix up with this.
No, we have one more best of 3 after this, and then we're done.
On map. So if I was to make a guess, I'm assuming Aftermath actually decided to choose map rather than
All right, I'm
choose
gonna hide my
side
camera
in
just for
this
the
next
draft.
game. And Groudon is selected, and Extinction gonna be that first pick. Obviously, I don't have that guaranteed, but either way, that's the vibes I'm going with right now. And Extinction are gonna stick with these bands: the Scyther, Blaziken, and the Mega Lucario. Aftermath gonna return to that Hoopa band.
No.
Those bands so
It's
fast.
the last game
They
of the
are
series,
very
but we still have
confident
one
in
more
that.
series after this.
Let's see if we see a relatively similar draft as well. I feel like there's a chance. Okay, we are going to see Mitch will immediately pick that Mega Gyarados that works so well. Maybe not going to go in the center area. Now, here's where the questions are, right? Aftermath, what do you prioritize? I would love to see the Cramorant prioritized. That would, that would be crazy. Okay, I like
They
this
let
once
Mega
again.
Gyarados
A very
through
early pick
again?
from Egg Noob onto the support.
Bro,
and
did they
Blastoise
not have
has just been
PTSD from the
amazing.
last
But
time
now,
they
what
ran
does
into
Extinction
this
do? Do you
thing?
see one of the
Like,
Mewtwo
deadass.
stay away because there are no bans for them.
Honestly, you could grab both Mewtwo's right here and feel pretty awesome about your situation. You'd probably be paying your Mega Mewtwo X in more of a defender, tanky style role if you do so. But how about neither, Wonder Chef, and maybe actually on a platter,
them-
sending over
wow.
X and Y to the other side. All right, Extinction, maybe not wise to the tricks of game number 1 of Aftermath, and Extinction maybe hoping this will be a lesson in 2 parts.
This is a very
Double
similar
Mewtwo
draft to
again,
game
by the way.
number 1. Now,
Double
there
Mewtwo.
is an opportunity for it to be pretty different. I think Vorreach is still on
History
this. On the
could
that's gonna
potentially
work.
repeat itself
But
after
we see
this.
This is the
Barrel Edge
only
at the
change
end.
so far.
Yes, yeah. We would just need that, and then I mean the coding on the Ceruledge, like I said, it would be the same. But all right, we are going to see the Urshifu, which did look quite good. But
Yeah.
we also have an opportunity to change. Don't choose the Meowth. I don't believe that's also allowed. We don't need any more picks that are not in the tournament yet. All right, what's the weird pick? I feel like we're going to see something weird. I feel like we're going to see something we haven't seen yet. Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Latios is going to be the selection for Lakota. So we are going to have some attacker-based firepower. So most of you don't have that Mimikyu on the other side. Assassins are a little bit lower in frequency. Of course, Rapid Strike Urshifu might still fit that bill, but more of a
Oh my
brawler
God.
rather than
Armarouge
that, like,
again?
monster, you know what I mean?
Come
So
on.
Latios might find a little more value still. This is going to be a tough matchup. They got a lot of great Unite moves, though, in the end game, and Latios just applying that Dragon Shear to Pokemon like Mega Mewtwo Y and Mega Mewtwo X. That's going to feel fantastic.
You know, I would have, I mean, I think this is a really cool pick. I also, now that I'm thinking about it, would not have minded one of the snipers because there's a lot of mid-range coming out from Extinction and they have no true heals. So they, I don't know, they could kind of poke them down. And honestly, they still could. There's range on every single Pokemon on their team. They're just going to have to really play
That's not
a good
necessarily
spacing
true.
game and not let Extinction run them over, which obviously is exactly what Extinction's goal is.
Yeah. Gosh,
If Umbreon goes Wish, they have
curious
true
what this
heals.
Latios is going to go to for moveset because my instinct was Dragon Shear, right? Because I think both Mega Mewtwo's would absolutely love that supportive benefit from Latios.
Why do they keep
I'm
letting
sure
Mega
Lakota would
Gyarados
like to
through?
bounce
I
around
don't
a
know,
little
man.
bit more. However,
I just find
we've
like
seen
I
decent
find
amount
it
of
funny
Mist Ball
when
today, which is that damage reduction move that Mist Ball is going to kind of cause. Anyway, we got a quick pause. Sorry about that, folks. We're going to be jumping back into the game as soon as possible. As far as I'm aware, the draft is standing. I don't think that's
Like, I find it funny that-
but
look,
they'll update
I'm
me
not
probably.
saying it's
Either way,
mandatory to
sounds
ban
like
Mega
we're gonna be jumping
Gyarados.
back into the
I'm
game
not
as soon as
saying that.
possible.
However,
We're gonna get another message. They're
if
gonna
you
go, "Actually,
choose
it wasn't
to let
Latios, it was supposed
Mega
to be
Gyarados
Ceruledge,
through,
so,
then you need to know how to play against it.
So hopefully we
The
can talk
last
about
time
Latios for
I saw
another
these
30
guys
minutes
play
as they
against
remake
it,
the game or
they
whatever.
legit just got
But
steamrolled the
yeah,
entire game.
I'm really
And then they
surprised,
got lucky
honestly,
with the
if I had to look
Mewtwo
at this
Y
draft again. Obviously, there
steal the
was a lot of
Kyogre, and then
adaptation from Extinction,
they
but
won the game.
I'm surprised that they lit.
But
them
it wasn't
how they
because
had in
like
that
it
first
wasn't
game,
because of
obviously,
Mega
the
Gyarados
first
that
game
they
was a bit of a
lost.
robbery.
Although
which
Mega
was
Gyarados
well-
did
a
kind of
well-earned robbery. Let me just say, That
misplay
was
at
not
the
like,
end.
Oops, we won, right? They played everything perfect to their outs once they managed to get a pretty, not even just lucky, but a lucky and skillful steal with that Mewtwo Unite. But then they played so perfectly afterwards. But I still feel like, despite the fact that it went that way, if you look at game number 1 versus game number 2, the early and middle game were so much better for Aftermath with this comp. Like, again, they just looked all so much more comfortable on these Pokemon.
Yeah.
I feel like it's surprising giving it back to them. If we were forced to make some shifts in that last game, they looked a little bit less comfortable. Aftermath Extinction was able to push their lead a lot more, be more aggressive. So, I mean, it's a lot of confidence. We'll see if it pays off.
And I think Extinction would agree with you for the most part, but also the response would be, yeah, but they gave us Mega Gyarados back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I get to put Machisel on Mega Gyarados again, and they had a fantastic game up until some final moments at the end where I think Coding won. But still, for the majority of that match, Mega Gyarados was so terrifying. Anytime it showed up on one of these goal zones, I was like, ooh, there's a Chaos Streak of 3. There's another one.
It was. I can't. I mean, it was, and we can see it right here at the top of the encounter rate, and everything's really kind of matching up top. One though that I honestly gotta say, I don't want to say I'm not impressed by it, but it maybe hasn't been doing quite as well as I thought it would. Is the Mega Lucario for how high the encounter rate is? I'm not sure exactly what its rate is. Maybe I'm like making that up in my head, but obviously I feel like every single time that Mega Gyarados, Vaporeon, Blastoise, all these Pokemon that are on this list are up there. It's incredibly impactful, but the Mega Lucario.
Oh, they started. Wait,
Here
what
we
the
go.
hell?
Looks like we are going right back in the game. Looks like the draft was all correct. So what we said, not wasted.
Yes, perfect. I love that. Okay, so Coding actually going to bring that Latias into the central area, which again, I am so curious what we are going to go with moveset. I know Dragon Pulse ends up being one of the most common picks because it is so easy to heal yourself back up, but you could be going with Dragon Breath to get a little more consistent last hit and stack up your Aeon power. So I don't know. We'll see what's happening. Either way, we have a level 4 with just a red buff, maybe holding off on that blue. Rex calling that out immediately, by the way. Sees a Latias with no blue circle and heads into the enemy central.
Yeah, just ran past like 3 enemy Pokemon. And was like, oh, mine. They hear an ice cream truck outside, you know, and they're like, sweet.
Well, didn't even go for the blue buff, recalled instead of contesting them. I don't know what's
I
happening.
don't get this
Anymore.
Aftermath
Their vision must
esports
have been just outside that
gimmicky
bubble or
jungle
something.
strats.
don't
I
know.
really
Anyway,
don't.
That Mega Mewtwo Y going to be picking.
Like,
up
like
that
what
blue
are
buff.
they
The
trying to
capture
go
on the top
for
side
when
is
they
Dragon Pulse on this Latias. So having a little bit
like?
more
Did they
of
just
HP
are they just
restoration rather than
prioritizing
just
that
straight
early
outright
lane
damage.
pressure, which wasn't even a lot to
So
begin
a little
with?
bit more supportive. I mean, there is going to be quite a bit of damage on this team in general, but again, I'm really curious as to why this exactly is that pick. But we'll see if the Mewtwo's can just like really just put in so much work as they're probably attempting to invade here. The Coding saying, "Whoa, we got bogeys, we got some." I mean, really, hey, that's a plane, right? It kind of works.
Yeah, no, I love that's a great jet joke. I don't say this enough, Wonder Chef. Great jet joke. That
Thanks.
was awesome.
Working on my jet jokes.
Yeah, you got your 6. Anyway, great job. Great job there from Extinction to be able to push their advantage into the enemy central area. Machisel in a tight spot, but they got some backup from Metallic.
It's Dragon
Afraid
Breath
of the Mega
Charizard.
Mewtwo
Sorry, not
X,
Charizard.
and we're getting
Dragon
with that
Breath
Gyarados, they
Gyarados.
will take the knockout. Machisel only at level 5, so trailing a little bit in this one, but they have earned their space. Going to attempt to dunk 21, and they will do so.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna
wait a
say,
minute.
I don't think
Never
Metallic's
mind.
gonna make that 25.
I was confused for a second. I thought it was the.
I
didn't see the mega icon. I thought it was the regular for a
A
second.
little bit of a slower early game,
I'm blind.
but when these teams group together, the damage is going to be pretty significant, I think, from both sides. We do see these Armorers charging up that damage. Honestly, that Pokemon is just so sick.
Yeah, I'm a huge Armorers fan. I am a gigantic Armorers fan. Bummer doesn't know Trick Room in this game, but that's all right. I am very okay
Relax.
with Armor Cannon being the main option. Plus, one of the coolest fire spins we have in the game. Never selected as the moveset, but that's all right. For now, I'll take it. Fun to watch Bora Reach really pull off some awesome maneuvers, specifically with that highlight reel level Unite move last time. Nice side shot to set things up that time around, though. Trainer LJC getting a little bit of stuns with the Bubble Beam as well, set up for those auto attacks, but it will be Theory getting the KO with the Wartortle, evolving into the Blastoise.
I don't know if you saw that. Lakoting got stunned in the path of the attack of the Regice. And it was like 1 HP from getting KO'd right there. Wow, Metallic with the chase down. Very nice. A good surf to get away, but that is going to basically give up that Regice to Extinction. As well, by the way, got the Regieleki up top, it looks like. Is getting pretty close
I
to
don't know,
that
man.
goal zone. That space being used.
I
by
genuinely
Machisel
don't know what
go
to tell you.
and
This
say,
is
hey,
two
we're
back-to-back
having
games
goodies
of
in the
Aftermath
center area.
esports.
Nothing to eat in there, so maybe going up top to try and get some
Trying
experience.
to execute some
All
very
right, if this set was not 1-1,
strange
1000%
jungle
pushes with that Regieleki.
strats,
Yeah, I just know it.
and
They
it's
got
not
Unite
paying
move,
off.
The opponent's
Like-
hey, why not just do it a little bit later? Here we go. They got the backup of Trader on the side of Rex with the Wish Umbreon. But with that Mega Evolution, looks like it might be wasted a little bit. That goal zone on the tier 2 being too defensible. An Extinction gonna relent just a little bit.
Yeah, that Unite run, not really getting all that much mileage. I mean, it's a good choice to back out after that didn't really exactly work. Maybe expecting for them to push a little bit more.
You can
But
already
once
see
again,
the level
really gotta
discrepancy
commend
on,
Aftermath. They
like, in
haven't
comparison,
overcommitted.
both
They're
teams.
really good at
Mewtwo just hit level 9, and then everyone else is level 8. You got three level 10s on the side of Extinction. So it's basically 2 level difference across the board. Minus the support and defender.
There, by the way,
But like the people that matter are 2 levels apart from
You're
everyone else
absolutely right.
on
They're
the
doing a
enemy
good job of
team.
not losing too much. Just the problem will be if you fall too far behind. Unfortunately, at some point, you just need to take calculated risks, and we'll have to see if Aftermath Esports are going to be ready to pull that off, because you need to pull back some experience and some score leads in some way. Because so far, Aftermath have not found a chance to score. Big pull by Trainer with that Psychic. Rex backing up. Metallic does have the Latias Unite move aimed at it. Great body block, and it will be Aftermath Esports retreating on the back of an Eldegoss Unite move.
Big shields from Eldegoss, by the way.
For a huge
Oh, sorry, that's
typhoon right there.
Psyduck,
We
I mean,
did see
Psyduck.
Blastoise make it relatively close to their back line, and
Urshifu
there was
almost
a
got
Mewtwo
caught out.
Unite right before
Almost.
they had an opportunity to actually pop that Hydro Typhoon. So I think there maybe could have been a little bit more coordination within that team fight, maybe able to get a pick, but unfortunately they're still a bit behind level, and a great way to back up from Extinction as well. And after the first game, you can tell Extinction, they're also not overcommitting. They're not taking any risks anymore. I mean, they're playing pretty aggressive, but they're not taking as big risks, is what I should say.
No, I completely agree. I mean, case in point was Machisel seeing a Regieleki in 2 targets and didn't go in. Like, that is I mean, I can't get more clear than that at that point. Blastoise is trying to push away Metallic's Urshifus. They want to
Oh,
go towards
big
this
Unite
Regieleki,
move
but
from
they do
Armarouge.
have a Regirock buff. All of a sudden, as Machisel was able to solo that objective on the bottom side, Borereach popping in shots with that armor cannon is enough to send Aftermath running. Great Dragon Shear brings him to the other side. It's a lot of damage coming in from this Mega Mewtwo. Damage reduction from the Regirock and the Wish is enough to keep that Urshifu up. That is wild.
I cannot believe that that's Metallic, right? That was able to survive that. Their health went up as it was happening. It's like, what is going on? How is that possible? Is that a defender? All right, Regieleki, maybe get the steal. All right, Aftermath able to pull that off. Once again, Mewtwo being the strongest secure in the game for some reason. Big Unite hitting so well. I was going to say 3 members. One of them was Regieleki, actually, but still a great way to engage. Mewtwo going down, and
Here comes the Gyarados, by the way.
down, going for the double
Mega
dig,
Gyarados
going for
just
the
running
triple.
through the back
Maybe
line.
2 Mewtwo's is
Like, yeah, they got the Regieleki, but they can't do.
Even one
Look at
more
them.
target.
Like,
Damage from
they
the
can't
Kodak
kill the
Matter,
Gyarados.
Probably not. The Regieleki in the meantime going into the gold zone.
Not
gonna
only
matter
do they not
all
have the
that
damage, they
much.
can't
Chisel
heal it.
Having, I think, a great
Like, if the Gyarados wants to
Here's the
chase you,
fun
it's going
thing
to.
About Regieleki going into the goal zone, it doesn't matter if everybody is knocked out. Nobody is within range to score. Right, you got 20 points in from Aftermath's Regieleki, but that is it. Cool little attempt to steal the Regidrago by Fury, but they will probably end up going down for that. Metallic inching closer to level 13, a little bit lower on the levels I think than they were expecting to be, but they do steal that blue buff away from Lakoding, holding down that central area Latias to level 11 at 230. That may be one of the biggest points of this game, is Aftermath Esports are having a really hard time getting experience despite having those tier 1s broken, thanks to Extinction just having great measured aggression in that central area.
We are getting so close to this 2-minute mark, and there's some poking going back and forth. So far, I gotta say, I haven't seen Latias really get all the mileage that it wanted to. Oh no, a first potential big pig, and oh, it gets trapped here and not able to escape. They're actually not fully engaging on that. They caught him under the
Big pick.
Big KO. Hydro Typhoon not even used.
Oh, here they go.
Unite coming out from the chisel, going for Mewtwo.
That's
it's gonna be
2.
2 down, and this
They
is
might-
looking like
they're
a
just gonna
losing
start
fight for
forcing
Aftermath.
Kyogre now.
They have backed up. They have made sure to get back to their goal zones. They don't continue to get KO'd, but they move forward, and Machisel is waiting for them. Unite coming out. Calling aggression. Oh no! That was a cure from the
Mewtwo
side.
died without uniting. Blastoise got caught out. Died without uniting. Other Mewtwo couldn't do much by themselves. And keep in mind, this is Groudon. It's not Kyogre.
Even an attempt to unite move.
So, like,
Rex with a celebratory moonlit.
the
free
damage that these guys are gonna be doing is
on top
just
of that goal zone.
ridiculous.
Metallic gonna score a hundo burger and Extinction after a really scary.
Look
game
at the
number
damage
one.
from that hand cannon.
Awesome.
That
Game
took
number
out
two and game
75% of the
number
Mewtwo's
three.
HP. It's
Still got
over.
a few Unite moves.
It's
They got
done.
over a minute left on the clock, but with the level lead just as absurd as it is right now, I don't think Extinction is going to.
I don't know what happened with Aftermath. Like,
so amazing. I was going to say the hands.
I'm
of
actually
Mega Gyarados,
stun locked.
but that feels like exactly the wrong Pokemon.
Their
to
draft-
shake hands with.
Once again, by the way, like history repeats itself. They let the Gyarados through, they can't deal with it, and then again with the weird jungle strats. I'm gonna like.
I mean, you can tell me, hands.
I'm gonna die on this hill. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, do they not have a jungler on their team? Like a dedicated jungler?
Yeah, this one
because
looking like it's over.
What's up
And
with the
honestly,
Gyarados jungle in
there
game
was,
2, and then game
this was
3
certainly
it's
like a
Latias
little bit of a
jungle,
game.
they
Extinction
clear half the
controlled
jungle, and then
entire
just
time. Aftermath, though,
lose the
like I said,
entire
they're
early
doing-
game.
They're doing a good job of not letting things run away as much as they could, but also
like
not
someone needs to
really
dumb it down and
trying.
explain it
Sometimes
to
you
me,
really
because
just have to take a
I don't
risk,
know what they're
group your team
doing.
Together, try to get one pick. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, you don't lose all that much from it, to be honest. But even just getting 1 or 2 KOs can make it work. However, unfortunately, it will be Aftermath going down 0-3 odd is a little bit mean. Extinction taking their first set of the league.
All right, going 1 and 2, falling to the number 1 and 2 teams in the league, but taking a win against Aftermath Esports. What a set from them! I mean, great rally back, or bounce back, I should say, in the second game and the third game, of course. Extinction having a real dominant win, especially in the game number 3. Like you mentioned, for Aftermath, a couple of moments where I think they would have liked to turn things around. I think specifically in that draft screen, we're talking about the Latias. Week 1, we kind of talked about it being a phase of experimentation for a lot of these teams. I don't mind that in this early days of the league. You know, try out a few draft picks that maybe already. I see what you were talking about. That's fun. That was so scary. They still get the side up in that exchange, though, so it all works out in the end, I suppose. But yeah, I think this is the time to try to experiment a little bit. I don't know if we'll end up seeing that pick again, but hey, we might even see a new next time we hit.
Probably will. Let's be honest. But yeah, I agree. I think that.
All right, we got one more.
Didn't add much to the team. There were a lot of other great moments. Being able to trap people. Rex had some really great moments, by the way. We didn't really get a chance to talk about that. But I feel like we don't see that as a move all that often picked. But I mean, that really was what enabled the final, I guess, pick on the Blastoise before they got to use their Unite. That just really ran away with this game. I felt like they were poised to have an okay fight, but right here you can see, look at that, then pull back, and everything just didn't work out, and there was just no way to keep them up, and then things just, that was it. That was how it ended.
Yeah, multiple Psyduck pulls, a mean look to trap you. You get basically take that Blastoise down before it can Hydro Typhoon. That'll just spell the end. And this is, at this point of the game, just Extinction absolutely crushing it. They needed to bounce back after the day number 1 of competition, and Bora Rage doing it. I think they heard us talking about that Armourouge being quiet in game number 1. Take a look at this, 114,000 damage done on this Armourouge. That is ridiculous numbers from an Armor Cannon Armourouge.
Yeah, that's I don't know if I've ever seen that much in a competitive game for sure. We get some pretty high damage as well from a Chisel, but nothing close to this amount of damage. And yeah, a little bit quiet in that first game, but game 2 and 3, Bora Rage absolutely putting on a showcase of how this Pokemon can be. Honestly, I kind of want to go in ranked and play it right now.
Yeah,
that was that was a pretty fun example of how that Pokemon can do well, and especially too, like we had so many mid-range Pokemon that it was able to match its range pretty well. I feel like its difficulty is when you're either getting dove by assassins a lot, or when you are just getting outranged by really far range attackers, but it didn't have to deal with that in any of these situations, really.
Yeah, it was doing just fine. Also, I just want to give a small shout out to Theory on that Blastoise. I think a real standout player for Aftermath in this set, at least on the Blastoise. Tanked, I think, over 100,000 damage on the Blastoise in this game. So just making sure they are frontline in front of the team, trying to protect those Mega Mewtwo's for as long as they possibly can. I thought that was a great look. But either way, this story really comes down to just how well Extinction did in game 2 and in game 3, because they found a way to shut down everything Aftermath was trying to do. And yeah, that's a Bora Reach heat map if I ever saw one. It's Armourouge burning it up on the bottom side of the map at the very end. Going to be scoring in that enemy goal zone.
Lacoding is getting roasted.
24 wild Pokemon.
Lacoding is getting roasted in the
you know, when your tier 1s aren't
in the
broken,
stream
not
chat.
as much free experience for the attackers to take. Bora instead focusing on dealing damage.
I mean,
to
it's not
any
surprising. I
player
just find it
Pokemon,
funny
with all of their attacks.
like 1/4 of their KOs were enemy Pokemon. That's pretty wild. Not exactly. Please don't pretend that I did that math correctly. Yeah, no, I do have to say, yeah, I mean, amazing stuff. Okay, I know it's 20. It would be 21, not 24. But I just wanted to be sure. Okay, I can't get blown up for math on stream. But I want to say nice things here again about Aftermath. You know,
like the Latias jungle.
Honesty, we watched them yesterday, and
the
there
Gyarados
were
jungle.
some concerning
Like,
moments that were a little bit like, okay, like this is like really a problem as far as the game plan. But in this, it felt like they were. I mean, they were certainly outplayed, especially in game 2 and 3. But I felt like they were a lot better when we saw them. And like I said at the start of this set, this is a very long league with a lot of games against a lot of great teams.
It's even funnier because it's coming from Spraggles too.
I really am excited to see what they're
like even Spraggles is just like, yo, this guy. Check the PayPal account, man.
Day 1 to day 2, I feel like there's a whole lot better that they did. They changed their draft strategies as well, a lot from what we saw yesterday, and it looked like it was working out a lot better for them. So hopefully we get to see the improvement continue. But unfortunately, they are going to be 0-3, and they're going to have to fight back from a pretty tough spot after week 1.
You made a top team sweat in Extinction, I think.
Yeah.
However, for Extinction, I got to give a shout out. You're able to keep a level head and come back after a very frustrating loss. So good signs for Extinction as well. Loved what we saw there. We are going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, our final game of the broadcast will be Citadel Gaming versus IX Gaming. I can't wait. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, one more best of 3 series to go. is it weird that like I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that of like what happened last series. Like I'm actually just like it's actually bugging me. Like I'm actually just thinking about it and it's actually bugging me. I don't know what happened. I don't care about who wins and loses because like it doesn't affect me in either way. Like I don't care who wins, I don't care who loses, but like I'm actually just like flabbergasted at just that series. Paid actor? Yo, they got paid the big bucks, man. Trust. You know it'd be funny? If they disband. Well, what exactly happens if they disband? What happens to the team?
To the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are with our final match of the day out of North America. We've got Citadel Gaming versus IX Gaming. Spriggles here, aka Jake, aka Content Cowboy, aka Yeehaw Guy, joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Hello, Doobsnacks.
Hello, Cowboy. How you holding up? How you feeling about this one?
I'm excited for this one. I've not got to see Citadel on broadcast yet. It's Team YT plus Flareons. I cannot wait to see it. I also have to say thank you to everyone who stuck around after the Aftermath match. I want to say some people had things to say about Aftermath in this scene. There have never been more people watching a game of Pokemon Unite on broadcast than when Aftermath is on. So take that.
Take that. IX Gaming is who's going to be taking on Citadel. We watched them yesterday. Waylord, Breezy, Riker, Smuglax, and Liko rounding that out. And we've got a pretty decent matchup here. Citadel Gaming has the opportunity to be another team that's 3-0 in NA.
Yeah, I want to see Citadel. This will be the first time I've got to see like an entire set from them in this league format. They've obviously been doing well so far. 2-0. IX, we saw them yesterday play pretty well into their sets against Aftermath as we are heading into our draft right away. Switching up those teams there. Okay. IX is going to be your purple team. Citadel, our orange
I'll have my
team
camera
here.
just for the draft.
The bands coming in. Mega Gyarados banned out. Miraidon, Darkrai banned out. Very targeted bans right there. As we look towards our final ban, it is Leafeon. A ton of power picks available. Blastoise, Mega Mewtwo, Vaporeon. Let's see what IX takes.
A lot of good options left on the docket here. Vaporeon is what is highlighted, and I'd be unsurprised if that is selected. Waylord choosing Vaporeon yesterday when you and I were casting, and it looked really good. And yeah, Vaporeon just kind of always looks good. So
Vaporeon's just kind of nuts, but instead they are going to grab the Blastoise first. This puts Citadel in an interesting position. I don't really know what their comps are. I don't know what they've been drafting, but leaving Vaporeon on the table is something that I personally would have to scoop up right away.
I agree. Mega Mewtwo Y is where they go. Aquilo currently switching with Immortal so they can take Vaporeon.
And there we go. Seems like a strong start. Flareon's on the Mega Mewtwo Y. Immortal on that Vaporeon. Again, Vaporeon is just about one of the best things going in the entire game. I would want it right away. On the other side, Scyther and Mewtwo X. So far, just all lights out picks for both of these squads.
Absolutely, and now we have the Haunting Hoopa getting selected by Aquilo. Fui grabbing base model Gyarados, the Daewoo Lanos of Gyarados versions here for themselves.
Please, that's a Daewoo Laganza, my friend. Gyarados in the hands of Fui is actually pretty incredible. I saw Fui when Mega Gary was getting banned. He would snatch this thing up and it looked amazing. So I'm excited to see what Fui can do with it here. Last couple of picks, Alchemy.
I've seen
love it. We've got some tanky.
Like when I've been playing solo queue recently, like the last few days, I've run into Smuglax a few times. I think this guy's
so
been
it's that
spent
same
like
rounding this thing
every
out
time
with
I've
the
seen him, he's been
Alolan
playing
Raichu.
Mewtwo X. I think he's been.
Sam, kind of the ranged
Oh, wait, no.
attacker specialist here on
Never mind.
Citadel Gaming, formerly YT, and Alolan
Never
Raichu
mind.
going to be filling that role well for them today.
This is going to be, I'm just so excited for this game. I'm excited to see my boy Flareon's. Nobody
I thought he was
going
gonna
to
be playing that,
loses
but,
more than Flareon's.
I
When we're
I think
together,
I was
we
under
can't
the
win.
impression
But
that
when
he
he's
was
with Team
top
YT,
laning.
They are on a hot streak, so I have got.
Did you see
to
the patch
see
notes
this.
for the upcoming
I don't know
buffs
which
at Nerfs?
composition I'm more
I
scared of.
skimmed
I
them.
think it's gonna be
I
IX
skimmed them,
Gaming,
but
to be
I
fair.
haven't like read them in detail.
Yeah, I mean, looking across the way, Citadel Gaming has kind of the YT doing YT things, right? They kind of march to the beat of their own drum. You know, we have seen a lot of base mode Gyarados here, but Alolan Raichu has felt incredibly rare with a 4% encounter rate. So IX Gaming bringing things that are a little bit more cookie cutter from what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, Alolan Raichu feels
The
like one
Raichu
of
is
those
something that we have
Pokemon
not
on an
seen
early
throughout the
route in
entire
a game. You
tournament
didn't
so
even
far.
realize they were
At
there.
least on
They're only
stream.
out at night. They have a 4% chance of running into them, but Sam
So
is
CTG
it
bring out the
here in
Raichu.
this game.
They also
This
got the
is
Mewtwo Y as well.
An interesting pick
So you got
because
two,
I really don't think it's been too bad.
hyper
It's
carries.
just the meta seems to have evolved past it a bit. I would be scared of that Scyther on the other side for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the Vaporeon, and looking at how their composition is kind of laid out, Immortal is going to be responsible for trying to cut off and cut down the Scissor Scyther on that side, because based on just the loadout that I saw, I believe it's going to be kind of the frontlining, maybe a tankier version of Vaporeon, leaving the damage items at home.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. We've also got, some nice bulk items on Gyarados here, so they're looking to survive a little longer in some of these fights, get that waterfall shield. You've got the Rocky helmet. Hopefully they are tanky enough to survive that big burst damage that we're going to see from the side of IX. IX, they are down 1, right? They're 1-1 right now, but they would love to finish positive at the end of our weekend here. However, we could have 3 teams walking away with a 3-0 record by the end of this.
Yeah, IX would love to drag Citadel into the 2-1 zone here. And this is going to be a very strong matchup between both of these teams, and one that proves how good these teams actually are. YT, no slouches. We know what their pedigree is. IX Gaming, formerly version 1, qualified for Worlds last year and is trying to carry that momentum into this season. But as you and I know, there is no region that plays itself harder than NA and drags people into the muck to fight down and dirty.
And here we go, heading into game number 1.
Game number
IX
1.
Gaming,
Let's
your
do it.
purple team, Citadel Gaming, your orange team.
Oh, hold
Citadel
on.
right
I
now
gotta update the stream title.
2-0 for the season. They want to keep that perfect record.
And IX Gaming, like I said, trying to put that blemish on the record and become 2-1 themselves in the process. Taking a ton of damage as the Millstone.
Oh my god, 4-man top lane.
Huge early
Do you guys
pressure.
see this?
4-player
4-man top
rotation.
lane,
And I'm
nobody
seeing this
bottom,
Vaporeon
okay.
hasn't even evolved yet. Eevee getting to the mix,
CTG
trying
pulling
to
out the
out-secure
cheese.
Scyther
The
there.
cheese.
I mean, I gotta
They
give
wanted
it to
some
Citadel right
extra
here. That
mozzarella
was a
on
very
this
fun
pizza,
strategy.
man.
If they do
Oh my
catch
God.
them just slightly, they get a KO or assist on the Magikarp. That early evolution could be massive. As we have Sam making it up to the top path right here. Gonna peel back right now. The stored power allowing them to schmoove a little bit here. And this looks like he's
Defend
still
the
a
bottom
decent fight for them.
lane.
However, they gave up everything possible in that bottom path.
Yeah, without a doubt. Finally hitting that bottom path are those 2 Pokemon. Nice engagement here. Now it's 4 players for IX Gaming.
What?
And getting a knockout in the process on a Kilo.
Yeah, here in the bottom path, we got 2 members of Citadel doing okay. And we have Riker just getting as much experience as they can. Mewtwo X invading the central area of Citadel right now. Unfortunately, their trick play at the start did not win it for them, but it was pretty exciting to watch.
It was fun. It's why YT doing YT things, or I guess Citadel Gaming doing Citadel Gaming things. And I'm always a fan of that.
Yeah, I love it. I love when a team tries something different. Throw something at them. Like, let's see something unique, you know? I'm not talking Latias jungle unique, but unique.
Are you talking about Piloswine at 2 minutes unique?
I'm talking unique. I don't know how unique I want it to be.
Fair enough. Slightly unique is where I think we're landing here. Gyarados gonna get some stacks in as that Mewtwo does go Mega at the right time. Nice Woodhammer reposition, and that's a quality knockout there for IX Gaming. And now the chase is on. They see multiple
Close,
targets.
but no cigar.
I believe I just saw Trick Hoopa action as well. As
Yo,
they
what
get
is Aquilo
promptly
doing,
knocked out
man?
by the Mewtwo.
Like,
Sitting on the
Aquilo just
backside
running
is
it
the
down
tree
on
who's low on
spawn.
HP, and they're going straight for him with that branch poke to hopefully let the rest of the team get out of dodge.
Take a look at this right here. They are in some trouble right now, having to peel back towards this goal zone.
Pick
Luckily,
up
they have the
the heel, Vaporeon. Pick up the
Now,
heel.
moving back
Why are you
in
not
right here,
picking up the
getting
heel?
caught by
Oh, wait, that's
Sunshine,
Alcremie. Never mind.
blocked by the Alchemy.
I
Mega
forgot
Mewtwo
Alcremie was on the other
moving
team.
forward, double
I was like, why is he
Woodhammer on
ignoring
it.
the
They
heel?
go down. Sweet jumping in there with the Gyarados, trying to clean this up, but they simply can't. And wow, everyone escaping on just a sliver of HP.
This is Shades of Latam, my friend. We are fighting today, and I love finishing the day with it. IX Gaming, Citadel Gaming, looking for that action here. Again, Citadel Gaming trying to become the next team that is 3-0 in this first weekend of the league. Nice little surf, but it doesn't matter. Secured by Fui.
Yeah, Fui with the secure right now. Now the question is, what is IX going to do in the bottom path? It looks like they're just going to be able to rip that. They're leaving Fui in the top path for Citadel. And now we have Regieleki marching towards the tier 1 goal zone of Citadel. 2 members here, 2 members coming down. Huge Woodhammer.
Wow.
Scyther Unite move
Legend.
ripping through them. The Unite move from Raichu was a little too late to save them, but they actually might be able to push them back.
Legendary play there out of Smuglax on that tree. The Woodhammer reposition, Horn Leech for the double knockout, and Regieleki hits. The Trevenant still standing strong, which means it's ready to move some bodies. Smuglax trying to position the next player to get knocked down. But now
Big
it's the
CC.
dominoes of IX Gaming that are beginning to fall, and the chase continues, overextending their welcome, and Citadel Gaming finds themselves with 4 players down on the other side and a goal zone that belongs to them.
Wow, I mean,
Ooh, they made Poncho eat his words. They let it crash all for that big brain counterplay strat.
But it can be said 8,000 more. Vaporeon was the one picking up the KO on the Scyther right there with the flip turn. Citadel Gaming, I mean, they
saw Poncho talking shit, and they're just like, yo, we gotta prove this guy wrong. Get him, boys.
Punch towards IX.
Yeah, I mean, IX just overextending their welcome there. It hit, they closed the goal zone out, and it should have been a full-fledged retreat, but instead they extend just a little too much, allows Citadel Gaming to recalibrate.
Is Meowth allowed? No, Meowth is not allowed.
Goal zone for themselves. And
Charizard Y and Meowth are
look
banned
at
for this
Unite
tournament.
moves fully set up.
Everything
on
else is fair
IX.
game.
Almost full on the side of Citadel. We're still waiting for Vaporeon's Unite move here. Of course, we have the Hoopa to bring the whole squad in whenever we would like. This match this moment could kick off here in just a second. It's a powder keg waiting for someone to light the fuse.
Who's gonna blink first? Citadel Gaming wants that action. Rings are unbound. We're going for the stuns. Forcing out Scyther Unite right into the backside, and they probably get a KO. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a couple, and it's Citadel Gaming that's starting to fall. 2 back each way, though. Fui looking to put some more bodies into the dirt from IX Gaming. Can they find them? Finally, everybody's back.
Oh, big stun.
Mewtwo Unite off free spawn. And we're
Ooh,
gonna see if we
3
can
for 2
leverage
with that global Unite
We've
move.
got half
Okay.
HP bars on the side of Citadel Gaming. Immortals moving forward to see what they can do with this Vaporeon. Regirock is getting worked on. We're moving forward as Flareon. Regirock's at half. We're pressing them down. Breezy's looking for their opportunity.
Oh!
They go through it. They're
The
just
Regirock
there
stun.
early, but it's the Mewtwo X that gets it. Now Citadel Gaming has to retreat. They're still fighting, Cowboy.
Still fighting over this goal zone, but it doesn't look like there's much they can do right here. Blastoise may go down as the wall, but here comes Mewtwo versus Mewtwo. Something they said could never happen, but it's happening right now. Regieleki in the bottom path, secured by Sam.
big
That
stuns
is
by
walking
Trev.
towards the tier 2 of IX. Scyther heading
209
down there
to
to deal with it, as we are all
209, man.
tied up.
This is
209 to 209.
Joe
3.5
Mama?
minutes left
Yeah,
in this
Joe
match.
Mama's loud.
What a barn burner it's been so far. Like I said, taking a page out of Latam's book, and they are just fighting forever. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, just back and forth between these two squads. Level wise, things are great for the both of them. Also, we definitely need some experience on the Mewtwo Y for the side of Citadel, but we've got 13 on our Raichu, 12 on Gyarados, and of course, Scyther at 13. They would love for Blastoise to hit 13 somehow because that buff is really nice on Surf Plus.
Yeah, they're getting particularly close here. It almost seems like everybody's just settling up. We had about 6 minutes worth of fights. Let's take 2 minutes and a deep breath before we have to get after it in the Kyogre pit.
Yeah, everyone just finding any piece of experience they can on the map to get as much as they can level-wise. You want to walk into this fight. If you can tick over to 13, which is a big break point for a lot of Pokemon, that's where you're going to get your second plus move for a lot of your carries. You absolutely want that. 20 seconds left. We've got Kyogre showing up soon. These teams know it's close. I'm sure they have no idea that they are completely tied. And I'll be honest, I don't remember who hit that score first.
Citadel Gaming definitely hit 209 first, but I don't know who scored first. That's the real question here. IX Gaming is in the tow. Blastoise is level 13. Let's see what happens.
Here we go. Chipping at Kyogre. Just trying to see if they can start a fight. Scyther hiding. Gyarados hiding. This is already getting a little bit low. No great secure on the side of Citadel. They move forward here. Caught a little bit by the sweet scent. Pulling back. No real fight happening yet, Dupes. Both these teams are just kind of moving in, moving out, a little bit of a do-si-do, saying hi to each other.
Oh! Oh my goodness, the Wombo combo! Oh, these guys got caught with their pants down. Trevenant Woodhammer into the Mewtwo Unite move. 3 people just dead without uniting. That is insane.
Here comes the Gyarados, and it's taken by IX. They're looking for more individuals to take down, and they're on the chase for Immortals. The Surf and the Hydro Pump is going to get a knockout, and 209, but my heart tells me that score is about to change.
Here we go, 100 in the top path. Mewtwo Unite move doesn't catch anything. Once again, Flareon's KO'd before they can use
309. It's still a close game. They have the buffs, but
309 now to 301. Still, this game is within striking distance for Citadel, especially if they can pick up a KO.
Oh! Scyther got picked off.
Rings unbound, and now
they're going for the fight. They're going for the fight.
They're making everybody an IX.
Blastoise going for the back half.
They stuck around too long. The Mega Mewtwo X is getting eviscerated. We're still getting that Hundo Burger on the backside. There's still a T1.
Who's the cameraman? Oh my god.
That's an easy one for Citadel Gaming to crash onto. Everybody's on the retreat. Citadel Gaming sees their opportunity. No, it's another 96 points the other way. The gap is growing. Citadel Gaming has 10 seconds to bring this thing to parity. Can they get it done in the last 7 seconds? We're going to find out. Hydro Typhoon shuts down that opportunity, and so does this Scyther.
Oh my god, that was disgusting.
Stopping them at the last moment. The
disgusting engage.
Right at the end as well, pushing them over the top. What a back and forth with these two squads. 505 to 403. Such a great game one.
Phenomenal game one. I don't think he could have dialed up anything better here. Holy smokes. How perfect was that Kyogre fight, dude?
I mean, when they caught with that Trevenant and pushed
very
them
back
into
and
a
forth.
Hydro type, it was
very back and forth game.
Like that was choreographed beautifully for IX. What a perfect moment for this squad. We should definitely take a look at it. We can even take a look at that start of that fight slowed down if we could, to watch the Trevenant kind of move around and reposition their Smuglax with an absolute hero setup for the squad.
I credit to Smuglax for being there, but what was the initiator there, Cowboy? Mega Mewtwo X Infinite Cyburn. Hits 3 targets, and without a beat missed. Smuglax steps up, bits the monster Hornleech straight into the Hydro Typhoon, and Citadel Gaming was CC'd down and knocked out and sent to the Pokemon Center before they could even have a cup of coffee here. Bang! Woodhammer! Boom, boom, and a Hornleech picks up 4. Hydro Typhoon, Trevenant Unite, bang! bang. Dude, you cannot draw it up better than that, and you certainly can't execute it better than that either.
That was unbelievably beautiful. It looked like the Mewtwo Unite and the Woodhammer were crashing like right at the same moment there. And then that Horn Leech just delivering the entirety basically of Citadel Gaming into the Hydro Typhoon. What a play from IX.
And shout out to Citadel Gaming showing signs of life here, right? You called it out. Great Scyther catch. And then they were able to push.
Yeah,
but
they got caught.
back cap scores.
What's even
from
worse, it
IX
was
Gaming
both the
to
like
keep themselves
Raichu and
just ahead.
Mewtwo.
What a
The two
game,
people
dude.
that are
Liko
trying to
is
hyper
your
carry
MVP
in
here,
the
5
last, like,
knockouts,
essentially they're the late game
13
carries. The fact that
assists.
both of them
That
got
was
caught
just
out.
Such a good match.
Ay,
Such a
ay,
good
ay.
final moment. Really close
That was
between these
brutal.
two squads the whole
3
time.
people
At
went
one
down
point,
without uniting.
Obviously, these teams were tied. You love to see it.
The
I have to
Hoopa, the
say,
Mewtwo, and the
you know,
Raichu,
A couple of these
all
fights
just
we
dead
had
Benzo.
our Mewtwo Y on the side of Citadel, played by Flareons, caught before they could even unite, and that just speaks to how well they were setting up plays between Smuglax, between Liko. It just really amazing stuff from the side of IX.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution of this team from version 1 to version 2, or I guess version 9, if I'm getting my Roman numerals right, has just been awesome to watch. Watching them yesterday, watching them in this game, this team is growing at a rate that I don't think a lot of NA teams were expecting. And now Citadel Gaming is on the back foot. Keep in mind, Citadel Gaming is 2-0 in this league right now, and they were looking to have a perfect start to their
This could-
season.
The upcoming
Look
match
at
could
that.
potentially be the last
Tied
match of
at
the day. Potentially.
209 for the longest time. I mean,
Game point
and
for
even
IX.
It ended. Even if they got another 100 points there at the end, it literally would have been a 2-point difference between these squads. What an insane game! A great one. I'm glad that we have an absolute slobber knocker to end our day right here. These two squads going at it. You take a look at Liko. Look at the heat map there, living in the center of the map.
Yeah, almost using it as an express lane to go top to bottom and make their impact felt. Really, really great play from Liko. An unsung hero again with just some hero plays. I love, Liko. Credit to the entire team, but Smuglax could not be denied, man.
Look at this stat distribution here, by the way. Crowd control, scoring, assists, knockout, damage taken, damage out. Almost all of them are at the max right here. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
No, you usually see at least a couple of those quantifying factors, pulled all the way into that middle dot. But Liko really just doing it all, and taking advantage of having dishes served on a silver platter to them and delivering for this team. IX Gaming, incredibly coordinated, incredibly impressive. Well done.
Yeah. Great first game by both squads. That was awesome. I want to see how and if at all these teams really adjust on game number 2. If you're Citadel, you could say like, hey, look, we got caught in that moment. That was a mistake. However, our game plan was working for us. You could say the same thing, of course, for IX. They ended up winning that match. I wonder if we see any changes at all.
I'd love to see a Vaporeon ban.
Well, yeah,
I think that's a place to start, right?
It's a fair one.
We didn't even talk about Vaporeon. Me personally, was so focused on Wailord and Smuglax, All Creamy and the Tree. And of course, we just looked at Liko on the screen, but that Vaporeon was an absolute menace.
It's just so dang good, dude. Nerfs are coming. We learned that from ACL yesterday. Vaporeon nerfs are coming, which I'm not shocked at all. It's just one of the craziest things in the game. Mewtwo X nerfs are coming up, but I think a lot. Honestly,
I think a lot of people that watch
really interesting because we're seeing a lot of
Pokemon Unite probably don't even realize what that actually is.
Number 2, Citadel needs this one
I feel like it's like one of those
3-0
production graphics that goes a little unappreciated.
And Evil Geniuses, but they have to get through IX Gaming.
Yes, they do. And we are banning quickly Miraidon, Darkrai, Umbreon, Blissey. I mean, these feel
okay, so Citadel Gaming choose first pick.
With a lot of powerful options remaining selectable right now. And namely, the Vaporeon is still in the mix.
Yeah, it's still in the mix, and if they don't ban Mega Gary here, which I think there's no way you give Fui Mega Gyarados, they are going to have access to Vaporeon as a first pick.
I imagine they first pick Vaporeon.
Conversely, you open up Mega Lucario.
Like what? Like when Blastoise is
double
banned
Mewtwo's, you know,
and
there's so
Vaporeon
much
is up,
strong
vice
stuff
versa.
right now.
Oh, they go for Mewtwo X
And
actually.
they go Mega Mewtwo X. Okay, so you can get Vaporeon and Mega Mewtwo Y. You can get Vaporeon and Mega Lucario. I mean, this is terrific. If I'm IX,
So
I'm
they're
feeling pretty
prioritizing the
good.
Mewtwo X over
I'm loving
Vaporeon.
this right now.
Mewtwo X is
You
a
do
solid pick,
lose
though.
X, which was great, right? I mean, they had
Right.
an amazing game, but yes, they are taking the other
No,
Mewtwo. They're
I haven't
stealing
watched
that away
Competitive
from
Unite in a
Flareons,
while,
and
if
of
I'm being
course
honest.
They are taking
The
Vaporeon.
last thing I've watched was
I'm
Worlds,
loving
or
this
part of
for
Worlds.
IX, but let's see what the rest of this draft looks
I
like.
haven't
for
seen
Citadel,
anything
'cause
after
I think
that.
they're very happy to take this.
Like, not a
That
single
Mewtwo was a
match.
menace.
It really was.
I know LCK is
However,
back,
the
though.
Hoopa continues to haunt you and I all weekend long. Hoopa selected by Aquilo last game, a real non-factor, if I'm being kind of completely honest here. Love to see Flareon's back on the comfort pick of Mew. Very versatile, incredibly strong, especially in the hands of a player like that.
You see, this was the problem with Flareon's last game. They had the 2 there. You don't need the Mewtwo. The man just needs the Mew. As we are taking a look at our next couple of picks for IX. Smuglax, I mean, there's a lot of things they can go with, but I was gonna say, if they don't go with Tree right here, I'd be disappointed. That thing was unbelievable.
It was incredibly strong. Queuing up, Immortal is hovering the Slowbro there, going for that
I hope they don't
shutdown,
lock in the Leafeon.
slow beam Unite move, as Sam is looking for a selection, and looks like they're going to
Raichu.
go back to the Alolan Raichu.
Okay, the
Interesting,
thing is
going
though,
back to Alolan
unlike
Raichu
last game, they
with
haven't
this
like they have the
Slowbro right
Mewtwo
here.
X instead of
Slowbro
Mewtwo
obviously
Y.
sets up a few things.
So it's not like they have
for
they have
either
Mew
of
now
their,
though.
like very powerful Unite move, then dive heavy Pokemon, Scyther and Mega Lucario. They have a slow beam. They have an answer, a big answer for that. They also have a good front line with the Mewtwo X, but that's, you know, Raichu, Mew, Hoopa, these are all going to be scared to see this Scyther dive in for sure.
A lot of great targets. This is when the coordination of team play comes into action, and it's really the execution portion.
Oh, I don't have
here.
the bracket.
We've got
Let me
tools
see.
on both
No one
sides
posted
that
it?
kind of knock out certain spots on the other team, right? Create vulnerabilities, but they also have the tools to prevent that from happening. So now, for me, it boils down to execution.
Yeah, no question, right?
this
I
even
mean, if
have-
you can keep this Raichu in the fight in some of these big moments, if you can keep the pressure off of them and you're allowing them to continue to store power and chain all of this damage to the enemies, could be
This
big.
doesn't
You're
even have the
also
bra-
giving
okay, that's not
Flareon
even
some
what I'm looking
opportunities
for.
with that to look for some big KOs with things like Electro Ball or Solar
Okay.
Beam instead of what they had before with Mewtwo Y, which kind of felt like another ranged attacker similar to Raichu. But here we go. Citadel Gaming, your purple team. IX Gaming, your orange team. Citadel needs this win right here. They could be 3-0 at the start of our league, but they gotta beat IX.
Ships the night here. They're just letting that Vaporeon get a couple easy and early stacks in, as tons of pressure is being put on Breezy right now. They're keeping the pressure on, going straight in, looking for the KO.
Oh,
It's
huge.
IX Gaming, and they get it on the Hoopa about even both ways. So each team has a player go down. Sussed out immediately is Sam. Actually, they were going for the Natus, and they didn't even know Sam was there.
Yeah, they didn't know Sam was there. They were looking for a play on them right there. Not able to make it happen, but did a lot of damage to Riker. We have Lucario back here in the top path, only level 3 right now. And this fight is once again kicking off. Mew is even here.
Flareon's rotating through it, has the screen in front of him, boosted auto through that, gets an easy knockout on the Vaporeon. IX Gaming now fades back in the face of
Big
4.
damage.
Really low is Breezy, really gone is Breezy, as Riker gets bubbled out by a great use of the light screen by Flareon's.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, and this is what you want from Flareon's, right? You want this high skill mage Mewtwo moving up to the top path, picking up a couple of big KOs with the Electro Ball, and then scooting their way back down to the bottom path where we could see still a Slowpoke.
Yeah, difficult times out here, finally evolving as we say that. Immortal looking for their prime target, getting the support of Flareons in their back pocket. There's Liko, though, always a menace, hanging out, and does hit Mega Mewtwo Y, but not for much value.
Yeah, and here we go. 8 minutes. We do have an objective in the center of the map, but it looks like we've actually got a fight in the top
When's
half
YouTube?
right
now.
Sam
What do you mean?
KO as we're watching Mewtwo in the
Citadel
bottom
Gaming
half,
is Team
look for a
YouTube.
fight possibly
Look at the
with
names on the
Liko
team.
back up top
I just
right
call them
here.
Team
We
YouTube
see
because I don't like their
Breezy
new,
right
I don't like their
now,
roster,
securing
or I
some
don't like
of
their
those
team name
wild
now.
Pokemon, while 2 members of Citadel are ripping through Reggie Drago in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's going to be easy for Citadel to shore up, and Sam does for the squad. Looks like we're going to have a big collapse downstairs by Citadel Gaming. They're going to look to catch out Liko quickly. Surf into the wall is enough to get it done in tandem with the Alolan Raichu, conducting a little bit of electricity, bathtub toaster type action right there.
Yeah, and here we go. Big fight possibility. Stored power. Riker's in trouble, and they are caught by the chains of that boosted attack.
I mean, very well done. They tried to get the reposition down with the Trevenant. Wasn't quite enough. They're outmanned, outgunned, and they lose Riker quickly. And now Citadel Gaming has all the positional advantage on this Reggie Steele. IX doesn't even look like they want to flirt with that right now and are looking to keep stacking behind them.
And here we go.
I'm a Team
Secured
YouTube for
by
life,
the Mew.
Citadel,
I
whatever.
gotta say, the Mew and Mewtwo Y are night and day for Flareons right here. I feel
They-
like he has
They had
some
to change
moments
their
in game
name
one, but
because
this Mew is such a factor in
they got
game number
sponsored
2.
by Team Citadel,
Yeah,
or
I
like
mean,
the
Mewtwo in Game
CTG.
1 had
So they had to
moments.
reflect the
This
branding,
is
but
just
for me, like, it doesn't
controlling
matter.
the game.
I will always recognize them as
show
Team
up right
YouTube
now,
rather
there's
than
no real
CTG.
doubt. The level of comfort that Flareons has on this Pokemon and the tools at their disposal, they're ready to go in any situation.
And here we go. Top path, nice secure here for IX. They're going to push that towards this goal zone. We have a Vaporeon making their way here as well. And you know what? It seems like Citadel just completely gives it up.
Yeah, why not, right? When you're getting tons of points the other way, and they're going to get a big 24 over here, make it
Damn, 29
over
overcap.
with good math, and 135, 129. That's enough for Citadel Gaming to take the score lead.
Yeah, nice stuff from Citadel. You're looking for some good math right there, and they found it. Possible fight breaking out right here. The Muddy Water going to push
They
them
had
back
to secede
slightly, and it
eventually.
looks like both teams are
Eventually.
content with moving away from this.
Still using the trick move set is a Kilo for Citadel Gaming here. Let's see how clever they can get with it as they want to put the pressure on. IX Gaming taking a breathing moment to farm here.
Yeah, just looking around the map, there's so much experience on the map, and if you are not farming it adequately, you're walking into some of these later fights without your powerful plus moves or a huge level advantage for the other side. Heading down to the bottom path, 20 seconds until this Reggie spawns, and it looks like everyone's going to be making it here. This could be our biggest fight of the match so far. Lots of Unite moves on both sides also, as the teams do make it here at the 5-minute mark. Smuglax with the Horn Leech with the Woodhammer, pushing him in into a Lucario.
Oh my god,
KO
Hoopa got
already.
caught out.
Akilo going
Akilo's
down right there
positioning
means
this
they can't
series
bring
so
the
far
Mewtwo
is
through, and
has
on
not been
IX's
good.
advantage, we have both Mewtwo Unite
Because
being
Hoopa
used
died,
immediately,
Mewtwo has to walk
and
all
now
the way
fight
down from
is
top
on,
lane.
But it's the Mewtwo Y that's taking over. I can't understate how big of a catch Akilo was. Not being able to use the Rings Unbound Hoopa to bring everybody back is an absolute disaster. They are here now. Now they're going to go Rings Unbound and get everybody through big stun, but unfazed is the Vaporeon as they're going back to their
Oh,
side of
but
the
huge
map.
cleanup.
Finally, the 4v1 takes hold, and they're able to get that knockout. But here we go, the chase a little bit to really make sure IX is scared away.
Big plays there from Citadel. I mean, they had some tough moments, but the slow beam on the Mega Lucario was huge. They were able to pick up that KO, and then as they tried to dive in and deal with the Mew, we saw Mew's Unite move just making the Scyther Unite basically useless in that moment, moving back in, taking the Vaporeon. Citadel weaving through a tough situation pretty well, especially after they were caught once again by Smuglax on the Trevenant with these huge plays.
Yeah, if I was IX Gaming right there, you know, a little lessons learned.
That's the last
you
Regieleki of the
catch,
game. There's not going to be a
Kilo,
third
you're
one.
effectively in a 5v3, you just got to go after the objective, or you just got to run at them, right? Force out these Unite moves on your terms. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, and Citadel Gaming was able to withstand the pressure. Mega Lucario's in action. Aura Cannon rips through. Now we've got the Alolan Raichu Unite down on the pad as well. Trev pops it up and puts the Forest Curse just on Slowbro. Mewtwo Unite bang is going to stun a bunch. The tree goes down. Vaporeon goes down. Scyther goes down. A great slow beam, and you're starting to see
a
the
little too
value
slow
of
on the slow beam.
Slowbro.
Jeez, I mean, what a fight from Citadel. Now, these were some somewhat late Unite moves, but of course there were Unite moves expended on the other side as well. We see the Slowbro gonna go down right there. The funny thing about that play is that actually charges their Unite getting KO'd in that moment. That could be exactly why they threw themselves at that goal zone, to make sure they could have their Unite back for this next fight. Both of these teams are gonna look to farm up their Unite moves. We got 3 on the side of IX, only 1, no, now 2 for
All
the
right,
side
Team
of
YouTube
Citadel.
have
Citadel looking pretty good here in
well,
game
at the very
number
least,
2.
the carry.
They're in control
Mewtwo and
score-wise,
Raichu have the
it
level
feels like
leads.
with Mew on their side, they're in
Everyone
control
else
of
is
a lot of these
relatively even
fights.
across the board.
I was
224 to
just about say that.
175.
You being one of the only ones
Very
with their Unite
not the
move
biggest
is
point lead
exactly
ever,
where they
but
wanna
still a
be,
lead
right?
nonetheless.
They can jump into the mist.
15
and go
seconds
for a
till
big time
Kyogre spawns.
secure on Kyogre if it comes down to that. Now we've got 10 seconds, excuse me, until Kyogre hits the map, and IX Gaming
Slowbro and
is already
Mewtwo don't have
positioned
Unite
to
moves
take a
right now,
fight.
which is a
If
little
IX
concerning.
knew how few Unite moves they had,
Mewtwo just
especially
got their Unite
Slowbro,
move
they
back.
might move in. However, one just ticked over. Riker throwing the dual wing beat, backing up here.
You really want to wait for that
Slowbro
Slowbro Unite
positioned
move before you do
far forward,
anything
getting a lot of
proactive.
information, but saying they have a Unite, which they kind of do. Future Sight pulls,
Okay,
but
Slowbro's
they
Unite
end
move
up backing
is up.
away. Vaporeon moves forward. Smuglax caught in a huge way.
Yeah, they were able to poach the Slowbro. The Mewtwo Unites are out going big stunts both ways. Rings are unbound. Trevenant is down. Now the fight continues. Can they turn the tide? IX is getting smothered here. The stuns are just too much. We've got Mega Lucario in the backline, knocking out 3.
That was a really bad
Instantly,
Unite move
IX
from
Gaming
Slowbro.
gets the advantage off the back.
I think
Listen,
Slowbro
finally
united the
durable.
Trevenant, but it wasn't
Lucario.
because they
Now
wanted to,
ripping
it's because
his
they got
way
caught
over
out
the
and they were
side of
afraid
the
of
map.
dying.
Citadel Gaming is absolutely sent packing. Their tower collapses right under them because now the score lead is going to become insurmountable.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Mega Lucario moving
And Trevenant still has
towards
their Unite move, by the
Mew,
way.
and Raichu was massive. Smuglax moves in, catches with the Horn Leech. Citadel Gaming, however, is trying to push back. They're not out of this score-wise, but this is going to be a really tough goal zone to defend. 5 members of Citadel move forward, looking for a KO. The Solar Beam doesn't find it. Vaporeon in their face. Smuglax is back. Here comes the Horn Leech. They're trying to do something, but no. IX is pushing back towards them with a huge close combat. They're taking them down. Hoopa's in trouble. The dual wing beat. Scyther Unite moving once again. They're
That's it. It's
wiped off
over.
the map.
IX Gaming is feeling it, my friend, and now all these Hundo Burgers are gonna go in, or Hundo Burgers without that extra patty, as we get a couple light scores as well. Incredibly powerful battles by IX Gaming here, and they're gonna drag Citadel Gaming to the 2-1.
It's
hell
over,
that they
guys.
belong
That's
to.
it. TKO knockout.
What a series from
IX Gaming
man.
win over
So many
CTG.
big plays there.
Team
I think
YouTube.
without question.
And that is the last
Breezy
match of the
on
weekend.
that Mega
So now I can,
Lucario.
okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play an ad and I'm gonna
Absolute,
rewind the
like,
VOD.
demon in those final
There's still
moments.
some I'm not ending stream anytime soon, guys. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go back to like the beginning, you know, starting from the first match, and then I'm just gonna like break down the matches. Yeah, like not I'm only covering NA. I'm not covering like EU and LATAM. That's way too much. So let's see here. Alright, so here we are. So I'm going to play an ad first, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you know, talk about the draft, talk about the in-game plays. You know, I'll use my little doodle board to, like, draw and scribble where I feel it's necessary. And then I'll probably like clip these segments and then just throw them up on the YouTube channel in case anyone wants to watch or whatever. Essentially, this is just gonna be like unbiased critique on the games that I watch. I've already watched them, so obviously they can't be spoiled now. And if you've been watching up until now, then they're not gonna be spoiled for you. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be informative, educational, instructive, and just gives me a little bit more stream time because I started the stream late because I only covered NA. I didn't watch any of the other matches, but yeah, we'll just go from there. So I'm gonna play the ads first, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, NA is done for the day, and we're basically on break until the next 2 weeks. So 2 weeks until they come back and play some more games, and then we'll go from there. So I'm not like when I do this, like I'm just gonna clip it and then just post it as it is. I'm not gonna do any fancy editing. It's literally just gonna be raw, unedited footage. Basically, if you're watching the stream now, it's gonna be the same thing on the YouTube. When I clip it and just post it, they're gonna be like 10 to 15 minute, like 10 to 20 minute videos a piece, like at most. Like I'm not gonna spend too much time, but yeah, this is gonna be the more educational part of the stream. And then once I'm done this, I can watch the other off-stream matches. So I know like Dignitas, Evil Geniuses, they played off-stream. I have the VOD right here. So yeah, like once I'm done this, I can watch these matches and then see how they played. Obviously, I already know the results. EG and Dignitas won their matches off-stream. They're 3-0, so it's pretty straightforward, self-explanatory. Dignitas G's nuts? That doesn't even make any sense. I'm just waiting for the ad to finish and then we'll get started. Do. Okay, the ad will be done in about 30 seconds and then we'll start. Well played taking notes. Where did that even originate from? I think someone explained it to me like the last stream or the stream before, but like, oh, is that what it is? Oh shit. That's funny. Actually, you know what? Hold on. That's the I just want to see if I'm missing anything. Hold on.
Which means we made it. EU, LATAM, NA. We saw a ton of amazing games today. We also have some great casters that we are going to bring on back right now so we can end out our broadcast. Bring them on in. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, Kellosaurus. Welcome back, everybody. I know we have a few important things to get through here. We need to see how things wrapped up here on the day. Let's take a look at our standings for the region first, just so we can see how things played out. Hey, Zoinks, tell me about Europe, please.
So I'm going to pause you right here just so you guys can see. These are the standings for Europe, Latin America, and North America. So for Europe, you have one undefeated team, BH3 Esports, they're 3-0. Latin America, Force Gaming, undefeated, 3-0. On the side of North America, you got two teams tying for first, Evil Geniuses and Dignitas, formerly TTV, and some of the remnants from LG on Evil Geniuses. Then you got 2-2-1s on the side of North America, IX and formerly Team YouTube. Peru Unite World Champion Stamina Esports in second. And then Komai, formerly Nouns Esports and Remnants and Team Peps and Engage and Volticons Unite all tied for second 2-1. In dead last on the side of North America, you got Aftermath Esports and T1 Gang Honestly, I don't know what T1 Gang was doing, quite frankly. Like, these guys were just trolling in this last... You know, I didn't even see them playing the other 2 best of 3s, but in this last one, they just looked like they were trolling. J'aime le poulet. I love chicken. 0-3 in Europe, and Avalanche 0-3. Latin America is a little bit more competitive. There are no 0-3s. The lowest is 1-2 across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. So 5 teams tied for last or tied for third, however you want to look at it. 2 teams tied for second, and 1 team in definitive first. So there's your standings for the week.
Yeah, that's right. You know, in LATAM, every team has managed to win one of their 3 sets. However, in North America and EU, we have 2 teams that went 0-3. And, you know, had Citadel Gaming won this last match, we would have 3 teams 3-0 in North America as well. Right now in NA, it definitely feels like we have some pulling at the front of the pack and some teams lagging a bit behind. We'll have to see how that starts to shake out as the season goes on. Speaking of the season going on, let's talk a little bit about our coverage of this season moving forward here, where we're going for the rest of the season. Hey, there we go. It's our double round robin as we continue to move on. Week 2 is going to happen January 31st and February 1st.
2 weeks from now, guys. 2 weeks from now.
Live. Week 3, February 28th, March 1st.
Well,
Week
actually,
4, March 14th and 15th.
13 days if you want to get technical,
April
but basically
11th
2
and
weeks.
12th. Remember, the top 5 placing
and then
teams
week
will
3
qualify for the playoffs. And of course,
basically
EUIC
is basically 4
very,
weeks.
Very soon, where
basically,
if it hasn't changed, and I don't think
that is a long time,
please
man.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the winner of the AOS Cup once again will secure their spot to the World Championships.
That is correct.
That is correct. They will get their
Zoinks
spot
did lie
to
to
Worlds.
us before, so is it correct?
Yeah, don't trust anything I say, actually. That's a great call.
EUIC in London, February 13th to the 15th. One of the best events of the year.
Oh,
It's gonna be
EUIC is
incredible.
February. Okay,
Before
that
we
makes a
sign
little bit
off,
more
I wanna get a
sense.
few final thoughts from the crew
So
right here.
EUIC is in
Doomsax, hit me
between
with the first
week 2 and week 3. That's why there's such
it
a
was
big gap.
incredible, right? I love the parity that we're seeing in EU and LATAM. The quality of just constant fights in LATAM is so exciting to watch. And for NA, of course, Root Dig and EG expected to start off strong, and they did. But a team that I'm incredibly impressed with right now is IX Gaming.
What happened
I
to
was
Doomstax?
wondering
He's
how
looking at
they would
Steve Carroll making a
transition
cringe
from
face.
that miracle run last year into the World Championships, into
He's
this league
auditioning for the
invite,
spin-off,
into
The
league
Office,
itself,
the spin-off
and they are
series.
off to the races. I couldn't be more excited to see these next 4 weeks.
The Zoinks, I know the power rankings are a little bit based off vibes, but also based off what you're seeing here in all of these matches, things shifting around as you go. How you feeling, brother?
Yeah, I just changed them a moment ago before I went live on the camera. At least for North America, IX, after a performance like that, I am moving up the list pretty rapidly. Honestly, you could have an argument for them to be number 3 in Extinction, drop down a little bit farther as well. Citadel Gaming, actually really impressive too. The USU might have
How's
gotten
the
the
coaching
best
going?
game
I
that
haven't
we've had
started.
all weekend.
I just wanted to see if I was
Those
missing
games
anything
were
at the end.
So close, so
I went back
intense,
to a
so
live
exciting.
broadcast.
A really fun one. But this whole weekend was jam-packed with incredibly fun matches. So such a great start to the season. I am pumped to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonder Chef, hit me with it, dude.
Honestly, I'm really excited because this is the first time that we get to do this format, and this is the first time now that we've been done with a week with this format. And this is a unique situation where these teams now have played, they've felt how it feels, they've seen their opponents, they have footage to watch, and they know exactly who they're going to be playing coming up in the next weeks, including all the teams that they've already played. So this is, I think, where the real test is. It's how much work you're going to put in reviewing matches and studying your opponents, and that's something we've never ever had a chance to do before. So I'm very excited for our next set of tournaments.
Callow, you've been in the casting booth, you've been in the tall grass. How you feeling at the end of week 1?
I'm feeling great at the end of week 1. It was fun getting to report from the tall grass today, but I guess being week 1, you know, it's just that opportunity to break the ice. And I feel like this is where things just only go up from here as teams, well, as Chef said, go and do their homework and everything like that. And well, they're going to know who they're going to be going up against into next week. So there's plenty of opportunities to go and research who your next opponents are going to be.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I am loving this format already. It's so great to see these teams over and over again. One thing I'm very excited for is to see how they end up evolving as the meta evolves, what teams will adapt, what teams will really rise to the occasion, and what stories will continue to move forward as the season moves on. It's been pretty incredible already here in week number 1. I hope for everyone watching, you know how important you are to making something like this happen. So thank you for being here. I hope you found your favorite team that you can root on week after week after week. We will be back very soon. Thank you all. We did it. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Don't go anywhere.
Bye-bye.
What
Have
a
a beautiful
show.
time.
What a
Bye. Au revoir. Ta-ta. Okay, now I can go back, guys. The stream is officially ending, so that means I can go back and watch the NA matches and break them down. Alright, guys. So, like I said,
Rest of the year.
I've already watched all the matches live. This is going to give me the opportunity to watch the games play out from an analysis perspective. I'll try to be as vocal as I possibly can. You know, make it educational, make it a little bit exciting if I can. Essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clip these segments and then just post them on my YouTube. I'm not going to edit them or anything. It's just going to be straight from my stream. So if you're watching now, essentially you don't need to watch anything I post because it's going to be the same thing. But yeah, I'm just going to give my thoughts, my unfiltered thoughts about the games that I watch. I'll talk about the draft. I'll talk about the things that went well in the game, what didn't go well, what could have been done differently, all that stuff. I'll try to be concise. I'll try to be, you know, time efficient because I'm going to be watching all these matches again, but I'll try to speed run it in a way. Essentially, each video is going to be like 10 to 20 minutes at most, which is essentially the game playing out itself and me blabbering in between. That's pretty much how it goes. And then, of course, after I'm done this, I'll watch all the games that I didn't watch, which are the off-stream matches. Like I said, these are the matches that weren't broadcasted. These are, you know, IX, Evil Geniuses, Dignitas, all those guys that played off-stream, because they only feature three best of 3 series on the stream, and then everyone else plays off-stream. Evil Geniuses, Dignitas, and whoever else played on-stream yesterday, and then they rotated out on day number 2. So that's pretty much what happened. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started. Alright, so we got Lunex Gaming versus T1 Gang. I'll probably lower the volume as well, just so you can hear my voice a little bit more versus the casters, because you've already heard them all day today.
Absolutely, right?
So here we go. So Lunex get first pick and first ban. T1 Gang get the 2 picks. Lucario, Mega Lucario first ban, followed by Mega Gyarados, Mewtwo Y, Mimikyu, and let's see what their third ban is going to be. Sableye. So I can't really comment too much on the Sableye ban. Oh my god, okay, wait. You're right. Now I gotta... Oh my god, now I gotta go to the videos because this shit just ended. See, this is what happens when I watch a live broadcast. Okay, hold on. Let me go find my starting point. So it was 6-11, I think.
Pack here in NA, middle to
Okay.
bottom, I suppose.
Once again, Lunex Gaming versus T1 Gang. Lunex Gaming get first pick, and then T1 Gang are second pick, but that just means they get 2 picks in the first rotation. Mega Lucario first ban, Mega Gyarados second ban, Mewtwo Y third ban, Mimikyu fourth ban. We got a Sableye ban, followed by a Blaziken ban. So a lot of these things are fairly common bans, except for the Sableye. Now I can't comment too much on the T1. However, Sableye must be a specific ban towards someone on their team, unless they are just very, very, very scared to play against it. The only other person that I remember at the top of my head that plays Sableye is Roland. short for rolling it
Don't
down,
Phonics, yeah, I'm
but
considering that Celestial.
yeah, it's not something you see
Leafeon
very
as a first
often.
pick. There was Blastoise available.
So Lunex
there
Gaming
was
go
Mewtwo available,
first pick
but they want the
Leafeon.
power of the Leafeon, that early game pressure.
Yeah, you can really see the difference between regional flavors here, as now we're getting first pick Leafeon, whereas I don't think any other region would have sniffed.
And then
this
T1 Gang go
Pokemon this early
for
in
the
draft.
Vaporeon
We
and
have
Scizor /
Vaporeon and a
Scyther.
Scizor Scyther, which means the Blastoise
I'll talk
is
about all the
back on
bans
docket
and
here and can be
all the picks
selected
after
in this
they finish the
opportunity.
draft.
Mega
So Mewtwo X
something that was either first pick
locked
or
in on the
banned,
side of
now
Oblivion,
finding its way here into
and
this,
IMAX takes the
fourth and
Blastoise.
fifth picks.
Wow, I mean, look how great that is for Lunex. They got Leafeon, which they clearly wanted, and they walk away with Blastoise and Mewtwo. Incredible. However, I mean, for T-Gang, they have this Vaporeon, which is an extremely strong Pokemon. It's definitely one of your first picks for sure.
It is.
Pyro
I wonder
Aquila
if the
locks in the
Scizor
Mew,
Scyther is
and
something
Clash
they could have
locks
gotten
in the
later,
Snorlax.
especially because Celestial opened with Leafeon, and Double Speedster feels a little bizarre, especially for the NA flavors that we're looking at. Tie-Dye quickly gets to the Duck, and Lumiere maybe looking for base model Gyarados.
Oh yeah, that stock Gyarados, you drive it right off the lot. It's still pretty good, but it doesn't have like a really nice spoiler or anything.
And
like
then
that.
Lumiere locks in
Not a cool
Gyarados,
muffler,
and
it's not,
Tie-Dye
you know,
locks
when I
in
was going down the
Psyduck.
street, I like
No
cars.
whistle tips.
No,
whistle
yeah,
tips on that
none of that.
Gyarados.
No light under, you know, you can see like the lights right under the car. It's just not, it's street legal, which is good. It's making it into a lot of matches because it's street legal, but sometimes you need something with a little nos.
All right,
behind it,
and
you
then
know?
the final pick on the side of
Yeah,
T1 Gang
it's a
is the
classic.
Mr. Mime. Now, I'm just going to pause it here, just so I can have a little bit of time to talk about the bans and the drafting. Essentially, a lot of these bans are fairly common for the most part. Sableye is probably the only ban out of the entire set that's a little bit uncommon, but this is probably a targeted ban towards T1 Gang. The one thing I will say about Lunex Gaming, right off the rip, is I'm personally not a fan of the first pick Leafeon. It's not that I think Leafeon is a bad Pokemon. However, it is something that kind of telegraphs what your jungle / top lane is going to be. Leafeon can flex in the lane, but a lot of the times people play it in the center, at least for the first jungle clear, and then sometimes they do the jungle role swap. And because you're first picking Leafeon, it allows the enemy team to kind of build a team composition that can withstand the initial burst of Leafeon. So if you look on the side of the T1 Gang after the entire draft is said and done, you got Vaporeon, very thick, very bulky, Scyther / Scizor. Based on the build, you can assume it's Scyther. Mew can easily evade the upfront burst damage of Leafeon. You know, at the later stages of the game, they have Unite move. If Leafeon tries targeting Mew, they just press Unite move. That's it. Or they can surf away, or they can coaching on one of their teammates, depending on the positioning. Snorlax, just flat out bulky defender, can easily tank the damage of Leafeon. Mr. Mime as well. You know, if for whatever reason Mr. Mime is getting targeted by Leafeon, they just press left trigger, showtime, there we go. So it's really up to Celestial to play smart and just position properly if they're that confident to pick Leafeon right away. Because you're first picking Leafeon, that leaves T1 Gang the luxury of picking whatever they feel like. A lot of the contested picks right now are the defenders, specifically Blastoise and Vaporeon. Because both of them are left available, you have your choice. In another reality, you could pick them both. But in this case, T1 Gang decides to prioritize the Vaporeon, and they go with the Scyther as the second pick. So, because Blastoise is still on the table, and they don't want that to, you know, stay on the table, Lunex decided to pick up the Blastoise, which is a very potent pick, especially after buffs in the most recent patch. Oblivion locks in the Mewtwo X, which is a very strong top laner. Some people have been playing in the jungle, so in a way it is a flex pick as well, but a lot of people have been playing in the top lane. And then you got Mew and Snorlax. Snorlax still a very solid defender. Mew, very high skill Pokemon, but actually highest skill ceiling Pokemon in the game, at least in my opinion. But then, I don't have a lot of a sample size to go off of when it comes to how well Mew is played when it comes to T1 Gang. And then Luniere's playing Gyarados. Gyarados is a solid pick. The only thing that really inhibits potential is the weak early game. So it really just depends how they choose to allocate their resources when they play the lane phase. And then Psyduck, very strong support still, regardless, despite the numerous nerfs it's received over the course of the last several patches. Lots of utility. That's pretty much how it goes. And then, of course, Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime is something that's not played very often. However, when it comes to this team comp in particular and who they're playing against, it's actually not that bad of a pick because being able to Showtime the Leafeon and CC the Mewtwo X just shuts down their ability to output their damage. So, we'll see how it goes from here.
Sedan, classic Sedan, clash rounding this thing up with Snorlax. And I feel like on such a high level.
Okay, so we can just fast forward until
also they got great
the
picks
start of
on
the
both
match.
sides, right? You don't have Leafeon, but you have Scyther. It's very and yeah, back-to-back Blastoise, Mewtwo.
Them right now.
This thing is one of the hardest things to deal with in the entire. Great gaming and T-Gang. Here we are. Lunex Gaming, your purple team. T-Gang, your orange team. As we have that Leafeon moving quickly through the central area, we're going to see how.
All right, so game number one, you can see that Leafeon is their initial jungler, and we got the Snorlax invade. Now, in this case, I'm not necessarily a fan of the Snorlax invade, just because it is a Leafeon jungle. So even if you are able to successfully deny experience, it doesn't really delay the power spike of an evolution because they evolve at level 4. And they don't need their full jungle cleared to become relevant.
Very quickly. And we're just going to A-press this thing down, and Snorlax looks like they might make it out.
Something you're going to have to notice that even though they put a lot of pressure on that Snorlax, they don't get a KO, and all the while, Magikarp is by themselves in that top path, not able to make a ton happen, as we do have Scyther ripping through that experience there. Lunaire trying to build up that effort gate, but actually it's
okay, so a lot of resources being allocated in this top lane. They really want to try to get this Magikarp online.
Magic happen here, quick little engage. They'd like to get Mr. Mime knockout,
and unfortunately, because Mr. Mime gets killed there, a lot of that effort gauge is filled on the side of the Magikarp, and we got a 1 minute and 25 second Gyarados, which is something you really want to actively try to avoid. It's even worse because Gyarados is able to get a couple points right there and just continue stacking. And something that you don't want to scale quickly is something they got to deal with. So if we just kind of think back on what just happened, essentially Snorlax went off to go for an invade for essentially one Baltoy, and they just lost so much map pressure because they're not there in lane. And because it was a 4v3 top lane, that just allowed them to get a kill and allow the Magikarp to evolve ridiculously early compared to usual.
Able to put damage on Celestial. Now we're just kind of taking a deep breath. Nice Vaporeon engage right underneath. The dual wing beat isn't there. They actually prioritize the Regidrago, and they are able to secure that team-wide experience.
Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon just coming in like a wrecking ball. Very Miley Cyrus-esque and absolutely devastating them. The flip turn, the muddy water, setting up a perfect timing for T-Gang to get that secure.
Okay, so both teams essentially resetting and waiting for the objectives to spawn. Alterias are spawning in 2 seconds.
With it before one of these objectives. 20 seconds now until this bottom right. Huge solar beam. Wow. Leafeon
Two
down.
players down instantly here. And I mean, you called it right. And you know Vaporeon's Pokedex entry does say the Miley Cyrus Pokemon. It's right there in the text, just like hitting a wall isn't talented.
And that was just a lot of upfront damage from the Mew Solar Beam, and it managed to tag multiple members.
Yeah, I'm sure all the Poke nerds out
Right
there
now,
are nerding
it's a little
out over
unfortunate,
my
but
knowledge of that.
Leafeon has their Unite move, but Scyther is also level 9 as well.
Pokemon was based upon Miley Cyrus.
Factual information, don't even need to look it up. Regirock getting eviscerated. Stepping in is the Leafeon. No, secured by the Mew, and the fight continues. Leafeon's down, Psyduck's down, and T-Gang is doing a great job in these fights. Nice wall by the Mew to cut off the Gyarados for just a moment. It's a KO streak of 3 for the Scyther. And
Okay,
you want to talk
now let me just pause it and rewind it, starting from here. The big issue that I have when it comes to the positioning of the purple side, essentially, you have all 5 members converging on this bottom lane, but you can already see that this objective is already at half HP. And these guys are still not in position. If you're going to send everyone on the side of your team to rotate down to the bottom, you want them to be on time. You want to take advantage of the fact that your team has the numbers advantage. As you can see, like Mr. Mime is top lane. He's chilling top lane. You can see him on the minimap. He's getting some scores off. The moment you see Mr. Mime top lane, that is basically your indirect signal to just play aggressive. Like I said, you have 5 people in the bottom lane area, but the problem is Gyarados over here and Blastoise over there are just so far from the bottom lane objective that by the time they rotate down to the Regirock, essentially it's already gone. And despite the fact that it's a 5v4, Vaporeon has Unite move, Scyther has Unite move, and that numbers advantage is less significant because by the time they collapse and try to make a play, the Regirock is already taken. They get the buff, they get the shield, they get the experience, and then they just turn the fight on you. So this is just a bit of miscommunication on the side of, the purple team, just because, like, these are competitive players. You have the luxury of communicating. So if you're not there already, like, we have 3 people off screen that are not here for this objective, and the call collectively was to contest this objective. So they're rotating late. Keep in mind, this objective spawns at, the 7-minute mark. So essentially, they're 13 seconds late, and they're still not there. So to me, it's just sloppy micromanaging of yourselves. And I don't know how the infrastructure of these teams are. Like, there's some teams that have one dedicated shot caller, and then there are other teams that like to have multiple shot callers. Now, I don't know how it is for this team in specifically, but either way, to me, this is just fundamentally bad play. And then it reflects, because now you see the Regirock being taken, Mew secures it, and then Blastoise and Gyarados are here, but then you have Vaporeon Unite move, Mew Unite move, Scyther Unite move being used, and despite the fact it's a 4v5 in favor of Lunex Gaming, they just get punished overwhelmingly. They didn't even need Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime shows up later, but he wasn't a part of any of what just happened.
Look at this here from TI Gang, just making their way into the center, taking all of the experience that they can away from the side of Lunex. Lunex in trouble right here. Obviously, you're playing Leafeon, so you have that big time early advantage. But just like you called out, Scyther now 2 levels ahead, getting some wild Pokemon KOs, going to show up to another fight with the Unite move very soon.
How is Lunex going to adjust here is going to be the question. Another great barrier from the Mr. Mime, cutting off the presence of Lunex Gaming, allowing TI Gang to get some of that Swablu and Altaria experience. Regieleki already getting work done, going for a flank. Mewtwo Unite is out, and they're going to use that to engage. Emerald 2 step into the back line, as, it doesn't even matter. 2 players down, Leafeon is low, they're pinned against the wall and blasted in the grill. They go down as well. TI Gang is finding themselves on the positive end of every single one of these engagements.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from TI Gang. They're absolutely crushing.
All right, and now let's just go back to slightly before the objective is taken. So right now, Mewtwo and Leafeon are making their way to the top lane. The 3 other team members are there. So essentially, it's going to be a 5 versus 4. Snorlax is down in the bottom lane. However, unless someone specifically pans their camera and is watching to see if, the Altarias are getting hit, or if the points are dropping on the floor, essentially, you don't necessarily know definitively where the Snorlax is. However, no matter what, because we're watching from the spectator view, we know it's going to be a 5 versus 4. That being said, if you look at the levels across the board, you can already see an overwhelming level advantage on the side of T1 Gang versus Lunex. Like, we have 3 level 9s, and then level 8, level 7. Psyduck doesn't have Unite move. Blastoise doesn't have Unite move. The other 3 do. But keep in mind, it's just not ideal to take a fight, despite the fact that you have a numbers advantage, because you're just bleeding levels. Like, you already had a huge level discrepancy because of what happened in the bottom lane. But they try to go for the proactive play,
X Gaming,
and we'll just see how it
allowing
goes.
TI Gang to get some of that Swablu and Altaria experience. Regieleki already getting worked on, going for a flank. Mewtwo Unite is out, and they're going to use that to engage. Emerald 2-step into the back line, as, oh, it doesn't even matter. 2 players down, Leafeon
And then to me, right here, this just
already
seems
getting worked on,
like
going for a flank. Mewtwo Unite.
a lot of miscommunication right here. Either that or just difference in priority when it comes to team fighting. So, right here, Leafeon was essentially in their jungle, then they path upwards, then they finally rotate to the top lane, and then they focus the Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime is not the person you want to target as the assassin, especially because you're using your Unite move, your Emerald 2-step, to try to burst out a target. This is probably one of the worst people you could possibly focus on their team, because the Mr. Mime is not the one that's going to be quote-unquote carrying the team fight. Like, I think they try to just melt the Mr. Mime before they could get their Unite move off. However, not only did they not kill the Mr. Mime, but Mr. Mime also gets their Unite move off and just CC locks the Leafeon. Meanwhile, that damage that's being used specifically just for the support could have been used on one of these guys. Maybe. Not, like, I can't guarantee it would have changed the outcome of this team fight, but the fact that they're losing a 5 versus 4, and of course, you don't want to dive the pad either. Like, this to me is just, like, a giant question mark. Like, it was a tunnel vision play on the side of the Leafeon. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is trying to fight these guys, but they just don't have the damage. Not only that, Scyther is level 11. They pop their Unite move on Oblivion right here, and then they just melt the HP bar so quickly that they get the reset, and then they are able to just reset and just take out the Psyduck as well. So unfortunately, the priority target gets left unchecked. You just see Mewtwo X just getting deleted. Psyduck just falls up afterwards, and then of course you see the Leafeon that tried to Unite move the Mr. Mime, they just get blown up.
Down as well. TI Gang is finding themselves on the positive end of every single one of these engagements.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from TI Gang. They're absolutely crushing it right now. Gyarados not able to make a lot happen there. Maybe if they were the Mega version, but again, we're just looking at the Camry of Gyaradoses right here, and it couldn't get much done in that fight. After the Unite move, it just really couldn't keep up with the Scyther. If it just peeled away from it, and now Scyther is back to getting their experience. Gonna show up to another fight with a big time Unite.
Man, TI Gang is really impressing me this draft so far. 5 minutes, 15 seconds in, and they look in complete control. They break the goal zone. Block is out. Psyduck does take care of Mr. Mime. Is the rest of the team going to be able to get out? Is that a flail block? Snorlax, I believe it is. Power nap in the middle of 2. Tons of damage going in. Snorlax finally goes down, and Lunex Gaming finally with an opportunity to score some points.
Yeah, making
Okay. So I did talk about this when the match was playing live, and, you know, I stand by what I said earlier, but,
it just really couldn't keep up,
you know, after
with the
rewatching the
Scyther.
match again,
It just peeled away
essentially,
from it.
up until this point, T1 Gang are in complete control of the pacing of the game. Like, at this point, they're up 171 points. They can still overcap on this tier 1 goal that has the Regieleki. And then, because of this misplay,
And
they
now
get punished
Scyther's
for it.
Back to getting their experience. Gonna show up to another fight with a big
And the
time
misplay
Unite.
is they are really greeting with this overcap and just. I understand Mr. Mime is trying to score individual goals to get some Unite energy back. I'm not sure if they were just trying to deny the Indinis from spawning after they break the goal for as long as possible. Like, I don't know what the comms are like on the side of T1 Gang, but because they took so long to break this goal, that just allows the enemy team, Lunex, to take advantage of the fact that they're overextending trying to break this goal. But Mr. Mime is going to score. Now Mew follows up. But, like, at this point, by the time Mew decides to finally break the goal, they're already getting surrounded by several members of Lunex Gaming.
Minutes 15 seconds in, and they look in complete control. They break,
And then because of that,
block is out. Psyduck does take
Mr.
care
Mime
of
gets
Mr.
punished,
Mime.
gets
Is
KO'd.
the team going to be able to get out? Is that a flail block?
Snorlax caught out of position as well, forced a Unite move to try to survive. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out.
Goes down, and Lunex Gaming finally with an opportunity to score some points.
Yeah, making something happen there, right? 100 points to 248. But while
And then that just allows Lunex Gaming to get some experience under their belt. They slightly close the point deficit, not by much, but still a decent amount regardless.
Tier 2 goal zone. It ain't gonna happen. Leafeon goes down. Easy Reggie steal for TI Gang.
Man, I'm loving this Mr. Mime play right now. I mean, you cannot understate what AW.
And then I'm not sure what happened here. Like, to me, this is just
opportunity to score some points.
Yeah, making something happen there, right?
very
100
strange
points to
gameplay on the side of Lunex.
248.
So they made a good play. They took advantage of the fact that the enemy team was overextending. And then they overextend themselves, and then they just give up some of the experience they just accumulated for themselves.
But while this has
They're
been going on,
pushing their luck,
Cypher
trying to
just
push to tier 2.
continuing
Just trying to get
experience
some handful of
now,
points.
level 13 on the side of TI Gang. They are trying.
Keep in mind, that's a level 11 Leafeon. Now, objectively, that's not high level in the game itself. Like, at this point in the game, Leafeon is actually pretty underleveled. However, that's a level 11 Leafeon dying to a Snorlax and a Mr. Mime that was a lower level than them. So in this case, they give up more experience than they got from scoring those 5 points, unless they were just trying to get a stack for their attack weight. And is that worth it? No, it's not. Because yes, I understand that they want to get their stacks so they can have some more damage for the late game. But then at the same time, you're already bleeding experience. You're already in a giant hole in terms of points and overall experience across the board. But now, you're giving more experience to the lowest levels on the enemy team, and now they're basically on par with the highest levels on your team. This to me is just very questionable play, and that's just me being polite about it.
Reggie steal for TI Gang.
Man,
And then Blastoise, I don't know why Blastoise decided to int themselves. Like, I think they thought they could try to save the Leafeon, but they just end up getting caught out for nothing. So 2 people get punished for overextending, and then
TI Gang, I mean, they're having such a strong
here we are.
to this series here. Of course, it's exactly where
At
they
this
wanna
point,
be
Lunex
right
Gaming should
now.
just be
As I
farming.
mentioned, both teams 0-2, both teams with
'Cause there's not much else they can do.
You don't want to walk away from this weekend looking like a team that's at the bottom.
Like,
of
it's
the
really
pack
hard
right
to
here.
make an aggressive play
Also,
when there's nothing on the map to really
Vaporeon
contest.
setting up so many moments, dude.
Yeah, now it's an opportunity to get the KO back. Emerald two-step is great experience
Fortunately,
from Celestial. They
Leafeon
get
was able to get a pick on the Scyther, and that's a lot of experience going over to the Leafeon. So that right there, despite the fact that they were bleeding experience for majority of the game, the comeback experience factor is huge. So now Leafeon just ended up getting so much experience to the point that they're tied for the highest level in the game.
Have it back for Kyogre, and they pick up a KO on the highest level Pokemon on the map. Great stuff from them. A huge catch like that at Kyogre, and they could be winning this thing.
Yeah.
248 to 110, so we got a 138 point lead on the side of T1 Gang. 40 seconds until Kyogre spawns.
These next 40 seconds into the final fight is what's going to matter.
Despite the fact that Lunex have been able to make a few proactive plays, T1 Gang have been riding the momentum this entire match, and they still have a significant point lead.
Recognize that with the Scyther dealing with Regieleki, they are not afraid of taking a fight right here. TI Gang does not want to engage right now. We're gonna have to see. Ooh, what a confusion! Catches 2 there in the tall grass. They might end up resetting. And yes, IMAX the Blastoise does reset. Oblivion moving in with the Mewtwo. But
Okay, 5 seconds till Kyogre spawns.
Yeah, they got that pull, but no follow-up. More to just scare TI Gang.
Alright, let's pause it right here before anything happens. So, Kyogre spawns, 110 to 248. T1 Gang have a significant point lead. What happens now? Well, fortunately on the side of T1 Gang, because they have such a significant lead compared to these guys, essentially, all they need to do is make sure that they have vision of Kyogre, and that's it. They play defense. Unless they see an opportunity that's very obvious that allows them to play aggressive and engage, all they need to do is make sure that this objective is not being ripped for free or started by the team that's just bleeding in terms of points. They have the advantage of the bottom lane. They have the bottom tier 1 goal. They already have positioning on the Kyogre. You have vision right here. And of course, they have someone positioned down here in case someone tries to go for a cheeky back cap. And essentially, if someone were to try to go for a back cap up here on the side of Lunex, then that would just give them the information to make an aggressive play. Unfortunately, on the side of Lunex, they have very limited options in what they can do. Because they're so far down in points, backcapping is not an ideal strat. It's not a feasible strat. Yes, it's always a possibility, but it's just not realistic. Because even if they were to score 100, they'd still be losing. So when it comes down to the side of Lunex, either they need to get the objective, or they need to win a team fight. Either or, they need to make the proactive play because they're the ones in the losing position. And essentially, the more time they waste, the more time T1 Gang have to basically just wait them out.
2 minutes, Kyogre's on the map. Let's shake it out.
And here we go, Lunex. It's time for you to make a big play. You had one earlier, but to be fair, you caught the Scyther with what they were doing, and you're the ones who need to make the play here. IMAX just chipping at Kyogre, seeing if we can try to bait TI Gang into a fight here. The Mr. Mime hanging out that top goal zone, and they might be onto something because we could have Leafeon rotating up there, trying to make things a little more equal. They grab Vaporeon. Vaporeon, Muddy Waters back. No fight yet, just chipping in with Solar Beam. They are not committing to anything as of yet. Dupes next. Both of these teams don't want to be the team to make a mistake, and to be fair to TI Gang, they don't need to make the play.
No, exactly. Nice little block creates separation. I don't know if that's going to be our engagement just yet.
No, it doesn't look like it. We have Scyther possibly looking for it. They hit the Swords Dance, but they're just waiting, and they have the luxury of time here, Lunex. I mean, they obviously can make something happen. Blastoise chasing in the back lane, but no! Scyther moves in for a KO. Oblivion Unite moves back the other way.
Now, they're down! The Scyther's down. Hydro Typhoon kicks up. The Mew is in the fog, and they're going to see if they can find more targets. 2 players down, and it's TI Gang getting stressed. Showtime into the back line. Doesn't do enough damage. Blastoise is on a razor's edge. Finally, they're knocked out. 3 players down for TI Gang, and Kyogre hasn't been touched yet. AWO pinned against the wall. The Psyduck is going to take care of their fellow Psychic type as Lunex Gaming converges on Kyogre. Half HP, but that Mew is lurking, and Mew is phenomenal at securing. 2 Pokemon back up. If the Mew can secure here, TI Gang is going to get a bunch of these Kyogre shields. They're going in for the play. The boosted auto is lined up. Electro Ball is way too late, but it's secured by...
Alright. I don't even need to rewind this far, because I can just pause it right here. So, compared to when the Kyogre first spawned, nothing has happened in the last 54 seconds. The biggest problem with the team comp that Lunex Gaming has drafted, which is, you can see right here, Psyduck, Blastoise, Gyarados, Mewtwo X, and I'll just put an X right here so you know it's them, and then Leafeon. The biggest limitation of this team comp with regards to this specific situation right now is the fact that they don't have any ranged Pokemon that can reliably pull the Kyogre. So the only way they can DPS it consistently is if they go inside the pit. But obviously, T1 Gang are not going to let these guys get this objective for free. The moment these guys try, if they went with this approach, if they try to just go for this objective and just go inside the pit, that's basically is the signal for T1 Gang to just force a team fight or just try their best to zone them off one way or another. So essentially, because this was not an option for them, they had to force a team fight. Keep in mind, time is not on their side. They already wasted 54 seconds trying to find an opening that was non-existent, so they go for the team fight.
Just waiting, and they have the luxury of time here, Lunex. I mean, they obviously can make something happen. Blastoise chasing in the back lane.
And then right here, Mewtwo did not get the greatest Unite move off. If anything, it was more of a defensive/passive Unite move because they were on the verge of dying. They almost got melted by the Scyther, and although they didn't die,
No, Scyther moves in for a KO. Oblivion Unite moves back the other way. Now
They took so much damage that they had to reset.
The Mew is in the fog, and they're gonna see if they can find
Very
more
back and
targets.
forth team
Two
fight.
players
There's a
down
showtime for
TI
Mr. Mime
Gang.
zoning up.
Showtime into the back
They
line.
trade
He's
3
doing
for
enough
2.
damage. Blastoise is on a razor's edge. Finally, they're knocked out. 3 players down for TI Gang, and Kyogre hasn't been touched yet. AWO pinned against the wall. The Psyduck is going to take care of their fellow Psychic type as Lunex Gaming converges on Kyogre. Half HP, but that Mew is
And then I talked about this when the match was playing live, but there's still a fundamental problem here. Even if Gyarados and Mewtwo get this Kyogre, you got numerous problems. Number one, they would have to both score. They're down by more than 100 points. So even if one person scored, they would still be losing, which means both of them would have to score if they secure Kyogre. In this situation as well, they don't have reliable secure. You got Gyarados, you have Mewtwo versus the Mr. Mime, and of course you got the Mew to worry about. They don't have the luxury of being careful because there's less than 30 seconds left in the game. So at this point, they just have to commit and hope to God that they secure this objective so they can run and try to score. But not only that, even if they got the Kyogre, Scyther, Snorlax, and Vaporeon are all about to spawn either way. So even if they got the Kyogre, it's so unrealistic that they win this game that at this point, they might as well chalk it up to the drawing board and just mentally reset and focus on game number 2. Because watching this, there's no realistic situation where this just works out in their favor.
Two Pokemon back up if the Mew can secure here.
So it is a 3 versus 2, but because they don't have reliable secure, they got stunned. Gyarados Dragon Breath a little too early, and then Mr. Mime was able to secure.
AWO, the legend from bell to bell here.
And at this point, because they lost the Kyogre, the game's immediately done.
What a play there from the Mime. I mean, we saw it. To be fair, I was stressed for Lunex. They were ripping that objective, but they have a Mew on one side and a Confusion Mime on the other. This was tough, but with 3 down, it was probably the only play they could take in that moment. They were just too far behind on score. Even 100 points wouldn't catch them up. Unfortunately for Lunex, not able to make it happen. TI Gang taking game number 1.
I question here, Spraggles. We're waiting a long time to make these decisions.
Yeah,
these
but
teams are down
by the
so
time
late. I mean, you
Lunex
have already
Gaming
cast a
pulled the
couple
trigger,
games where the team down by multiple hundreds.
they
or
had
at
less
least
than a
100
minute
plus
in the game
points,
to
are not
actually
moving
try to make the
fast
play.
enough into here to be.
So we can just fast forward to game number 2, save ourselves the...
Format, you're looking to not only win, X Fender being chosen next. Flame, and we're going Umbreon. Really interesting choice.
Bring scissors
Or Sabia. I'll love
instruments and T.I. the Rapper.
I could be convinced.
Alright. I'm not going to waste too much time on the bans and, the drafting. I'll also move my camera. I kind of forgot because we're watching the matches. Actually, no, I can just keep it here. Whatever. Alright, so this is game number 2 of Lunex versus T1 Gang. T1 Gang up 1-0 after that last match. Vaporeon was first pick. Crustula and Leafeon was the second pick and third pick. Umbreon and Talonflame. Scyther / Scizor and Zacian. Eldegoss and Blaziken. And then rounding out the team is the Alcremie on the side of T1 Gang. One thing that both teams share in common is that they lack a lot of range. These are upfront brawling Pokemon. First, lots of frontline on the side of Lunex, a lot of utility as well. You got the Vaporeon, you got the Umbreon, you got the Eldegoss. So a lot of sustain, a lot of frontline, a lot of utility. On the side of T1 Gang, they're a lot more damage oriented, but you could also argue that they have a little bit less utility. However, they still have a defender. They have their Rock Tomb, which is usually the case. Rock Tomb, Shell Smash, or X-Scissor, Crustle, depending on how they choose to play it. Alcremie, still a viable support. Blaziken is no slouch either. Zacian, I will say, based on recent history, has kind of fallen out of favor in the top lane tier list just because of the numerous nerfs that it has received, specifically the early game damage, as well as just some slight nerfs to Metal Claw and Sacred Sword over the course of time, but a lot of people still like to play it. That's going to be Scyther once again. So let's just see how this game plays out based on...
To go either way. As we have Alcor,
and you that early is not
a little too far.
to go shooting on their own game plan as well.
Yeah, 100%. Last game, it really just felt like which guy gang who's going to be your
All right, game number 2.
Lunex Gaming, your purple team. They are down one.
So we got
game
Talonflame
right
Jungle
now, one
versus
game away
Scyther
from
Jungle.
Possibly being 0-3.
We got Vaporeon and Umbreon in the bottom lane. Nothing too crazy happening besides the usual trying to contest farm, early game stacks.
Bunny having some pretty high level plays out of the Vaporeon in game 1. Gonna have to do it with the Crustler this go around.
We got IMAX here trying to score in the bottom path, possibly stack up this Umbreon. Leafeon in a little bit of trouble right here, but they do make it out just barely away from Oblivion and IMAX in this bottom path. Only EXP share we're seeing on the map, it looks like, in the hands of Bunny.
Finally, the double.
All right, so you don't actually see it because the camera is not panned, but Scyther actually picked up the kill on the Fletchinder in the middle lane. Torchic actually gets the kill on the Scyther, so they trade 1-for-1, and then Zacian also gets picked off as well. So a lot of experience going over to the top lane. Leafeon also gets picked off in the bottom lane as well. Fletchinder rotated to the bottom lane immediately after getting KO'd in the middle lane.
Confidence there from Oblivion, moving forward on the Vaporeon, getting a score. However, in the bottom path here, it looks like things are going
something I've been
well
pretty
for
vocal about,
Lunex Gaming.
and
Only
just
one
something I'm not a
Pokemon to
fan of
fight
in
them off.
general. I know this game, Pokemon Unite as a whole, is centered around scoring goals. But one thing I just never really liked is the fact that there's basically almost no counterplay to stopping people from scoring when they have less than a handful of points. Like when you have 5 points or less, it's so difficult to stop them from scoring, and that's a pretty big deal in the early game because that's just what allows people to get their stacks early. And unless you just have a numbers advantage present, like, you can't really do too much about it. Nice Brave Bird eject button from the side of Celestial. Initially it was gonna miss, but because of the eject button, displaced themselves to land the damage on Zacian. Brave Bird and Aerial Ace combo landing onto Scyther, and once again Celestial picking up another kill.
Huge KOs for the bird.
Well done. Zacian tries to step up with the Metal Claw there and get a bunch of experience.
Yeah, this right here was just very questionable. So Celestial was doing good up until this point, but this right here is like the first questionable play that I saw, and I did mention this when I was watching this live. So Brave Bird was on cooldown. I understand they wanted to go for the Altaria camp that just spawned at the 720 mark, but to me, like, you're already significantly farther ahead. You're the highest level in the game. You're level 8. Brave Bird is on cooldown. You go Aerial Ace into the range of the Zacian, and Alcremie's right here as well. I'm not exactly sure why they thought it was a good idea to do that, because now you just have two people converging, and there's not much you can do. Like, I was genuinely just baffled. It's just like, I think it was a little bit of tunnel vision as well as just like a huge misplay, because then they get punished. So what you see shortly after is now Talonflame goes in, Aerial Aces. They tried to get their Brave Bird off, but unfortunately they just die before that even happens. And then you just give Alcremie and Zacian what is basically a full level worth of experience.
Combusken tries to drag back to the pad that wild Pokemon unsuccessful.
And it goes without saying that
a super unfortunate
comeback experience in Pokemon Unite is one of the most broken features in this game. Like, I get that they want to give people the opportunity to get back into the game, but I do think comeback experience is severely overinflated.
Unfortunate way for that to all end.
That being said,
Exactly.
Talonflame comes back to secure the Regieleki. Registeel secured by the Leafeon, so they trade objectives top or bottom. 1-4 to 26. Talonflame pops their Unite move. Zashin and Alcremie are trying their best to hold. Alcremie pops her Unite move.
The cake has been built on top of the pad, and the Alcremie is quickly dealt with. Scyther pops their Unite move, looking to make themselves a factor here, but no, they are summarily defeated.
This right here is just... I'm going to be honest. This right here is also just a questionable play on the side of T1 Gang. They are trying really hard to defend this top tier 1 goal. The question is why. So as you can see, it's no secret that it's a 4 versus 3, and you know that because Umbreon on the side of Lunex Gaming has vision of these two players. So you already know that two people on the side of, you know, T1 Gang are bottom. So two people on the side of T1 Gang are bottom. And even if Umbreon didn't have vision of Leafeon initially, they're still in range of the goal, so there's really no excuse. I'm not exactly sure why T1 Gang are trying to defend this goal, which is essentially a 4.5. I'll say 4.5 because I'm including Regieleki in the mix. I'm not exactly sure why they're trying to defend a 4.5 versus their 3. And considering one of the 3 people, well, Leafeon is down bomb, so they have their Unite move, but they're not part of this initial defense. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And not only did they not successfully defend the top tier 1, but they just give up so much more experience in the process of trying to do so. Not only that, Alcremie burned their Unite move to try to defend it as well, so that's one valuable resource that's not going to be available for any later plays that are close to what happens now. Just very questionable, but you know, it was, I guess, the collective call.
Is quickly dealt with. Scyther pops their Unite move, looking to make themselves a factor here, but no, they are summarily defeated, and now it's Lunex Gaming looking to push a little bit further.
And now we have Lunex scoring on their tier 2. Nice big 30 points right there. Talonflame using Bravebird to escape. And yeah, you gotta say, Alcremie...
So the shoe's on the other foot this time around. Lunex Gaming have a significant point lead, and they're pretty much dictating the pace of the match so far.
What they did in that last fight.
The only thing I can really say right now is on the downside, because they haven't lost any goals, they have less access to experience overall.
Everybody else, so that just becomes your new target priority, and it makes it pretty easy. Sussed out quickly, half HP gone, ripping through them, cut off by the Zacian. Good support by Vaporeon though, which at least allows Talonflame to get out of dodge. Nice Bravebird, tries to predict where the Crustler's going, but their X is into the wall. Emerald 2-step, and a flame sweep back towards the pad. An overheat doesn't get anybody down, but now we have a 4v4 breaking out in the bottom path. Scyther pops their Unite move, trying to find a target. We had a Razor Leaf up to the top path too, but it's Lunex Gaming that finds themselves getting beat down here.
Yeah, Lunex Gaming in some trouble right now. Every member of their squad dispatched one by one. The Bravebird hits the entire team.
Yeah.
Move with a...
And then just when you think Lunex Gaming are in the driver's seat, at this point, things were looking well for them. Things take a turn for the worse, and they just kind of fumble and drop the ball, and it all starts from this moment onward. So Talonflame tries to go aggressive on the Crustle. Unfortunately, they just narrowly miss any priority target. They aerial ace the Crustle. You have the Leafeon with the Emerald 2-step trying to get the burst on the Talonflame. Talonflame pops her Unite move in response. Crustle pops her Unite move as well. Talonflame just gets melted by Scyther. So now it's a 4 versus 4. Zacian is on their way down bottom, but they're not quite there just yet.
4v4 breaking out in the bottom path. Scyther pops their Unite move, trying to find a target. We had a Razor Leaf up to the top path too, but it's Lunex.
And then I think it was just a very forced series of events, and it's mainly because Talonflame tried to go aggressive, and because they were, despite the fact that they were the ones taking the initiative to try to make a play, it was just a very forced confrontation. And because they're getting caught out in the like, whether you want to argue they're getting caught out or they're engaging, either way, it's just a very unfavorable situation they're about to
Krustler's going.
get melted, and it kind of just forces this very weird team fight, if you want to call it that.
But now we have a 4v4 breaking out in the bottom path. Scyther pops their Unite move, trying to find a target. We had a Razor Leaf up to the top path too, but it's Lunex Gaming that finds themselves getting beat down.
And then
here.
because it was a forced team fight, that just allows T1 Gang to, you know, go for the counterplay. Talonflame goes back in after spawning, but Alcremie with the Unite move is able to mitigate the damage, and they just get severely punished. So despite the fact that they have the point lead, they just gave back a lot of experience. You can see that Scyther, highest level in the game. The rest of the team, level 10, level 9. So fairly close overall, but Lunex Gaming definitely gave up their level advantage.
2 levels higher, of course, on Talonflame. If it's 13 and it hits the whole team like that, the damage reduction from Bravebird Plus, it does not go down in that moment, and that is very scary for TI Gang.
Without a doubt, Rock Tomb is there as finally the Crustle Bunny gets given up here, and the Talonflame gets a knockout back. Putting some points in, they're looking for a tactful overcap as they have the Bravebird fly in. Plus 40 from the Blaziken is going to give them the score lead, and despite that score lead, the level lead belongs to TI Gang.
And TI Gang with a beautiful score in the top path right there. 50 into that low goal zone after the Alcremie scored. And then you have Lunex just looking for a possible fight here. We could be looking to use some Unite moves before we run out of opportunities before Rayquaza. Vaporeon using its Unite, fighting 2 right here. Talonflame looking for a moment. They find it. Huge KO onto the Scyther.
Talonflame uses Bravebird, gets the kill secure on the Scyther. And unfortunately, because of timing, it's pretty much going to be the last team fight before Kyogre spawns. Just because there's not going to be enough time to pop your Unite move and then get your Unite move back before it spawns, unless it's the last team fight of the game.
Big fight, land a Bravebird on multiple opponents and win the whole thing. But look at this right here, ripping through them. Expert precision. What a brave bird that was, landing on 2.
I mean, that was a very nice individual play from Celestial. Lands the Brave Bird on both targets. Gets the Aerial Ace resets.
Critical, and now Celestial is the biggest thing on the map at level 14, and they are in great shape.
And when those Brave Birds hit, I talked about this earlier, but it can't be.
The one thing that's worth mentioning that,
Bravebird Plus will give
despite the fact
for each opponent you hit up to 3 times,
the levels are relatively close, Lunex have
50% damage
lost
reduction
their
against them.
significant
Just a
point lead.
crazy,
Now
crazy catch.
the point lead is only 60 points
You're
apart,
exactly right.
and
They're
compared to
looking for
before, it
critical
was a
hit
lot
on
bigger.
the
So
bottom objective.
T1 Gang have done a good enough job to kind of close that point deficit.
Down, and that's a decent buff to carry.
10 seconds till Kyogre spawns.
Yes, it is, as it's possible that TI Gang was looking for a flip at some point. However, Talonflame goes in. It looks like they're caught right now, in trouble. Needs the flame sweep out. Here come the Unite moves.
And the Alcremie is up. Here steps in the Zacian. Bravebird back into the middle. It's 2 players down instantly. Alcremie just down on the side of TI Gang. Leafeon is getting chased. Celestial with a ton of HP. They're going to try and get a knockout on the Crustle, and they are successful, going straight for the Hundo Burger score, as everything has fallen apart here for TI Gang, as Pyro easily chased by IMAX. Oblivion grabs a speed berry, and they're going to be on the chase too. Right back into the middle is Celestial. Bravebird to close the distance, but right now it just feels like Lunex Gaming is hunting TI Gang.
Yeah, this is a little scary for the Talonflame here, but it looks like they're okay. Scyther coming back into the pit right here. TI Gang is pretty aware that they're going to need to go for Ray at some point or trying to take a big KO. IMAX very low here on the side of Lunex, and they are moving in. Vaporeon with a massive Muddy Water, and they are chasing it out. Can they get Oblivion? They don't.
They're going to need TI Gang to pivot here. We still have a big Zacian Unite that they can use to deal a ton of damage. But here we go. We're right into the middle. And that Unite move was easily expended for no real value. 3 players down. Lunex Gaming is putting an exclamation point on this one.
Wow, what a great round from Lunex here. 2 players looking to score in the bottom path. We have the Scyther just being chased down here by the Vaporeon, and Eldegoss doesn't look like they're going to be able to make anything happen.
Okay, and at this point in the game, it's pretty much over. Correction on my part, it was Rayquaza, not Kyogre. Keep in mind that it was a change in the rule format, so essentially the losing team can choose whether they're first or second pick, and they have option of choosing the map as well. There's just not enough time. But just going back to the beginning of the fight, essentially,
buff to carry into this final
let's
fight.
just play from right here.
It is, as it's possible that TI Gang was looking for a flip at some point. However, Talonflame goes in. It looks like they're caught right now in trouble. Needs the flame sweep out. Here come the Unite moves.
And the All Creamy is up. Here steps in the Zasha.
So there's a lot of stuff going off. Essentially, because it's happening in such quick succession, I might just have to slow it down just a bit. So Talonflame goes in with the Brave Bird. Scyther pops their Unite move as well. There's the Crustle Unite move. Umbreon pops their Unite move in response to the Crustle. And you can see, very good Umbreon Unite move. And this is essentially how you're supposed to play Umbreon. You're not supposed to be using your Umbreon Unite move aggressively. You're supposed to be using it reactionary, depending on what the enemy team has on their team comp. So, obviously, the way Umbreon's Unite moves work, and this is the nerf version as well. Back in the day, Umbreon's Unite move would steal 100% of the shield. When it activates its Unite move, now it only steals 50%. But essentially, Crustle United first, and then Umbreon responds, which is why their shield is so huge. And that's how you're supposed to play Umbreon. I see a lot of the time when I watch competitive Pokemon Unite gameplay, there's some people that use their Umbreon Unite move aggressively, and I don't know why. And other times they use it like right before they're about to die, as if that's gonna have like a very game-changing impact. This is pretty much the textbook way of how you're supposed to utilize that Unite move. If a Crustle is uniting, a Snorlax, a Blastoise, if you see them uniting right in front of you, that's when you pop your Unite move, and at the very least, you just mitigate that defensive stat product that they get from, using their Unite move. So, well escape from the Umbreon, which is why the Crustle has such a small shield, at least right now. There's the Alcremie Unite move. And then Zacian goes in with the Sacred Sword, but gets, Metal Claw and gets stunned. And then it's very just chaotic. Everyone's just scrambling at this point. Zacian pops a Unite move for the hindrance resistance, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter. They just get melted immediately. And then at this point, 2 people on the side of T1 Gang are dead, and 2 people on the side of Lunex are dead. Crustle gets KO'd by the Talonflame. And then Talonflame tries to go score. Scyther comes back to defend. And despite the fact it was a 3-for-2 in favor of Lunex Gaming, the game is technically still not over. The point difference is not so big to the point that Kyogre is needed to win. It all just comes down to the macro and the micro decisions of the teams in
is pretty aware that they're going to need to go for Ray at some point or try to take a big KO. IMAX very low here on the side of Lunex, and they are moving in. Vaporeon with a massive money.
Okay, so Vaporeon tried to go for what is a flank, getting zoned out with the Zacian. Crustle gets caught out. Talonflame and Snarl stuns the backline.
But here we go, we're right into the middle, and that Unite move was easily...
But unfortunately, it was the 5 versus 3. Another person gets picked off, and despite the fact that Lunex are winning regardless, technically they don't even need to score. But to be safe, they split up across the map. They already know they have the numbers advantage because 3 people are dead on the side of T1 Gang. And they just solidify their win by splitting across the map, scoring, and just furthering their point lead.
Trying to make sure that that does not happen. And Doobs next. It looks like we're going to be heading to a game number 3.
Sure is. This Brave Bird Talonflame got ahead, stayed ahead, and made themselves a difference for Lunex Gaming. And TI Gang gonna have to go back to the drawing board because.
And then despite the fact that Leafeon got the Rayquaza, it doesn't matter. At this point, they're so far down in points because of the scores on the top tier 2 and bottom tier 2. that even if they get the Rayquaza, and even if they score, there's not enough time in the game for the rest of the team to score more points. And on top of that, it's just
although the ill-timed cutoff of me talking, I didn't necessarily
an
mean that
unwinnable
last
situation.
KO, but I meant if you're selecting Talonflame to use this Brave Bird build, this is the game you need to study right here. Incredibly well done by Celestial on that Pokemon to really take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, you look for those moments right there.
And then, like, this is one of those situations. It's not very common, but it's one of those situations when you don't necessarily need to get the end game objective to win, depending on how the first 8 minutes of the game has progressed.
5 with their Brave Bird right there, just incredible. Luckily, they had that Alchemy Unite move though.
Bang, another great engagement by Celestial, able to get a knockout. Now they're just priming up their next target, hanging out. This is when
let's go to game number 3.
Backs off.
Gang, I was like, did I X later?
It's a real
defenders here. See how they want to play it. They go support and
good game.
This last pick, deal what it is.
Yeah, but when you have Vaporeon, you have a chance to win. We've seen it every single game so far. It is not a bad look. And with Oblivion picking up that Vaporeon, we are not going for a support style Vaporeon. We are about that action. IMAX and Tie-Dye are anchoring this team as the support core.
All right. So final draft of this set, Lunex Gaming versus T1 Gang, or sorry, TI Gang. It's 1-1, obviously game point for both teams. Lunex Gaming are the purple side, so they get first pick. After the bans are said and done, they decide to first pick Umbreon. TI Gang decide to go for the Scyther and Mewtwo Y. Lunex decide to go for the Eldegoss and the Empoleon. We got Blastoise and Mewtwo X secured on the side of TI Gang. And then rounding out their team is Vaporeon and Pawmot. And finalizing their team, TI Gang decides to go for the Psyduck. So there's some uncommon picks on the side of Lunex. Empoleon and Pawmot are definitely not Pokemon that are played frequently, which is also furthered by the fact that their encounter rate is 3% on both Pokemon. Empoleon has received some nerfs, and I don't think it's gotten any buffs recently. Still can be solid in certain situations, but definitely not what you would consider a top tier pick by any means. Pawmot also not played as often after a couple of the nerfs it's received. However, it still can be decent in the right situations. TI Gang, Scyther has been a common pick throughout the course of this entire tournament so far. Mewtwo Y, early game, not the greatest. Late game hyper carry. Blastoise, self-explanatory. Mewtwo X, also top contender for top lane picks, at least in this current meta. And then Psyduck is just Psyduck. Received a couple of nerfs, but just still a solid support regardless, as long as it's played the way you would expect it to be played. Not going to waste too much time on the drafting phase. Let's just get into the game and see how it goes.
Everybody else is going to be scrapping up front and trying. You want to, they're free.
Yeah, game 3, Lunex Gaming, your purple team.
All right, game number 3. You can see Pawmot jungle, Scyther jungle, Empoleon and Eldegoss top lane versus Mewtwo and Blastoise. And then we got Mewtwo Y and Psyduck versus the Umbreon and
Oblivion is
Vaporeon in the bottom lane.
A bunch of damage. Half of their HP pool is just absolutely gone. And peeling back is the Umbreon there. I believe that's IMAX gonna just try and buy some time, and Oblivion gets out.
Yeah, Oblivion able to peel away from that. IMAX going to try to steal as much of that as they possibly can. Oblivion here almost level 4. IMAX looking to see if they can take anything away from the side of TI Gang, but it's really tough with that Psyduck there as support for Mewtwo.
It absolutely is. IMAX Umbreon stepping up, gonna evolve quickly.
So far, first minute of the game is already in the books. We got some reserved gameplay for the most part. Both sides playing relatively passive for the most part.
Looking to start this fight, they go and trying to secure some of that.
We got the rotation from Vaporeon to the top lane.
They're gonna push forward right here, seeing if they want to make their way to this goal zone. The Supercell Slam is charged up, but they do go for the Scyther.
That's a great target. Dual wing beat though, tons of damage, finds their mark. Celestials chase and knocked out.
This right here is probably like the first deciding moment of the game. Although Lunex Gaming have the numbers advantage, Vaporeon, as you can see, rotated from the bottom lane down here all the way to the top lane. Numbers advantages are not always what it seems. Yes, you have a numbers advantage, but keep in mind it's still relatively early in the game. Not to mention you have a bunch of laners that don't necessarily have the damage output or the ability to really have the same level of aggression that you would want them to have despite the fact you have numbers advantage. So you have Palmat with the, Supercell Slam trying to go aggressive on, target 1, target 2. Obviously Squirtle's over here, but he's focused on the Baltoy over here. And like I said, yes, you have a numbers advantage. However, it's just a very overzealous play trying to dive the backline, especially when they're on the pad. Because that numbers advantage doesn't necessarily have a lot of value in this specific situation, because you just don't have the damage to really threaten the backline when they're playing relatively passively. Especially knowing that they don't have the favorable advantage here. So Palmat goes in, is basically diving the tier 1 goal, gets some damage down, but gets punished because they use all their skills to go aggressive, and in a 4v3, they come out behind. And that just gives a lot of experience over to Wartortle and Mewtwo X. And as you can see, we got level 5 Wartortle with double buffs, level 5 Mewtwo X.
They tried to move in, they did hit with the Supercell Slam, but it just wasn't.
You have Wartortle scoring 21 points, so that's a lot of experience going over to them as well. And now you basically have a lane that's just going to be starving for experience until the later stages of the game, or unless they get help from Palmat again.
Is AWO, and getting to that Blastoise this quickly is a victory in my mind if you're TI gang. And on top of that,
scares the
Regidrago, all that experience for the team, and you have to think the TI gang is really off to the races in this one and taking a lead.
Yeah, they feel great, right? I mean, this is what their Scyther did in game 1, and we have an opportunity to see it once again in game number 3 here. Palmat jumping in, not able to hit anyone, but possibly moving in for a fight. Looking to score here. Vaporeon is able to score, but Palmat has to run. The Supercell Slam allows them to charge a shield, try to get out of there. Oblivion in trouble, IMAX in trouble, but they split, and it looks like everyone actually makes it home.
So slippery those two evolutions running next to each other. Umbreon and Vaporeon making it out there.
Honestly, it's a little surprising that Lunex Gaming were able to come out of that situation without any casualties. Considering Umbreon ran behind the Flux Zone and into the jungle to escape, I was at least expecting them to get caught out, but that was not the case.
Down there for a possible foul play Snarl, but no, they are not able to get that secure. TI gang now moving towards this goal zone. They could look for like Luna.
This is something else that tends to bother me a lot when I watch competitive gameplay. I understand trying to go for the Hail Mary play, but a good majority of the time, this is just a very optimistic play. I will say that. I am not a fan of competitive players trying to go for that super high risk play when it's just very unfavorable. So it's a 2 versus 1. You have the Scyther, the Scyther right here. You have the Mewtwo right here. It's a 2 versus 1. Umbreon is trying to go for the Registeel, the Regice to be specific. And it just seems like a waste of time. Like, obviously, if it works out, then it's a huge payoff. But then at the same time, you just lose out on so much productivity. Because no matter what, essentially, the moment you die here, which is what happens, you lose the objective, and depending on how the team, in this case TI Gang, want to play it out, there's a lot of people, like, it goes, there's two different ways you can play this out. So once Embryon dies, and they do die, you can choose to break the bottom tier 1 and expose the map, and the repercussions of that, or like the con of that, however you want to phrase it, it spawns the Indinis in the bottom lane, or you can go for option number 2, which is leave the goal up and just prolong the lane phase for as long as possible, because you know that your team is in the lead, and essentially, as long as you're playing accordingly, you can just continue maintaining that advantage by just stomping them in lane. But it really just depends on what the overall game plan is of the team.
For a possible foul play, Snarl, but no, they are not able to get that secure. TI Gang now moving towards this goal zone. They could look for it, and they do. Experience between these two goals. Do they keep the goal or not? And it looks like they're going to break with the 35.
One kill in this game doesn't mean shit, Poncho. For someone that likes to be very analytical, one game means one kill can mean a whole damn lot. Depending on the situation, one kill can decide the entire outcome of the game, depending on the situation. Like, there's some situations where
What a huge dual wing beat right into the
you
gut
just
of Lunex's
try to
gaming
go
push.
for that high-risk
Really
play,
well
and then you
done,
just never
well
recover
sought out.
because you're
I mean,
being
TI Gang,
unproductive.
You have to think this started for them not over pursuing the evolutions to try and get cheeky KOs. They closed out that goal zone, allowed them to turtle up onto their own side's T1 and get quality knockouts despite a nice catch by Lunex.
You know, this is tough for the side of Lunex here. I mean, the Palmot is pretty under-leveled when it comes to this Scyther. Scyther's about to be 11 here. We'll see if Palmot can try to keep up with it, but this Scyther just keeps going further and further, keeps gaining more and more XP. Luckily, Palmot on pace. They are 10 now, so hopefully you can keep up with this crazy speedster Pokemon, and your shields get big enough, you get powerful enough to weather the storm in some of these big fights. They move back in. Celestial looking for a fight. Huge Mewtwo Unite, Hydro Typhoon, and there they go.
I was just about to call out, if it wasn't just shown right there, those back-to-back Cyburns, Infinite Cyburns, especially with how condensed Lunex Gaming has to fight because of all these melee fighters going one into Hydro Typhoon, into another, into a Surf, into a Hydro Pump. Like, that is just a CC chain.
Okay, let's rewind it here. Because honestly, this was just a very
Luckily, Palmot on pace. They are 10 now.
one-sided
Hopefully you can keep
team
up with this
fight,
crazy
but it was a very
Pokemon,
clean play from
and
TI
your
Gang
shields
overall.
get big enough, you get powerful enough to
So
weather
right now
the
it's a
storm
4
in some of
versus
these big fights. They move back in. Celestial
4
looking
versus
for a
4.
huge
However, the big difference here is that both Mewtwo's level 9. You got your level 10 Blastoise, so they all have Unite moves. Let's put a star right beside them. Meanwhile, on the side of Lunex, there's not a single person here that has their Unite move. So despite the fact that it's an even numbers situation in terms of people that are present at trying to contest the objective, unfortunately, it is just not a favorable fight because you just have 3 powerhouses that are ready for a team fight. Not to mention, you got, although they're not there physically, you got global Unite moves, and they don't necessarily need to be there to contribute in this team fight. But if you keep it rolling, Blastoise leading the charge, lands a nice Surf onto 2 people, gets some damage down, follows up with the Hydro Pump. There's the Hydro Typhoon. Now you got a wombo combo of Mewtwo Unite move, Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise, followed by another Mewtwo Unite move, and then they just get CC locked, they get the damage down, and then they just straight up lose a team fight.
It wasn't just shown right there. Those back-to-back Cyburns,
Good scoring from TI Gang. They're able to break the goal and allow the Regieleki to pressure the top tier 2, 191 to 25. I also do like the fact that they were
Saloon, into another, into a Surf, into a Hydro Pump. Like, that is just a
level-headed
CC
enough
chain
to not
that allows this Scyther to
continue
clean
pushing
everybody
after using
up.
majority of their
And I'm loving
resources
what TI Gang has put
to
together.
fight for that
That's
Regieleki.
so brutal.
A lot of
It
the times
was
there are a
so
lot of
difficult
people that
for
will,
Lunex to really do
you know,
anything in that
try to
moment.
ride that
Level
momentum
10
and try to get too
still
much,
on
and then they
Pokemon
just end up
here,
throwing their
as
lead.
we have level 10
So,
every Pokemon and
yeah,
more
although the
on
Regieleki
the
doesn't
side
crash,
of
they win the
TI
fight, they get the
Gang.
Regieleki, they
Ripping
score,
through
get a lot of
Regice
experience,
will be going
and you see
down,
Scyther
and
already
now we
getting
have
the
another
Regice
buff
by
for the
themselves,
side of TI
and
Gang.
even
And
then,
Lunex is
Blastoise
making
in
a
top
push.
lane, scoring 40
Look at the
points.
push. They see that the Blastoise is gone, which means
Psyduck getting caught out.
their tank can't get done, and they're just gonna give up this goal zone pretty comfortably. Now they just don't want to give up more. TI Gang takes a deep breath. 231 to 93.
And,
Sure,
you know,
calls
it was
your
a good
goal zone, but you at least feel
proactive
pretty
play on the
good
side
where
of
you stand
Lunex,
right
although
now.
they lost the
Yeah,
objective
I'm
and,
feeling pretty
you know,
good.
Blastoise
You're
scored
back
40
in it a little
points.
bit.
At the very least, they got a
KO,
pick, and they used the numbers
level-wise,
advantage
extremely
to
even for both of these
break the
squads
bomb tier 1
currently.
and get
They're
some
moving
points and
forward
experience.
towards the
Now, this is
second
where
tier.
things
You're
take a
feeling
turn for
pretty
a
good.
worse. So, at this point, Lunex, despite the fact that they made a good play right here, you know, we'll give them a nice little check mark on the bottom lane play. This right here, and I'll just put a giant question mark, because I have no idea what they were planning to do here. This, to me, is just... I don't know what the comms are like, but I think they thought, because of what happened down here, you know, down here in the bottom lane, they thought they can continue pressing as a squad and try to get more than they could, because I have no idea what would compel them to think they could dive the top tier 1 as 5 when they're still down overall. Like, whether you're talking about points or just levels, like either or, it's just... It was just a very questionable play. So you have them roaming from top, sorry, from bottom to top. And here they go. They put on pop, so you Unite move, and they go forward. You got Palmot and Polion just diving in the Flux Zone. And then it just turns into a shit show, and then they just get absolutely steamrolled.
And now Scyther's on the chase. No, they decide to give it up and
I genuinely don't know.
the Umbreon running in the flux
I
zone.
really don't.
And it just seems like every time
They
Lunex
lost 4
tries to
people
engage,
for
TI
absolutely
Gang is
nothing.
more than happy to oblige.
I understand that that was probably the last time they could make a proactive play before the objective spawns, but it was just the wrong way of going about it. If you're diving the tier 1 Flux Zone in a 5 versus 5, chances are, unless you're just significantly farther ahead, that's usually not going to work out in your favor.
Oh, yeah.
TI Gang.
I mean, we haven't even touched on Psyduck, right? The Psy-II Unite move, the Headache Pop, and Bubble Beam is what we're working with here. I mean, TI Gang has made it impossible for these melee fighters to stand their ground.
Yeah, it does feel like it's really hard when you have something like Psyduck, you know, that can use that Unite move. You have something like Blastoise. Palmot does feel like when it jumps in with Supercell Slam, it is making a commitment. It is going in. It's really not coming out of that fight until either the enemies are all down or it is down. Nice score on the tier 2, going to bring them to 299 as we have Lunex positioned aggressively around this Regirock. This could be a great buff for our brawlers. If they're able to survive a little bit and continue to restore HP, it's gonna be tough for TI Gang, but they've had some great fights.
Yeah, but they have to use this buff before they lose it, right? Use it or lose it. And they can't just hang around like they did in game 1 and run out of time and let the clock be the...
Okay, let's pause it right here before anything happens. Essentially, this is very reminiscent of the previous game in the series, when Lunex were down in points, TI Gang are up in points, and once again, if we look on this team comp, at least on paper, they don't have any range to really pull Kyogre. So, one of two things is going to happen by default. It's either going to be a team fight, you know, TF for short, or a flip. Like a brute force flip. Now, obviously, a flip in this case with this team comp is very unrealistic, because in order for them to DPS this objective, Palmot and Empoleon are basically going to have to be in melee range. You know, walk into this pit, somewhere in this pit, to DPS it. And that's just unrealistic, considering TI Gang are not going to allow that to happen, or any sane team are not going to allow that to happen. So the only alternative option is a team fight. Now, before anything happens, and I've already seen this team fight because we already watched it live, all TI Gang really need to do is play defensively unless they see an opportunity to play aggressive. Like, they don't need to go out their way to play aggressive because they are just significantly further ahead. Even if by some chance someone on the side of Lunex were to hypothetically back up and, score 100 points, TI Gang are still going to be winning. So it's really up to Lunex to take the initiative to make something happen because they are the ones that are pressed for time. The less time they have, the better it is for TI. But of course, TI Gang should always be conscious of the fact that Lunex are going to have to do something in order for them to win, or at least try to win. So let's play it out and see what happens.
Impressive thing they have to work against.
And Lunex right now needs to make a play. TI Gang, just like game one, feeling pretty good. They're up right now. Flip turn moves in. Muddy Water moves in, but Blastoise is just going to peel away. They are now tapping Kyogre. Blastoise moves in. Palmot jumps in as well.
Unfortunately, Unite moves tons of damage. Mewtwo's go down. Wow, what an engagement. The missed surf by the Blastoise facilitates an opportunity for Lunex. Mega Mewtwo finally uses their Unite move, and the Palmot finally goes down. Surf back the other way, and it's just these couple players looking to scrap. Scyther does reset. They know they're far ahead, but they get another knockout. 3 players for TI Gang, now 2 as the respawning Mewtwo's about to come back. The rip is about to start, my friend.
This is the difficult part, right? Dupes next. I mean, they just don't have secure once again from TI Gang, but they don't go for the secure. They go for the bodies. They're looking for Scyther, the Saiyai pushing them out right now. Palmot running back to the fight. Kyogre at half HP.
Oh, Palmot cutting off the Scyther in the top left corner of your screen and getting a clutch knockout. The Blastoise is sitting there. Kyogre's down to 25% HP. Here comes TI Gang. Who's going to secure? It's the Palmot. Now the race to score is on, and the defense needs to begin. Peeling back as that Mega Mewtwo-Y. Psyduck is there as well. We've got a Hundo Burger going into the top path and a counter score happening in the bottom. Right into the mix is the Palmot. They're looking to fight. Pushed away from the pad by the Blastoise. Good move. Now, all of a sudden, TI Gang is losing. 30 seconds left, and they need to get more points in. They need to gather Eos energy. They need to travel the map. A single Mewtwo on the other side is going to try and get it done. 20 seconds left. Hydro Typhoon. 2 players down on TI Gang, and it looks like Lunex Gaming is going to be able to put a button on this one, my friend. Holy smokes, dude.
With only 10 seconds left and not enough Eos energy in the world for Mewtwo on the other side, Lunex continues to put points in that home goal zone. A huge fight.
Alright, now that's the end result, but let's backtrack and kind of see what happens in that team fight. The biggest thing that I noticed, and it's pretty much what cost TI Gang the series, is positioning. Positioning in this endgame is always crucial, no matter what team you're playing on. Whether you're the team that's behind or whether you're the team that's ahead, positioning is always one of the most important factors when you're playing a MOBA. And unfortunately, some people just, and by some people I mean the Mewtwo-Y, because they're just overextending, and there's a little bit of miscommunication here, or conflicting playstyles, if that's what you want to call it. So, of course, like I already mentioned, TI Gang are in the lead, so they shouldn't have to really play aggressive unless they absolutely have to. The problem here is that, number one, the Mewtwo right here specifically is getting caught out. So they stepped a little too far forward. And then another problem here is the fact that, yes, I understand that Blastoise is trying to zone, but rather than zone the Vaporeon, the Empoleon, and then the Eldegoss, they should be focused on peeling for their backline, which is, the Hyper Carry Mewtwo, the other Mewtwo, and even the Scyther. Whoever you want to argue is the most important of their team comp, Blastoise should not be separating themselves from the team, because they're the only frontline for the team. Like, yes, Mewtwo X, relatively bulky. Psyduck has a lot of utility, to be fair, but Psyduck cannot peel a Pawmot once they get in range of this Mewtwo Y. And unfortunately, because Mewtwo Y got so close, they get Supercell slammed, and then that's when they get united as well by the Pawmot. So when you play this out, and we'll slow it down just a bit, because this is where Pawmot just goes to town on the back line, and Blastoise isn't there to really assist the team. So you can look at the damage right here. The Mewtwo Y specifically and the Psyduck are so damn low that by the time Blastoise even reacts with their Hydro Typhoon, it doesn't even matter because the backline is already basically just dead. They surf that way, then they have to waste time walking this way. Obviously, they can't surf back because they're on cooldown. And then, yeah, they're trying to zone, but the damage is already done. The backline has already been absolutely shredded. Psyduck got so low so quickly to the point that they die without even pressing their left trigger, their Unite move. So they're basically a non-factor. And of course, Umbreon also united as well. So any shields that were gained in this small instance, if any, were just stolen for the most part. And it just lowered the survivability of the backline to begin with. And then Psyduck dies, Mewtwo dies, Pawmot's still targeting the backline. So not only did Pawmot just absolutely dismantle Psyduck and Mewtwo Y, it's still going for the Mewtwo X, which is another major component of this team comp. And then Scyther over here, Scyther is just long gone. He basically just said, like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta make sure I don't die. Which is honestly the right call, because if you die, the game is definitively just gonna be over. Blastoise, stuck in the middle of, 4 people? 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't matter what order you want to label them as. But
down. Wow, what an engagement! The missed surf by the Blastoise facilitates an opportunity for Lunex. Mega Mewtwo.
And then the only upside to this situation is the fact that the Mewtwo X that was still alive held their Unite move, was able to KO the Pawmot, which is obviously a big threat on the enemy team. So at the very least, the game is not over just yet. The problem is, in this situation, Mewtwo decided to play aggressive and try to get more than they thought they could. Scyther is ridiculously slow, so the only thing they should be focused on is going that way and nothing else. Blastoise is relatively low too, and because it's basically a 4 versus 2 at this point, because Scyther is just running for their life, at this point, you should only be thinking about going this way if you're the Mewtwo, or that way with the Scyther, either or. If anything, Blastoise can sacrifice themselves and just, buy some time, and despite the fact, even if they die, you're still ahead, and you got rid of one of their primary damage dealers, and the only one that can really DPS the endgame objective is Empoleon. Yes, the others can contribute, but keep in mind, it's 2 defenders and a support. So it's not like it's going to be going down relatively quickly. But when you play it out from here, Mewtwo decides to go in aggressive in a 4 versus 2. They get punished.
They know they're far ahead, but they get another knockout.
And then Blastoise also gets punished. So I think that was just a misplay from Mewtwo. Scyther comes back. And I noticed this immediately, but obviously I waited until after the team fight happened. I don't know what Scyther was doing here. I'm going to be honest. Scyther just full on inted this endgame, and it was just bad to watch. So obviously, just backtracking a bit, Scyther was here, then they, go that way, they recall, and then they make their way down to back to the middle, which is where they are right now. So that's where they are. But then they allow themselves to get caught out. Then they overextend. And then I have no idea what their pathing was. Because if you look at what happens here, so they're back in the center. They tried to go aggressive. I don't know. First of all, I don't even know why Scyther is going aggressive to begin with. It's literally a 4 versus 3. You don't even have Unite move. There's literally no reason for you to go aggressive in this situation. This to me is just like a I don't know what this is. I really don't. I imagine you probably already used your full heal in the last team fight. So you don't have full heal, you don't have Unite move. Obviously the green dot would be there. So you're going in with your basic skills into a Vaporeon, an Umbreon, and a number disadvantage. I think they just tunneled on the fact that they thought that they were doing Kyogre and just didn't look at the HP and just decided to run at them for whatever reason.
I mean, they just don't have secure once again from
You know, it's
They
like...
go for the secure.
So, there's the Psyduck Unite move. So, Psyduck is able to get the Unite move off this time around. Gives the Scyther a bit of a shield. And, you know, trying to zone off, you know, numbers 1 to 4 over here. Palmot spawning, by the way. So, they're just gonna try to make their way to the middle. I don't know what Scyther was doing. So, if you look at Scyther, pause right here. So you can just barely see them. You can see them on the minimap right here. But they're right here. They go for the fruit. But then they continue pathing this way. And then that inevitably leads them into the Palmot. Why are we walking into the enemy team jungle is the question. Like, there's no legitimate reason as to why you want to do that. And then, if anything, like... Yeah, you got the fruit, and then you run into the Palmot that's coming this way. But if anything, at that point, maybe try to regen on the pad, if there's any fruits up there, or just like reset, I should say. Just reset by recalling. That probably would have been more ideal.
AI pushing them out right now. Palmot running back to the fight. Kyogre at half HP.
They just straight up path into the Palmot and just get melted instantly. And then now it's a 5 versus 2. And then at this point, it's just over. You lost your Scyther. Mewtwo Y, extremely low. And there's really not much you can do about it. Like, it's just overwhelming presence. You got no Unite moves, no damage. And then Mewtwo X is on the other side of the map trying to get some points. But obviously it's not going to be enough to compensate for the fact that multiple people with Kyogre buff are here scoring.
And it looks like Lunex Gaming is going to be able to put a button on this one, my friend. Holy smokes, dude.
With only 10 seconds left and not enough Eos energy in the world for Mewtwo on the other side, Lunex continues to put points in that home goal zone. A huge fight.
And it's really unfortunate because for the most part, TI Gang were in the driver's seat for a majority of the game. However, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And unfortunately, they did not finish the way they wanted to, which resulted in them losing.
I think that buff might have been the difference maker. Just a few moments where members of Lunex don't go down and their Pokemon's kit. Like,
I think the signal.
So yeah, I mean, that's game number 3, and then, you know, hopefully they look back on these games and, you know, learn for next time. You know, 2 weeks from now when they play again against other teams. All right, let's look at.
Let's see if Brady is going to pick up this ever-present Blastoise. Now, a big. He fantastic on it, but Bora on.
Okay, I will say this. I'm gonna be honest. I think out of all the matches that I've watched today, I'm probably more what's the word I'm looking for? From an analyst perspective, I think I'm more I don't know if excited is the word. I think it's this series that I wanted to talk about more than anything else because this was the one. I think it was this series that like made me question my existence on this planet because I didn't understand what this team was doing. But yeah, I mean, we'll start off with game number one. Game number one was very unfortunate, but then I mean, we'll go from there. All right, game number one: Extinction versus Aftermath Esports. After the bans, Scizor / Scyther, Blaziken, Mega Lucario, Miraidon, Vaporeon, and Hoopa have been banned and are not eligible for playing this match. The first thing that really comes to mind is the fact that Mega Gyarados, something that has been banned a lot throughout the course of this tournament, has been left available, and that has been first picked by Extinction. Then you got Eldegoss and Blastoise on the side of Aftermath. Blastoise, of course, very highly contested defender, but in the case Vaporeon is banned, it's usually the go-to, the Pokemon or the defender that people pretty much always pick in response to the fact that Vaporeon's off the table. Eldegoss, a lot of early game lane pressure, solid support regardless. Psyduck and Umbreon on the side of Extinction for their second and third round picks. Double Mewtwo on the side of Aftermath Esports. Mimikyu and Armarouge. I've been vocal about this as well. Not a lot of people have been playing Armarouge. As you can see, the encounter rate is 3%. So quite frankly, it's been picked in a very small fraction of games. Extinction have been playing it. I'm not convinced that it's a solid pick. Unlike other traditional attackers, it is slightly on the bulkier side. Has a lot of upfront burst depending on which moveset you're playing. It's more of like, it's kind of weird because it is classified as an attacker, but when you go Fire Spin, it plays more similarly to an all-rounder playstyle, more of like a bruiser, because you have to get up close and personal to get your damage off, but also you get some sustain and durability as well. If you're going the hand cannon moveset, you play like a caster, but you got some upfront burst in the form of, a skill. So it really just depends. I'm not convinced that it's a great pick, but Extinction are trying to make it work. And then we got Ceruledge on the side of the last pick of Aftermath Esports. So, yeah, some pros and cons to both sides. Naturally, the biggest con that I see on the side of Extinction right off the rip is their early game. Not the greatest early game. However, their scaling is something that is either a hit or miss, depending on how the early game goes. On the side of Aftermath Esports, I mean, you got two Global Unite moves, you got a Blastoise and Ceruledge, so you got a lot of wombo combo potential, but also on the side of Aftermath Esports, their early game is not that great. Not the worst, but not so great either. So we'll see how it goes. Let's get into game number one, and we'll go from there.
This Armarouge, we've been seeing this all weekend. What coding have been dispelled.
Aftermath Esports Extinction is going to be sending a Mimikyu there, and so that means that we're going to see some pretty heavy aggression. We'll see if
alright, so it is Ceruledge jungle, and it is Mimikyu jungle on the side of Extinction. Got some early trading in the top lane.
See if you can help get in an evolution, and oh no, there's not even a Magikarp up top anymore.
Yeah, I mean, good job for August putting that pressure on with the Mega Mewtwo.
So very nice for a Mewtwo Y to... Oh, sorry, Mewtwo X to get an early game kill on the Magikarp, just preventing it from scaling relatively quickly. Mimikyu already showed themselves on the top lane, Ceruledge is in the bottom lane, Psyduck is rotating from the bottom lane to the top lane to try to get some momentum going and some early top lane pressure.
Micro stuns all the time.
Yeah, nice little stat boost as well. They're going to score a little bit. 4 members up top for Extinction. And at the moment, we do see the center Arab Pokemon in the literal center of the map from Aftermath. Maybe moving up to try and assist a little bit.
So it is a foul play Umbreon
no,
rather than the mean look. So most people that go foul play usually go for the Snarl build. So just for a little bit more CC immunity as well as aggression.
And this is a
They got Psyduck and Mimikyu going for the aggressive evade onto the Mewtwo, and you got Cereledge going for the counter invade in response to the Mimikyu invade.
As soon as you take this, you can maybe just wait around and the center spawns will happen as well.
Yeah. Look at this.
Eldegoss getting caught out. You can see Mimikyu decide to only take the red buff and recall, and now they're collapsing on the Cereledge. So 3 versus 1, Cereledge getting caught out, and Umbreon gets the kill secure on Cereledge. So far, Extinction are playing some pretty clean Pokemon Unite, making some proactive plays, collectively just deathballing on the enemy team. You can see in the top lane that Magikarp has evolved into a Gyarados, so things are going pretty well so far. Mimikyu also secures the Regidrago.
Players on a Mewtwo, and then it was August on the other Mewtwo, but I don't know which Mewtwo is which Mewtwo.
August is Mewtwo, make a Mewtwo X, if that
X. Okay, so yeah, it was X up top, it was Y down below. Can we please get the Eevee icon profile thing?
We have a tiny Y above the level is what we got, but
yeah, I know. It's so hard to see. It's tiny.
So, although we didn't get to see exactly what happened here, Psyduck naturally overextended and gets punished in the 4 versus 4. A lot of momentum lost, and definitely not something you want to see happening right before, the bottom lane and top lane objectives spawn. Considering Psyduck died basically right here, it really begs the question why they were so far forward and overextended away from the rest of their team. Like, you can literally see right here, the rest of their team is on their side of the map. So why is the support just off on their own in Lala Land? I have no idea. So to me, that's just the individual misplay on the side of the Psyduck player.
I can't even read names. Come on, you can't expect my vision to be that good.
Yeah, no, hey, you're telling me, you and I both though. Blind is a bat. But all right now we got Mimikyu laying down that Trick Room. Reminder, that Trick Room going to reduce that damage of the Psy Strike a little bit as Meadow's trying to play out some damage. Then you have that Mega Evolution. You see those big explosions of all of those auto attacks from Meadow, actually forcing Extinction out. Regieleki is brought pretty low, but Metallicas find their way back in, but it's still secured by Lakoding Cereledge. Great secure on that Regieleki.
Yeah, this is actually looking quite good for Aftermath, to be honest. They're doing, especially from what we saw from them yesterday, this is looking very, very good. And honestly, again, from players that are newer to being this competitive, I think something like the Mewtwo's is doing a really good job because they're able to really focus on like their positioning and their rotations, and not as much about like something super intricate, because the Mewtwo's, I would say they're relatively simple, at least as far as like the mechanical skill for them, and they've been doing a great job. I mean, August has gotten a few KOs up here, really doing a great job of farming as well. We can see, obviously it's coding, it's level 9, I believe, but some level 8s to match the level 8s on Extinction and level 7s, it's looking quite good.
Yeah, they're keeping parity in the scoreline, at least a little bit behind the 8-ball in levels, but not too bad. I mean, the support is out-leveling Psyduck, so just like you got a little bit of pieces of this matchup are actually going in your favor. You got that Regieleki in the bottom side. This Registeel might be a tougher ask, a bit slow in the rotation, whereas Extinction is already dealing damage to that main objective. You got a lot of Pokemon at level 8, so no Unite moves to have access to quite yet. Extinction, not the case. They might be looking for a big push to use these Unite moves, and that's right, starting off with a Play With Me right on top of that Mega Mewtwo X.
I like this a lot, and you know that they were ready, exactly like you said, to use what they could before the enemy had an answer for it. We are going to see one KO, another one of the Mewtwo's picking one of those up, but this is a huge push from Extinction, and oh my goodness, another one of the Mewtwo's going down. 40 points is going to be a nice 21-point overdunk. They could have gotten a little bit better math if there was one less point on Umbreon.
No, it was pretty...
Not the case. They might be looking for a big push to use.
Okay, so let's just pause it right here. So for the most part, there was a big of a lull period of both teams kind of just playing passively. Naturally, Extinction make the rotation from bottom lane to top lane. They go for the Regi, they secure it, and then they try to take advantage of the fact that it's a 3 versus 2. Mimikyu decides to go for the aggressive play onto the Mewtwo X, pops their Unite move immediately, and then the rest of the team tries to follow up and take advantage of the fact that they have a brief window before Blastoise right here makes their way from middle to top lane. Armarouge is doing their jungle clear. Meanwhile, it's a 2 versus 1 in the bottom lane. And there's a lot of things going on. And of course, you don't see everything because the camera's not panned. They can only cover one area at a time. But this is just one of those things where you kind of need that map awareness to kind of see what's going on. Whether you're a player or a spectator, Like, there's a lot of things going on the map, and sometimes multiple situations are happening, and you just have to realize that, you know, you just have to be aware of the things that are going on across the map. So obviously, 2 versus 1 in the bottom. We got a 3 versus 2 in the top lane. 1 person jungling, and Blastoise making the rotation. So let's just play from here.
Starting off with a play with me right on top of that Mega Mewtwo X.
So Blastoise is here. They're level 8. They don't have their Unite move just yet, so they're just relying on their Hydro Pump and Surf. As you can see, pause right here. Mewtwo and the Ceruledge take advantage of the 2 versus 1, and they get the kill on the Psyduck that was trying to hold the bottom lane. Armarouge makes the rotation from jungle to bottom lane. Unfortunately, too little, too late. And
for it, we are going to see a 1 KO. Another one of the Mewtwo's picking one of those up, but this is a huge push to extinction. And oh my goodness, another one of the Mewtwo's going down. 40 points is going to be a nice 21-point overdunk. They could have gone a little bit better math if there was one less point on that Umbreon.
All right, so once again, like I said, there are a couple of things that were going on right here. And this is a little unfortunate, but this is about that micro decision. You know, making like there's macro decisions and micro decisions. Macro decisions refers to the collective plays and the decisions you make on the broader scale, like across the map. And then micro decisions is like individual decision making, where you're not relying on someone to kind of shot call something for you, and you're just doing things on your own until it's time to collectively group or make a cohesive play. Armarouge was doing their jungle, which makes sense, but at the same time, if you're doing your jungle, you're exposing the fact that your Psyduck is here by their lonesome, and it's a 2 versus 1 down here. Obviously, the Ceruledge and the Mewtwo. So, Armarouge decided to go for the Baltoy, just to kind of like highlight it here. So they went for the Baltoy, and then they went for the red buff right here. The thing is, they don't even clear the red buff, because I think they realized that they needed to rotate bottom to go assist the Psyduck. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in time. Not only that, because they decided to go or try to do the red buff, that time wasted could have made the difference of them potentially defending the bottom tier 1. So, like, if you look at the minimap, like, shortly in a couple of seconds, you'll see that, you know, Armarouge is doing the red buff right now, although you can't see the camera focusing on them. They were trying to do it because they made their way from here to here, but then, because the little yellow dot that highlights the camp is still there when they're walking down here, it means it wasn't taken. So they wasted a bit of time going to that red buff, and then they tried to rotate down to defend. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in time. Not only does Psyduck die in the 2 versus 1, Ceruledge scores, and they break bottom. The only upside to that is the fact that because bottom is being broken, that spawns the Indinis on the bomb side. Meanwhile, top lane, obviously 3 versus 2, Lunex, or sorry, not Lunex, oh god, I'm brain farting here. Extinction take advantage of the 3 versus 2, and this is where the Mega Gyarados really comes into play, because this thing is a monster. Like there's a reason why Mega Gyarados is consistently banned in competitive play, and why it's the highest win rate Pokemon in regular ladder. It's because it's just strong. Like, the thing about Mega Gyarados is that, yes, it has a weak early game. Yes, you have that slight disadvantage of not having 3 items, but it doesn't matter because it compensates for the fact that as long as you're not getting absolutely destroyed in the early game as a team or on an individual basis, you will continue to scale and you don't fall off. Like, this Pokemon just starts off bad, but then just progressively gets better. And at this point, 3 versus 2, got your Unite move, got your Mega. You're just going to take advantage of the fact that they cannot really do anything about it.
Quite yet, Extinction, not the case. They might be looking for a big push to use these Unite moves.
The Mimikyu pops their Unite move. You can see the rest of the team just following up.
I like this a lot, and you know that they were ready, exactly like you said, to use what they could.
This is one side that goes down. It's also really unfortunate right here. Just something worth mentioning. Unfortunately, the Blastoise missed the surf. Like, they landed their surf, but it didn't hit the target that you kind of wanted it to hit, which is the Gyarados. So they just missed it by like a millimeter, and that just allows the Gyarados to score, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, it could have bought some time, if anything, but
For it. We are
Nothing is
gonna see
guaranteed.
KO. Another
Umbreon
one
pops her
Mewtwo
Unite move.
goes up, but this is a
Mimikyu follows up with Shadow Claw.
distinction.
Mewtwo pops her Unite move, and then the
my
Mega
goodness,
Gyarados
another one Mewtwo's going down.
is
40 points
in
is
their
gonna be
Mega and
21
chases
over
down
Dunk.
the Blastoise after they try to run away. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Psyduck died. Ceruledge and Mewtwo break the bottom lane.
You can
Yeah,
see it in
we
the-
all,
in
we
the
all
face.
know Trainer thought about doing it, you know?
Yep.
Just for the bit, honestly. Ooh,
And this to me
chase
was
down,
just
big boost.
absolutely disgusting.
They're like,
So-
you can see it in
We
the
all
face.
know Trainer
Gyarados still in their Mega form. Lands the Dragon Breath, getting their auto attacks off.
Honestly. Oh, wow, that chase down.
Stuck in the home goal flux zone. Technically, it was a 4 versus 1 because, you know, Ceruledge was getting chased down by the Gyarados. But the fact that they were able to not only kill the Ceruledge and then go into the home goal flux zone area, and then keep in mind they also reverted back to their base form, so that bought a little bit of time when it comes to the frames. But they got the kill, they go into the home goal flux zone, they revert back to their base form, and they still make it out alive is actually just insane to me. Like, this Pokemon just has so much damage, so much sustain, and it was kind of lucky with that evolution reversion,
Those
but
big boosts, or those big auto attacks after the Dragon
either way,
Ball,
that was
making
just
Gyarados kind of honing in
disgusting.
and
Like,
locking
that-
on their opponents allows Machito to chase that
I don't think there's any other
Gives
Pokemon in the
them
game that
advantage
could have
all the way
pulled that
back to
off.
their home goal zone as Extinction really
Like,
tried
getting
to
the kill is
walk
one
the
thing.
pressure
Surviving
all
on
the
top
way
of that in the middle of 3 people in the flux zone is also another thing.
That enemy central experience. And Machisel looking to dunk almost 40 points in this tier 2, and they'll get it. August not able to rotate in time.
Yeah, that definitely could have been a stop, but this just points to it is not still insignificant. I mean, it's not too significant is what I should say. It is just definitely significant. This Regieleki, you might honestly just be okay with letting that go into the tier 1. It's going to let you get a little bit more experience. The overdunk will not be that huge, and you do get less points the more damage you do Regieleki, so optimally, I guess you deal like, I don't know, 50% of its life and let it overdunk less, but that might be exactly what they're doing, and that is what they're doing, so not a huge break, and they're going to be happy with that, but there's still a lot of aggression from Extinction going in with a huge unite from Machisel.
And then there's Mega Gyarados again. Mimikyu united the Mewtwo, Mega Gyarados rotates down after getting their Unite move, and is just steamrolling through the entire backline. They don't have the damage, they don't have the peel, they don't have the utility to stop this thing. And there's a 2-part problem here. So the first problem is, and just kind of like highlighting it, is the Gary. Alright? I'm not exactly sure why we let the Mega Gyarados through the draft phase to begin with. Like, I'm not saying Gyarados is a mandatory ban, specifically Mega Gyarados. Don't get confused with regular Gyarados. I'm not saying Mega Gyarados is a mandatory ban. It's not like you have to ban it every single time. However, if you're going to let it go through the draft phase, you need to be able to play against it accordingly. The way this game is going, it really shows to me that Aftermath Esports cannot deal with Mega Gyarados. Which begs the question, why did we let it through the ban if you can't deal with it? Because right now, this thing is just... Yeah, you got like a kill on it in the early game when it was like a Magikarp. That was good. You delayed its power spike. But then once it got to Gyarados and once it got levels under its belt, you have not been able to deal with it effectively. So that just goes in part with the, the whole draft process. The second part problem is, or, another problem here is, this whole situation could have been avoided if they let the Regieleki just crash and then they just reset and kite backwards. I'm not exactly sure why they're waiting so long to let this crash if they're gonna let it go in regardless. So like if you look at what happens, the Regieleki walks anyways. Like they let it crash, which is what they should have done. But I don't know why they're trying to team fight in the process of trying to initially defend, but then they let it in, and then it's just like it becomes very chaotic. If they let this Regieleki walk immediately, and then they walk back, they don't have to take the team fight, and then they don't die for it. But then, because they're team fighting, and because they prevented the Regieleki from walking immediately, that just stalls long enough in a bad way for that Mega Gyarados to rotate and just run through their entire team for basically free. Because when Mega Gyarados shows up, there's nothing they can do about it. This is a level 12 Gyarados at the time, with Unite move, by the way. Meanwhile, you guys are, you know, like, all these guys are under-leveled in comparison. It varies from 1 to 3 levels, depending on who you're talking about. And not to mention, Ceruledge doesn't have Unite move, Mewtwo's don't have Unite move, and realistically, if Gyarados is using their Unite move, you can't really peel it, because it's untargetable. So, like, what do you do exactly in this situation?
Less, but that might be exactly what they're doing.
Like, Mewtwo popped their Unite move.
So
There's the Blastoise Unite move, but obviously Gyarados is untargetable. Eldegoss popped their Unite move as well. And then once you use those tools, you just have nothing left.
Squad looking like there's a pretty high chance that they will do so.
Yeah, Machismo put in the work in terms of damage. I gotta admit, I don't love the decision to not knock out that Regieleki. All of a sudden, you don't have a goal zone to kind of rally to. Extinction's able to take that team fight with only
even the caster, like, you know, even the caster's aware that the decision to not let that Regieleki walk immediately just costed them so many kills and so much experience for basically nothing.
Favoring Extinction at the moment.
I don't think that's the worst call in the world. I mean, it's going to give them more experience. I think the biggest thing is they needed to retreat for sure before it happened, because as soon as that happened, you know you're getting chased down. Machismo's been chasing literally to home goal zone. But hopefully they can get a little bit more kind of reverse EXP now that that's spawning. The points lead is already pretty big, but at least it's not a little bit bigger, because certainly at some point they would have won a fight and gotten a huge overdunk, but right now they've got to fight for something. Regice getting very, very low, and they're actually just getting completely spaced out. Rex doing a good job of just making sure that they're annoying, making sure they have vision on everybody, making sure they don't get to that objective. And we'll see if they can do the same now for the Reggie on bottom.
Yep, good classic Psyduck work. Plus, Psyduck needed its Unite move back anyway, so one of the easiest ways for supports to do that, especially with the experience changes, when you don't want to be last hitting a lot of the wild Pokemon anymore, is sometimes getting yourself knocked out. Regieleki taking some early damage, though Trick Room is going to fade as Metallic actually rotates up to join the top side of this team fight. Hydro Typhoon going to clear a little of space. Ceruledge Unite move is going to take the Regieleki. This is a huge expenditure, though, from Aftermath Esports. A couple of Mega Evolutions as well. Mewtwo Unite moves right down for the sky. Eldegoss Unite move from Eggnoob is going to keep up the Blastoise, but only the Blastoise, as Aftermath Esports invest a ton of Unites and are only going to have an Eldegoss left, as we are 8 seconds away from the final stretch.
I feel like there's a decent chance that they're just going to burn this. They've got vision. Once again, Rex playing a great positioning. You can see on the minimap, seeing exactly who's close enough or not. This is the time to get the steal. Auto? No, it's not gonna... Oh my God,
Unite! Oh my word! The Mega Mewtwo Unite is going to secure the Kyogre for Aftermath Esports, with 4 members of Extinction hanging out around that Kyogre. That means...
Okay, let's pause it and rewind and backtrack a little, because there's a lot of things that happen within the last 2 minutes of the game. So,
experience changes when
this is the third Regieleki. This is the final Regieleki before the game ends. You have an exposed home goal on the side of Aftermath Esports, so contesting this Regieleki makes a lot of sense on the side of Extinction, because the threat of an endgame Regieleki pressuring the home goal is a huge thing. Now, unfortunately, it's a relatively early team fight. You know, it's a 2:30 mark, but if the team decides to, like, if both teams decide to collectively make the call to contest this objective, then they have to commit no matter how late or how early it is in this case. 2:30 is still relatively early, but in this case, the team decides to go for this.
Getting yourself knocked out. Regieleki taking some early damage, though Trick Room is going to fade as Metallic actually rotates up to join the top side of this team fight. Hydro Typhoon.
So there's a lot of Unite moves being used here. You have the Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise, you have the Ceruledge Unite move, you have the Armarouge Unite move popping off. And everyone's trying desperately to secure this Regieleki. Like, Aftermath Esports knows that if they lose this Regieleki, it's going to be such a hard endgame to play, especially if they're burning their Unite moves here. Like, right now, you're missing a Unite move, missing a Unite move, missing a Unite move, because they're being used. Well, at least 2 of them are being used. And of course, in response, Armarouge is using theirs as well. But fortunately, in this case, Aftermath Esports are able to secure the Regieleki, which prevents
Regieleki. This is a huge expenditure, though. For
that threat of a third
Regieleki
Regieleki crashing into the home goal. Eldegoss pops their Unite move as well.
From Eggnoob is going to keep up the Blastoise, but only the Blastoise as Aftermath Esports.
And then Mega Gyarados chases down the Blastoise, and they take and they pick up 4 kills collectively, which is definitely not bad by any means. Like, they win the team fight. However, and this is where things go horribly, horribly wrong.
I feel like there's a decent chance that they're just gonna burn this. They've
Mewtwo still has that global Unite move because everyone's in the pit.
Seeing exactly who's close enough or not. This is the time to get the steal.
This is the beginning domino of a cascading effect that just is very, very unfortunate. Number one, firstly, whether you want to call it luck, whether you want to call it skill, the Mewtwo securing the Kyogre is just unfortunate. One thing I will say, though, is the Armarouge definitely misplayed. And I'm not putting the blame solely on them. However, yes, I know their range as a character is not relatively long for an attacker. Like, Armarouge doesn't have the longest range. However, when the Kyogre is getting low HP, with your hand cannon, you shouldn't be standing like right on top of the Kyogre. If anything, you could be standing like right over here or here or here and like clumping up for a global Mewtwo Unite move. Because keep in mind, the way Mewtwo Unite move works is that you have everyone that's alive being everyone that's basically targetable is going to get their own little ring for the Mewtwo Global Unite move. And the thing is, when you're overlapping, as in like everyone's so close together like this, the circles overlap and it just makes it easier for you to get CC'd. Armarouge definitely doesn't want to be in the radius of other Mewtwo Unite move rocks. Not to mention, unfortunately, the Armarouge didn't time their hand cannon correctly. And that's what puts the Kyogre HP in range of the Mewtwo Unite move. Unfortunately. Like I said, I'm not putting the blame solely on the Armarouge, because obviously it's a team thing. And you know, they were very confident. They won the team fight. They won the team fight definitively, and it's just very unfortunate that it played out this way. But do overlapping circles still multi-hit CC immune targets? What do you mean by what do you mean by that? Like, I think I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. Oh yeah, yeah.
Once again, Rex playing a great positioning. You can see on the minimap, seeing exactly who's close enough or not.
Okay, so this is where things go horribly wrong.
Time to get the steal.
So the good thing about Eldegoss running at the enemy team is that it gives vision for the Mewtwo White to even make this play to begin with. You like look at the radius of the Mewtwo Unite move. Like, you just have 4 circles just stacked on top of each other. And because they're all just clumped together, that just, you know, you have the risk of just getting crowd controlled. Armarouge is charging their hand cannon right now. And I think they were afraid of just not securing it, so they tried to, you know, get their hand cannon off immediately. But then, unfortunately, because they didn't have enough damage, it just puts the Kyogre in range of the Mewtwo Unite move. And that's what kind of results in this. Like, look, you can barely see the HP bar on the Kyogre. But Mewtwo secures it, which is really unfortunate. But at this point, the game is not over just yet. Like 332 to 127, obviously, it's up to Aftermath to utilize these buffs in order to actually win the game.
No, it's not gonna- oh my God, yes!
Oh my word! The Mega Mewtwo Unite is going to secure the Kyogre for Aftermath Esports with 4 members of Extinction hanging out around that Kyogre. That means that there are 4 targeting modules of the Infinite Cyburn aimed right next to Kyogre. The burst damage is enough to steal it. What timing? Problem is, Aftermath Esports still have a lot of points to make up. Extinction holding onto the defense as tightly as they can. 1 Pokemon on bottom side, everybody else, they got vision on the top side of the map.
I like the fact that they retreated and are trying to build up their final push here. Trainer getting pretty far forward. That's actually relatively scary. He's going to be able to escape, but pretty low to try and help defend, especially with the, well, no, the debuff of the Kyogre is going to disappear. So they've got some time. Big push, though, into the counter, the other base, the other home goal zone, as we see 40 points attempted from the Chisel. Should be defended. Great job. A lot of points going in. They are only, what, 95 points away.
Yeah, Extinction does still have the lead. No one rotating down towards that.
All right, let me pause it right here just because there's a lot going on. So you can see right here, Aftermath Esports collectively grouped up with their buffs, going for the push because they need to, because they're still technically losing, which is, you know, the correct play. It's good that they're taking advantage of their numbers and pushing collectively rather than splitting up. Honestly, I'm of the mindset of if you are the team that has Kyogre and you have a numbers advantage, it's better for you to just push as 5 or push as a group rather than splitting up your numbers across the map, like, you know, splitting up across and going down to the opposing lane. I also think this is the correct play on the side of Extinction. Like, rather than trying to defend these guys right now, especially without Unite moves as a resource, they're going for the counterplay and going for the scores. So Mimikyu is going for the home goal. Armarouge is going for the top lane goal. Same with the Gyarados. And then, unfortunately, because only one of them can score on the top lane goal, which is the Armarouge or the Gyarados, either or, that means the other person that's here, there's 2 people here, 1 and 2, one of these 2 people is going to have to go to the home goal to score. Because they can't overcap on the same goal. There's not enough points. So it's really unfortunate in that case. In this case, Armarouge is the one that's deciding to score, and then Gyarados tried to go for the home goal. Unfortunately, how it plays out is not the way that they probably expected it to.
Disappear. So they've got some time. Big push, though, into the counter, the other base, the other home goal.
So Cerulege goes for the heads-up play. Instead of going with their team, so Cerulege has 0 points. Instead of going with their team for the push, they decide to recall, which you can see right here. Gyarados is trying to score, and not only does Gyarados not score, but Cerulege gets the KO in the 1v1 after getting their Unite move. You'll see shortly that Cerulege gets their Unite move back passively, and is able to 1v1 the Gyarados, which basically determines the outcome of the game. And it's real unfortunate because
40 points attempted from the Chisel should be defended. Great job.
As you can see, Cerulege Unite move chases down the Gyarados. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is pushing.
Yeah, Extinction does still have the lead. No one rotating down towards that tier 2 on the bottom side yet, but there's a lot of time on this clock, and this Kyogre buff is going to allow Aftermath to hang out in the enemy central a lot.
And just to kind of like add insult to injury, one thing I will say is that although we as the spectator know who's winning and who's losing, because we can actually see the points, it's not like Extinction know that unless they just have some human calculator that's keeping track of every single score. And realistically, I'm sure that like 99% of the teams that play this game competitively are not keeping track of like the points that are scored down to a T. Like as in they know the exact amount of points scored throughout the progression of the game. There's probably like a 0.1% like population of pro players that actually do that. But even if Gyarados didn't score, they would still technically be winning. Or like Gyarados didn't need to score because right now they're still technically winning. So if Gyarados actually like recalled immediately, there's a alternate reality where they potentially could have defended. Especially you'll see here that when they died, they got their Unite move back. So they were not that far off from getting it passively, but there's no guarantees. So maybe if they recalled instead of going for the score right here and they recalled and then tried to play defense, they could have potentially defended? Potentially. But also keep in mind, if that was the case, Ceruledge also would have had Unite move for this push. So there's a lot of ifs. It's all hypothetical, but unfortunately, because Gyarados tried to go for the score, they got caught out, they died in the 1 versus 1, and that just allows Ceruledge to go down bottom immediately and push into 5 versus 4. And that's 4 people against 5 people with Kyogre buff, and yeah, it's just really difficult, especially when you just don't have the damage to defend against multiple targets like that.
There's no way they make it any
Like numbers disadvantage, Kyogre buff disadvantage, and at that point you're already losing anyways.
Didn't even enable the KOs, but it was just enough, and I think clearly this is a much leveled up aftermath from yesterday.
And it's really unfortunate because up until the last 2 minutes, it was going really well for Extinction, but it was like a cascading domino effect. Like Regieleki. Hold on. Hi. Regieleki, L. They lost that. Kyogre, L. And then on top of that, Gary, 1v1. That's pretty much what happened in a nutshell in the last 2 minutes. They lost the Regieleki that could have crashed into the home goal. Despite the fact that they won the fight, they lost the Regieleki, which is obviously a pretty big thing in the end game, especially because it threatens the home goal. They lost the Kyogre because of the global Mewtwo Unite move, and then Gary got 1v1'd on the home goal, and then that just allowed them to push a 5 versus 4 with 5 Kyogre buffs, and that was just very, very unfortunate.
They're taking game number 1 by 5 points.
Unreal close finish.
My pet peeve is this. They lost Kyogre and almost won, so if they had not done Kyogre at all, it was almost a certain dub. That is true. They didn't need to do Kyogre considering they had a significant lead.
Don't lose a single member with that Kyogre buff, and
but also,
make a Gyarados while defending their home.
I can't fault them for trying to do it
at the end of this one
because they had
with them amazing lead
killed 4 people. The problem is the team fight was so
Okay,
it happened so early that it just allowed these guys enough time to respawn, and their dead timers weren't even that long to begin with.
Incredible game, actually. So that was a beautiful steal. I will say the Mewtwo gameplay has been really, really good across the board. I mean, from the very start, first early quick KO to stealing the, stealing the.
Is this the game? I think this is the game.
Into in-game number.
Neither of the Mewtwo's. But we will see what it ended up being, which I don't think is
comfortable
of this, especially on 0 and 2.
Oh, this is the game. This is the game. Okay.
Super back the side. Their way, like painted up. I think
that again didn't really much. Also,
me up.
Came down very.
Oh my god. Where's the draft?
Side strike is really a in this pick too. Pick
time that I see
what's gonna be is banned. Standard Lucario's available. Ceruledge still available, and pretty sure that Pokemon's not available.
So
that was funny. When I was watching this live, I actually laughed at that. That was funny.
We'll see what... Aren't you glad with the big Unite strategy like that? It's just something.
The Kyogre super inopportune.
All right. So we're gonna start off from here because this was what's with the map variants on Champ Select? Yeah, so the team that loses can choose what map. Like it's a new rule that was implemented this in this league, the team that loses the game number 1 can choose which map they play on. It can be Kyogre, Groudon, or Rayquaza. Not only that, but in this league, the first map that is played will also alternate. So for week number 1, it's always Kyogre for game number 1. In week number 2, which is 2 weeks from now, it's always going to be Groudon game number 1. Like, the team that loses will always get to pick what map they want to play on, but game number 2 is going to be Groudon on week 2. And then week 3, it's Rayquaza. And then week 4 and week 5, it's Kyogre and then Groudon again. So yeah. So you can choose Rayquaza map and run T-Tar or something if you want to. Yeah. Technically you can. But I believe, if I recall correctly, Rayquaza was only chosen once on the broadcast. I can't speak on behalf of the offline matches, but yeah, Rayquaza was only chosen once on broadcasts, and in that game that was played, they didn't even get the objective. Like, they lost. Like, the teams that played, like, they lost without the objective even being claimed. So, yeah. Okay. You can pick Rayquaza either if you want a super objective secure team comp or some cheese with T-Tar defensive sword comp. I mean, yes, but that's only if you lose. That's the thing. Ideally, you want to win, but if by chance you lose, you can try to execute a team comp strat like that. But you don't really want to be the team in the position of, having to choose Rayquaza and then also run a gimmicky strat. But I mean, you play what you're confident in playing. Okay, so I was very vocal about this game because this is something that just left me kind of speechless. So Extinction versus Aftermath Esports game number 2. They had to remake because someone accidentally picked Mega Charizard Y, which is banned. So then they remade the game. They kept the same draft from the previous game, except that it was Ceruledge instead of the Mega Charizard Y. So there was a bit of a hiccup there. Now, when you look at these teams on paper before the game even starts, you'd think it's pretty straightforward. Armarouge in the bottom lane, you got Squirtle in the bottom lane, Mewtwo and Hoop on the top lane, then you got Urshifu in the jungle. And on the opposing side, you would think it's Ceruledge in, the top or the bottom lane, Eldegoss laning, Eevee, and then you got Mewtwo as well. And you would have thought that Magikarp would be in the top or the bottom lane. But no, Aftermath Esports decided to throw a curveball and decide to go for the 500 IQ jungle strat of Gyarados Jungle. And funnily enough, this wasn't even the first time that it was played in the tournament, or in competitive UCS today. I believe this is the second or even third time. I'm not exactly sure why people think this is a good idea. I can understand the idea that they're trying to go for. Like, they're trying to ensure that Gyarados or Magikarp gets to Gyarados relatively quickly by getting the full jungle clear. However, Gyarados, in this case Magikarp to be specific, has the slowest jungle clear in the entire game. And if you are allowing Magikarp to jungle, you are basically not going to be in time to react to the Altaria spawning. That's how long it takes for you to clear your jungle, if you're doing it by yourself. And if you have help, as in one of your laners is going to clear the jungle with you, that just means less effort gauge for you so you can evolve. So no matter how you try to play it out, you're going to be at an overwhelming disadvantage. Either you have a solo Magikarp jungling by yourself and it's taking forever, or you have help, but you don't get enough effort to evolve, which is just very unfortunate. And keep in mind, in the most recent balance update, if I recall correctly, I believe it takes more effort for, or more total effort for Magikarp to evolve to Gyarados. So, this strat that Aftermath Esports tried to execute was just very questionable, and just, you'll see how it plays out. So, let's not waste any more time. Let's watch the game. This is game number 2 of the best of 3
Or
series.
anything like that. So we're headed right back into game Extinction with their backs against the wall against underdog Aftermath Esports with a 1-0 lead.
Aren't you glad that I made you talk about Charizard X for
The
30
Zards are
minutes in
banned?
between that?
No, only Mega
But-
Charizard Y is banned. Mega Charizard X is available if people want to play it.
But no, I mean, Extinction really has to fight for their life right now. They've got to make sure that Aftermath does not take this win, at least not easily. They do not want to go 0-3 over the course of this, especially not 0-2, as I believe that's going to affect some tiebreakers.
Yeah, it was a scary spot. Meadow doing a lot of damage with that X attack Mewtwo Y. I mean, just at any stage of this game, you got to be worried about it. And I got to correct myself, Chef. I was calling that these Mega Mewtwo's would probably end up being an opposite pass. That is not the case. And will be working together against each other, both with the support in their pocket.
I mean, I would not have guessed that we are going to see the Magikarp in the center area. That was
And
not what I
Sharknet, bro.
expected. It's exact mirrors. This is not confusing to look at all. And can we get some evolutions as well in this? And some Pikachus maybe, you know, the Alolan Raichu and Pikachu.
I'm going to pause it right here because this is just very important to kind of talk about and to highlight. If you look at the time right now, it's 8:46. The Altaria spawned at 8:50. You still have Magikarp doing their first jungle clear. Not to mention, they're still on the Baltoy. So they have to finish this camp before they can even think about going top lane or bottom lane. And even if they finished, they still have to walk there, which takes time. And by the time they get there, Altaria is going to be gone, and whatever farm is in that lane is most likely going to be cleared as well. This is the problem with the Magikarp jungle. Because, like I said, it is the slowest clearing jungler in the game. Something you just don't want to do, because the whole concept of having a jungler is for them to influence the game in the early stages in a positive manner, so that your team can thrive in a way that they can transition that experience or those leads or whatever plays you make into something beneficial for the team. So basically, this Pokemon, this player right here, is just non-existent. They are not contributing. They're not going to do anything. And in contrast, you have the Urshifu jungle that is already in the bottom lane in a 3 versus 2, making a difference. So in order for this Magikarp jungle to work, the Gyarados to be technical, they need to ensure that whenever they do become a Gyarados, they are making a difference in the early game. Or at the very least, the team as a whole is able to turtle and just survive long enough for the team to scale so they can group up and actually make some collective plays. But right now is just, I don't know what Aftermath Esports were trying to go for when they tried to execute this strat. As a jungler main myself, this is just a straight up troll strat, and seeing this on the what is to be the highest competitive level of Pokemon Unite is just laughable at most.
Let's just make it as confusing as possible. But
You can see Urshifu in this 3 versus 2 already making a difference.
Well, Magikarps, you can
Yeah, me
say. Yeah, okay. I was gonna ask you if that was something that I was just missing, but they're doing it.
No, Magikarp, not the fastest clear in the world of that central
That's a good way
area.
to put that.
And August doesn't even have a full effort gauge. This is a really unfortunate position to be in. They're going to have to find just a little piece of experience, maybe even a score potentially, to take that one away.
I'm going to pause it right here as well, because I think this is also pretty important, and the caster just touched on it right now. The fact that Magikarp did the full jungle clear took as long as they got the 2 Baltoys, they got the 2 buffs. The fact that they cleared the whole jungle by themselves took ridiculously long. Not to mention, they still haven't become a Gyarados. Just goes to show why this isn't a viable jungle. Like, yes, you can argue that in comparison to usual, if you're having a rough lane, you are getting your Gyarados at a reasonable time. But at what cost? You have to kind of ask yourself, is getting Gyarados early worth sacrificing all the early game potential that a meta or viable jungle would have on the impact of your early game? Because the way the game is going, at least right now, Urshifu, we'll put a little star above Urshifu, has already made a difference in the bottom lane. You got your 3 versus 2. Not only did you get kills, but you get the points as well. So you get experience through kills, you get experience through points. They made a difference in the bottom lane already, and now they're going to head back to their jungle. Meanwhile, in the top lane, because it's a straight up 2 versus 2, and unfortunately this is just a skill difference in this case because you have one person dying in a 2 versus 2, they're getting bullied as well. So both your lanes are suffering, and you have yet to make any impact in the game the first, what is soon to be first 20% of the game, which is the first 2 minutes.
Other interesting Pokemon and player combinations, by the way. We do have Metallic picking up the Blue Shifu, the Water Bear, the Rapid Sprinter.
It's also worth mentioning right now that Eldegoss also died, so both the top laners of Aftermath Esports got punished in a 2 versus 2. They just got straight up outplayed.
So excited to see how they're going to implement this Pokemon in these team fights.
I love watching Blue Shifu, but I do worry that the secure on the side of Extinction might be a little bit low, and I mean, especially after just getting an objective stolen from them, that's got to feel bad. So we'll see if there's any chance that Aftermath can kind of go for the 2-peat on that. But right now, it's a lot slower of a game. I mean, Extinction certainly has scored a lot more points in the early game than they did last time. It's not a huge lead, but it's 47 or whatever, and not a lot of KOs up top either, which I think did happen a little bit more in that last game.
Yeah, I agree. Also, we were laughing about me talking about Charizard X so much in that boss. How about me talking about Mimikyu for 20 minutes and it's not even in the game? Absolutely forgot about that one. That's also on me. Anyway, Chisel taking a ton of damage from that side strike, but does have the portal to work with. We'll be returning to the battle, but it will be a 2-on-4 as Aftermath Esports have had a pretty solid rotate to the top side. An attempt at body blocking that side strike will fall short. Both Pokemon take a damage, but they are able to rally back to that golden heal up, and the hyperspace will bring in some reinforcements.
4 members on both sides trying to take out this Regirock. Final hit gonna go to the Urshifu, not the one that we usually see getting the secure, but that works out. It's still in your I don't know, it's in your genes, I guess, as an Urshifu. You don't need the actual secure. They are gonna back up. I do like the fact they didn't try to overcommit to defend that. And are we gonna get an overdunk yet? Pretty decent overdunk, 20, not the I guess. Trying to take.
Okay, let's rewind it just a tad.
The portal to work with. We'll be returning to the battle, but it will be a 2-on-4 as Aftermath Esports have had a pretty solid rotate to the top side. An attempt at body blocking that side strike will fall short. Both Pokemon take a damage, but they are able to rally back to that golden heal up. And
alright, so let's pause it right here, just because we need to highlight what's going on. So right now, it's a 4 versus 2. You have 4 members on the side of Aftermath up here. 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 1 and 2. However, you have the hyperspace hole just off screen, allowing the rotation of the people in the bottom lane to make their way to the top lane. So you're going to have Blastoise and the Mewtwo on Extinction rotating to the top lane with the help of Hoopa. And then you get a 4 versus 4. Now, keep in mind, levels across the board, Extinction just have a level lead across the board. Plain and simple. There's not a single person on Aftermath that are equal to the side of Extinction. Not only that, the big playmaking potential of a level 7 Blastoise is just what makes the difference here, because that level 7 Blastoise is what changes the tide or the direction of this team fight, if you want to call it that, when they contest the subjective. So, Urshifu's here, Blastoise is here, Mewtwo's here, Hoopa's here, Blastoise comes in, pops a Surf, also, eject buttons as well. Urshifu gets the secure on the Regirock. And then now you just have them steamrolling the entire
that works out.
enemy team.
You know, it's still in your I don't know, it's in your genes, I guess, as an Urshifu. You don't need the actual secure. They are going to back up. I do like the fact that they didn't try to overcommit to defend that. And are we going to get an overdunk yet? Pretty decent.
They have a 20-point overcap on the top lane.
They're on the middle, but hey, if you're in that position,
And right now, Aftermath Esports are just
continuing the aggression,
starving for
trying to steal everything
experience.
in that center area, and we got one Excelgor at least, but also some enemy Pokemon.
But Chisel wanted that knockout so bad. Infinite Cyber.
You got Urshifu just bullying the
tank to try to take it out.
Mewtwo Y
Also
right now.
Utilizing that Unite move, and again, Extinction in one of those situations where they have Unite moves and their opponents do not. Use it while you got it. You might be able to.
And the worst part is,
by the time Aftermath
because everyone's just
power spike,
so low level, they're getting bullied across the map. Everyone is basically just
game number 2.
starving for experience, and they have to share the experience.
Nobody really going for it, which is pretty interesting. They're sitting around.
Serledge getting caught out.
He's not meaning all that much. Okay, nice. A big KO here.
Not
from,
great
from
for
the Chisel.
Aftermath. They're just losing
Flashbacks to
any momentum they can possibly
that's gonna
get.
give them all the XP in this top path. That was the only person defending it, and that's going to be an early level 10, relatively early level 10. It's a lot of XP on all the sides of Extinction.
So I love Rex throwing down that portal on that top tier 1 goal zone. It's like, are we rotating to top, but also not going down towards bottom either? Rex will finally take the highway this time and go help out and see if Extinction can get a forward push. They do push Agnew away from that goal zone. Again, not a gigantic break, but Extinction.
Okay, so 182 to 6. We have a 176 point lead on the side of Extinction. They have a level lead across the board. Umbreon and Gyarados finally got Unite moves on the side of Aftermath. Regieleku's going to pressure the bottom tier 2. We got a 3 versus 2 in the bottom lane. Soon to be a 4 versus 2 with Mewtwo making the rotation down bottom as well. Hoopa staying topside for a potential Unite move play. Regieleki just goes in immediately.
Going in, that's really nice. We'll see if they score in the middle of this fight, but a huge Hydro Typhoon once again. The Mewtwo Unite coming out, but actually both
and this is just,
I believe, in the middle of the fight. 13 seconds left on Regieleki. 3 members still trying to defend.
Aftermath Esports is just getting completely stomped on the pad. No one actually hit the Regieleki, so it just walked in for free.
For Aftermath, that is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, Chisel will finally fall. Gonna hand over some.
And that's the thing that's really unfortunate, because no one actually targeted the Regieleki, despite the fact that they burned Unite moves trying to defend the pad. It's too late because it already walked in. Armouge gets the 1v1 kill on the Mewtwo Y. They pop their Unite move and follow up with the hand cannon.
Game number 2, able to chase down that Mega Mewtwo Y with a fantastic Unite shot.
That is the scariest looking move to be aimed at you, because it's this big, slow moving circle. And you're like, no, no, no. And it just chases you.
It's also the prettiest way to get knocked out in this entire game, by the way, with this Fiesta Hollowware.
Yes, with the Holloware.
Incredible, like, bouquet of flowers happens after you go down. It's a tough look. But either way, great shot from Bora.
That way. That thing used to be so hard to actually aim. But everybody from Aftermath now retreating a little bit into
287 to 6 points,
they're just
and we're a minute and a half away from
I do like
the end game objective.
Pressure situations, they're not
281 point difference in favor of Extinction. That is a ridiculous lead going into the end game. Meanwhile, Aftermath Esports still haven't been able to make any proactive plays. They're still under leveled, and at this point,
I think forced Extinction overcommit just a little bit.
it's just very difficult for them to collectively do anything.
Right now, you do have to take some action, I would say.
Their home goal is exposed, so they have to defend against this Regieleki at the bare minimum.
Running towards your home goal zone.
Lakoding tries to go for a proactive play, pops their X attack and Unite move, and tries to go again onto the Hoopa, but they just whip their Unite move, so back to the drawing board and back to farming so they can have their Unite move ready for the end game objective.
Having to stop that Regieleki. There's one thing you do not want to do against a Hoopa composition.
Got 10 seconds till the top lane Reggie spawns, 30 seconds until
so they're going to clear that one away. Extinction took Regieleki a moment ago. Looks like they're setting up to take
the last objective spawns
on the top side of the map. And that will go down so quickly with Urshifu and Blastoise and Armorish.
Now, one thing to always be aware of when you have a Hoopa on the other side and this much of a lead is that the Hoopa could potentially sneak around and Unite behind to counter score no matter what happens in this situation. Now, they are kind of sitting in center, getting ready to fight, and maybe not going to commit to this.
Their Ledge is still trying to get their Unite move back from earlier. Umbreon actually goes over the wall with the spring.
Also, just having convenient portals to be able to take. So Trader just forcing Aftermath Esports out of opportune positioning. That bottom L bush, a very contestable spot for these teams to try to take any team fights. But look at this Metallic with a big push.
Oh, a great surf in. We're going to force a really early unite there out of Ignoob, and that's really going to be a disengage, actually.
Oh, my goodness.
Coming out from the Serral Edge, and then the big Mewtwo unite, but that's only going to be one person down, and that is the Serral Edge. 5v4, they're chasing it down. Only 3 members left, and they're all split up from Aftermath Esports. That's going to be a double KO streak for Machisel. Gonna barely getting that score before Usai Ignoob get back and land. This one looks like
Even a 94 point overcap on that top tier too. There's 3 people scored on the 1 goal.
No Mewtwo Unite available this time, and honestly, at this point, I think you don't even attempt it if you're Extinction.
Yeah, I think there might still be a Kyogre, but I don't think there's enough points on the battlefield to rally this one back. But right now, Extinction just making sure they're holding down this lead. In that final fight, my favorite combo by far is the Chisel's Mega Mewtwo Unite timed perfectly with Borureach's Armor Cannon stun. It was
And then at this point,
perfect. I guarantee
despite the fact that there's still time left in the game,
hits the Unite move,
there's really not much to be done. Aftermath Esports have burned all their resources trying to make a play earlier. Serral tried to Unite move. Didn't hit a priority target, or didn't hit anyone, and just doesn't do enough damage in general. Gyarados, suboptimal Unite move. And then Mewtwo, also subpar Unite move. Like, going back to the beginning of the fight, they can play from here. So Umbreon's just taking a lot of damage in general, less than half HP, kind of forced to reset.
Also, just having convenient portals to be able to take. So Trader just forcing Aftermath Esports out of
Umbreon's getting some good poke onto the Gyarados.
Contestable spot for the.
And then right here, this is where things are going a little bit wrong, because number one, not only was Umbreon taking a lot of free poke damage and chip damage from the enemy team, the rest of the team is getting a little antsy. Like, they know they're in a very bad position, but they're not waiting for their defender. Like, the Mewtwo Y and the Gyarados are walking into the choke point on their own when they don't have any vision of a good majority of the team. Like Urshifu, yeah, you see them because they're going aggressive on you. These two are out of vision. The Hoopa's out of vision. So realistically, they shouldn't be walking into the choke point by themselves. Like, especially when you're the core members of the team comp, the main people that are going to be doing damage in your team, also alongside Serral Edge. So I'm not exactly sure why the Mewtwo's walking ahead, thinking they can do whatever they like, because they can't. If anything, they should just wait for the Umbreon to, reset, which they did, and then make the rotation over here and just get some vision. But obviously they didn't wait, and now they're getting punished for it. Urshifu goes aggressive, is already... And then right here, this right here was just extremely unfortunate. Not only did Gyarados take damage from the Urshifu, they also got tagged by the Armarouge. That, applied some damage over here. Not only that, but if you look very closely at the animation right here, this guy is about to get KO'd by the Mewtwo skill. And because they're so low HP, they don't have the luxury to try to tank it. What they had to do was literally pop their Unite move to
great surf in. We're gonna force a really
avoid that damage, which is a suboptimal Unite move because it's a defensive Unite move at like 1 HP. So they're not hitting anyone, and they did it to reset, and they have no choice. Meanwhile, on the side of Serral Edge, they tried to go for the aggressive play. So as you can see, the hyperspace hole allowed the enemy team to reset, then they came back, and then the idea was for Serral Edge to try to wombo combo. Like, they start off here, and they pop their Unite move, they go over here, they try to time it with the, the hyperspace hole, reset. But, unfortunately, the person that they hit was Urshifu, and they have full heal. So even though they hit the Urshifu, they just full heal immediately, and that's pretty much it.
Oh, they're going back in the Unite. Unite coming out from the
Sarah Ledge
Sarah
dies
Ledge, and then
instantly.
the big Mewtwo Unite, but that's only going to be one person down, and that is the Sarah Ledge. 5v4, they're chasing it down.
Umbreon dies, they don't even get to Unite move.
From Aftermath Esports.
Mewtwo
That's
just
gonna
bullies
be a
the other
double
Mewtwo on the
KO
opposing team.
streak for Machisel. Gonna barely getting that score before Usagi Noob get back and land this.
Then you
one
get 94
looks like it is
points
not
scored,
gonna
then
be
100
a
points
steal
scored, then you got a
away.
94-point
Still a
overcap.
chance, I guess you could
And at
steal
this
it
point,
more.
you're so
Yeah.
far down
No
that
Mewtwo Unite available this time, and
even
honestly,
by the
at this
good
point, I
grace
think
of
you
God,
don't even attempt it if you're
yeah.
Extinction.
Yeah,
some
I think
miracle
here,
allows you
Mr. Kyogre, I don't
to
think there's enough points
secure the
on battlefield
Kyogre.
to rally this one back.
you
Right now,
still
Extinction is
have to
making sure
score,
they're holding
and
down
there's
this
less than a
lead.
minute left in the
In
game.
that final fight, my favorite
And realistically, the only way you get Kyogre is if Extinction were to start it and they lose it for whatever reason, and then they throw the game.
It was
But-
picture perfect. I guarantee Bora was like, I got 2, and Machisel hits the
The,
Unite.
the bottom line
Just
is the
makes
Gyarados
it so
jungle
long
just
and allows
didn't
that
have
mega
any
Mewtwo
value
X
for the
just to
team.
get engaged on these
It just
team
had no
fights. So
influence
many
the early
targets
game.
away. Umbreon
All
able to
both
take
lanes
all
suffered
the Blastoise
because they didn't have an
shot
early,
get
like
from Hydro
any
Tutor,
jungle
50%
presence
of it.
whatsoever.
Pretty nice spot, but Rex with that gigantic Hoopa stun is throwing us off the map. What a great play.
And then by the time they
Honestly,
decide to
not a
collectively
terrible
group and
fight
try to
from
make plays,
Aftermath, although it's
the enemy
definitely
team
a
was
little
so
bit
far
too
ahead
late
that
for
didn't
Scorpions
even
to
matter.
just split off and try scoring, I guess.
So,
Maybe
very,
they just
very
wanted to get some points in, but altogether it was a little bit too late for that to actually
Questionable
happen. The
at
engagement was
best.
okay though, you know, I think they traded 1 for 1. They were able to outlast that Hydro Typhoon, but altogether Extinction making sure that they took no risks, not allowing game 1.
Yeah, I think they did a great job in the draft
And
screen. I like
final
those
score,
adaptations. I know
481
I
to
talked
6.
So much on that armor. So
And it was
6
That was
just,
2-4, like a full team, like a
number
Yeah.
3, because if Aftermath had a whole lot of momentum in that
Very
game, with the Mega
one-sided
Mewtwo X, only
game
57,000
throughout the
damage
entirety.
done in total, but 7 knockouts. Only
I mean, I think the Gyarados was using attack weight. I think if they were, they didn't have a single stack.
getting KO'd themselves twice and actually involved with 3 assists in this one as well. So very impressive stuff from Machisel on this Mega Mewtwo X.
was playing before, right? Where they were getting
Like we have a 22k damage Gyarados jungle, a 19k Ceruledge. Like these guys tried to go for the play for late game pacifist playstyle, and by the time they got there, they just couldn't do anything because they just gave up so much early.
whole lot of mileage up in that top path. So I mean, that's always my favorite way of getting rid of an opponent's Pokemon is not banning it but stealing it. I love seeing that, especially
And then it's
because you're
funny
saying,
because
I can do
just
that
when you
too.
think that it couldn't get any worse,
This is a great way
Aftermath
of showing that.
Esports
I mean,
tried to
you're
go
very high damage
for
game in
a
general, as you can
very
see, so technically leading the entire game in damage, doing a great job.
questionable game number
Take a look at
3.
that 6 points that
And what
Aftermath
could
was
have
able to
been
put
a
together was so early on in
competitive
the game,
series
it was
just
the
turned
only
into a
score
Clown
that would
Fiesta
stand
shit
for
show.
the
I kid you
entirety
not.
of this
Like,
match. Extinction just having
I
a great time
genuinely
defending their goal zones and putting the
watched
pressure
these
the
games and I
opposite
thought to
way.
myself,
Almost
like,
300 points before
these
we
guys
hit the
must
final
be
stretch. Great score line.
trolling,
Machisels,
or
yeah,
someone on their team
almost
got paid to
entirely
throw
in
as hard as they
the
possibly
very
could,
few rotations
'cause
for
I
this
don't
player.
know
If
what
they were
happened
going
in these last 2
anywhere, it looks
games.
like they were going into the enemy central.
Like
That's
game number
always, I think,
1
a great feeling for top path players.
looked like a
because
normal
you can just
game,
be like,
at least a normal
"You guys know
UCS
what the rest of
game
the team- I'm
for
just gonna
NA
sit up
anyways.
here." I think that
And then the
is
next 2 games,
happiest
oh
that
my
any
god,
top path
bro.
player has ever been. You know, they're just in their zone. They are happy. They are relaxed. They are just farming.
Rather than choose side.
We're right. It is maybe
Mega Mewtwo.
right. It is maybe I'm like making. They hear an ice.
I know.
All these Pokemon that are on this list, the encounter rate it's incredibly impactful, but the Maiden card not as much. But here we go. Looks like we are going right back in the game. Looks like the draft was all correct. So what we said, not wasted.
Okay,
Yes, perfect. I love that.
so game number 3, and we got
Latias in the
Latias
central area,
Jungle
which
on the
again,
side of
I'm
Aftermath
so
Esports.
curious what we are gonna go with
So,
moveset. I know
another
Dragon
questionable
Ball
jungle
Z's are probably
pick,
the most common picks
another
because it is
questionable
so
jungle
easy to
pick,
heal yourself
not
up,
something you
but
see
you
very
could be
often
going with
either.
Dragon Prince
Whenever you
to
do
get
see
a more
Latias, it's
consistent
as
last
a
hit and stack up your
support-oriented
powers.
role in the
So
side
we'll see
lane,
what's
whether it be
happening
top or
here. We have a
bottom.
level 4,
Keep in
which
mind,
is
as
still
well,
going
Latias
up.
also
And he's
decided to
holding
only
off
do
on that
half a
blue. Rex
jungle
calling it
clear.
out
They
immediately,
did the
by
Battle
way.
Point and the
This
red
is
buff.
Latias with no blue
So
circle
I have
in
no
his
idea
central.
what is going on in
Just ran
the
past like 3 enemy Pokemon was like
planning department of Aftermath Esports, but
they hear an ice
I
cream
imagine
shop
they're
outside,
probably
you know,
going to lose
they're
their
like,
sponsor after this tournament.
Well, didn't even go for the blue buff.
Or at the very least after this
Instead
week.
of contesting them, I don't know what's happening on this map anymore. I'm like, their vision must have been just outside that bubble or something. I don't know. But either way, that Mega Mewtwo Y going to be picking up that blue buff. Metallic here on the top side, and it is Dragon Pulse on this Latias. So having a little bit more of HP restoration rather than just outright damage.
Okay, so a little bit more supportive. I mean, there is going to be quite a bit of damage on this team in general, but again, I'm really curious as to why this exactly is that pick, but we'll see if the Mewtwo's can just like really just put in so much work as they're probably attempting to invade here, Coding, saying, whoa, we got bogeys, we got some I mean,
There's the
really,
mean look onto Latias.
right? It kind of works.
Yeah, no, I love that's a great jet joke. I don't say this enough, Wonder Chef. Great jet joke. That was awesome.
Working on my jet jokes.
Yeah, we got your 6. Anyway, great job. Great job there from Extinction to be able to push their advantage into the enemy central area. Machisel in a tight spot, but they got some backup from Metallic. This Blue Shifu not afraid of the Mega Mewtwo X, and working together with that Gyarados, they will take the knockout. Machisel only at level 5, so trailing a little bit in this one, but they have earned their space. Going to attempt to dunk 21, and they will do so.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think Metallic's going to make that 25 in. That would be a little bit of a tough call. So I'm going to defend a little bit, staying relatively solid. It's been a little bit of a slower early game, but when these teams group together, the damage is going to be pretty significant, I think, from both sides. We do see this Armarouge charging up that damage. Honestly, that Pokemon is just so sick.
Okay, so there's a couple things I want to highlight right here.
Together, the damage is going to be pretty significant. A little bit, staying relatively solid. It's been
At this stage of the game, both teams are ridiculously underleveled. I mean ridiculously. Like, if you look at the side of Extinction, they are ranging from level 5 to level 6, and we're 30 seconds away from objective number 1. Whether it be, top lane Regieleki, vice versa, whatever. And then on the side of Aftermath, everyone's level 5 to 6. Generally speaking, at least talking from a jungle perspective, in an ideal world, you should be level 8 on your way to level 9. It's just if you're getting your farm, but in this case, they're prioritizing farm less and trying to go for more aggressive plays or just going for small skirmishes, whatever. But yeah, it's just like the jungler is just really underleveled, and yes, Urshifu kind of underleveled too. However, they don't require their Unite move to have presence as a jungler. Like, all they need are their Surging Strikes or their Wicked Blow, whichever moves that they try to go for, and then they just kind of go from there. Not exactly sure. I generally do not know what the game plan of Aftermath Esports was in the previous game, as well as this game. But I'll be honest, I don't even think they knew what their game plan was, just based on the way they chose to play this out.
A little bit of a slower early game, but when these teams group together, the damage is going to be pretty significant, I think, from both sides. We do see this Armarouge charging up that damage. Honestly, that Pokemon is just so sick.
Yeah, I'm a huge Armarouge fan. I am a gigantic Armarouge fan. A bummer doesn't know Trick Room in this game, but that's all right. I am very okay with Armor Cannon being the main option. Plus, one of the coolest fire spins we have in the game. Never selected as the moveset, but that's all right. For now, I'll take it. Fun to watch Bora Reach really pull off some awesome maneuvers, specifically with that highlight reel level Unite move last time. Nice side shot to set things up that time around, though. Trainer LGC getting a little bit of stuns with the Bubble Beam as well, set up for those auto attacks, but it will be Theory getting the KO with the Wartortle, evolving into the Blastoise.
I don't know if you saw that. Lakoting got stunned in the path of the attack of the Regice, and it was like 1 HP from getting KO'd right there. Wow, Metallic with the chase down. Very nice. A good surf to get away, but that is going to basically give up that Regice to Extinction as well, by the way. Got the Regieleki up top, it looks like, is getting pretty close to that goal zone. That space being used by Machisel to go and say, hey, we got any free goodies in this center area. Nothing to eat in there, so maybe going up top to try and get some experience from enemy Pokemon.
All right, if this set was not 1-1, Machisel 1000% pushes with that Regieleki. I just know it. They got Unite move the opponent still, but hey, why not just do it a little bit later? Here we go. They got the backup of Trader on the side of Rex with the Wish.
Oh my goodness. And then, don't even get me started on the fact that once again, game number 3, they decide to let the Mega Gyarados through again. 142-0.
Yeah,
They're just
not really getting all that much mileage.
getting
It's a good
absolutely
choice to
bullied
back
this
out
entire
after doing
game so
exact
far.
work, maybe expecting for them to push a little bit more. But once again, I really got to commend Aftermath. They haven't overcommitted. They're really good at not getting too eager in moments where they could get picked off. I mean, a lot of times, unfortunately, they have to do it from losing situations, but I've been very impressed by that. Lakota backing out in the open, where they're there, by the way, and relatively in sight of enemy Pokemon.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're doing a good job of not losing too much. The problem will be if you fall too far behind, unfortunately, at some point, you just need to take calculated risks. And we'll have to see if Aftermath Esports are going to be ready to pull that off, because you need to pull back some experience and some score leads in some way, because so far, Aftermath have not found a chance to score. Big pull by Trainer with that Psychic. Rex backing up Metallic. Does have the Latias Unite move aimed at it. Great body block. And it will be Aftermath Esports retreating on the back of an Eldegoss Unite move.
There was actually a pretty big opportunity for a huge Hydro Typhoon right there. We did see Blastoise make it relatively close to their back line, and there was a Mewtwo Unite right before they had an opportunity to actually pop that Hydro Typhoon. So I think there maybe could have been a little bit more coordination within that team fight, maybe able to get a pick, but unfortunately they're still a bit behind level, and a great way to back up from Extinction as well. And after the first game, you can tell Extinction, they're also not overcommitting. They're not taking any risks anymore. I mean, they're playing pretty aggressive, but they're not taking as big risks. I should say.
No, I completely agree. I mean, case in point was Machisel seeing a Regieleki and 2 targets and didn't go in. Like, that is I mean, I can't get more clear than that at that point. Blastoise is trying to push away Metallic's Urshifus. They want to go towards this Regieleki, but they do have a Regirock buff. All of a sudden, as Machisel was able to solo that objective on the bottom side, Boreach popping in shots with that armor cannon is enough to send Aftermath running. Great Dragon Shear brings him to the other side. It's a lot of damage coming in from this Mega Mewtwo. Damage reduction from the Regirock and the Wish is enough to keep that Urshifu up. That is wild.
I cannot believe that that was Metallic, right? That was able to survive that. Their health went up as it was happening. It's like, what is going on? How is that possible? Is that a defender? All right, Regieleki, maybe get the steal. All right, Aftermath able to pull that off. Once again, Mewtwo being the strongest secure in the game for some reason. Big Unite hitting so well. I was going to say 3 members. One of them was Regieleki, actually, but still a great way to engage. Mewtwo going down, and
there goes Mega Gyarados.
Going for the double, gonna get it. Going for
Mega Gyarados just diving the back line. Can't do anything about it. Just chomping away at the Blastoise, the Eldegoss, the Mewtwo, and then there's just Latias just sitting there.
Matter all that much. Machisel having, I think, a great day.
Yeah, so here's the fun thing about Regieleki going into the goal zone. It doesn't matter if everybody is knocked out. Nobody is within range to score. Right, you got 20 points in from Aftermath's Regieleki, but that is it. Cool little attempt to steal the Regidrago by Fury, but they will probably end up going down for that. Metallic inching closer to level 13, a little bit lower on the levels, I think, than they were expecting to be, but they do steal that blue buff away from Lakoding, holding down that central area Latias to level 11 at 230. That may be one of the biggest points of this game, is Aftermath Esports are having a really hard time getting experience despite having those tier 1s broken, thanks to Extinction just having great measured aggression in that central area.
We are getting so close to this 2-minute mark, and there's some poking going back and forth. So far, I gotta say, I haven't seen a lot
This
of
is
these
just
really
so
get all the
bad.
miles that it wanted
Like
to.
10 seconds before the objective spawns, Blastoise getting a mean look, gets stunned, gets pulled by Psyduck, Dragon Breath hand cannon. Mega Gyarados just pops her Unite move and is just diving the back line now. Blastoise dies without uniting, Mewtwo dies without uniting. The other two are in plain vision of the Mega Gyarados. They're just getting zoned out. Eldegoss pops her Unite move as well. And then while all that's happening, the rest of the team is just straight up just ripping the objective
work with the Groudon. I guess the Mewtwo didn't either. No Mega Mewtwo Unite Move. I think there was still respawning and respawn exactly as the Groudon was getting KO'd. So not even an attempt to Unite Move that one. Rex with a celebratory Moonlit Prance, I think. Right on top of that goal zone. Metallic gonna score a Hundo Burger and Extinction after a really scary game number 1. Rally back for an awesome game number 2 and game number 3. Aftermath still got a few Unite moves. They got over a minute left on the clock, but with the level lead just as absurd as it is right now, I don't think Extinction is gonna let this one slip through their fingers. That Groudon buff, so amazing. I was gonna say the hands of Mega Gyarados, but that feels like exactly the wrong Pokemon to say hands with. But either way,
And I just want to point out right now, despite the fact that Extinction are just straight up eclipsing the enemy team in points, at this point, we're 9 minutes and let's just round up to 10 seconds. So 9 minutes and 10 seconds into the game, and the person that initially started jungling is tied for the lowest level in the game. Like, I genuinely don't know what the plan was. I really don't.
With these boosted Dragon Breath crunch attacks.
I mean, you can tell me hands. Apparently, I don't know what Gyarados looks like, so I would not even be able to tell you. Yeah, I am not the expert.
Which leads me to believe.
But yeah, this one certainly looking like it's over. And honestly,
Which leads me to believe like this was like
certainly like a little bit of a runaway
the
game.
biggest troll ever, or
Aftermath, though, like I said, not doing a good job of not letting things run away as much as they can.
I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
Trying, and sometimes you really just have to take a big risk, group your team together, try to get one pick. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, you don't lose all that much from it, to be honest. But even just getting 1 or 2 KOs can make it work. However, unfortunately, it will be Aftermath going down 0-3 odd is a little bit mean. Extinction taking their first set of the league.
All right, going 1 and 2, falling to the number 1 and 2 teams in the league, but taking a win against Aftermath Esports. What a set from them! I mean, great rally back, bounce back, I should say, in the second game.
I realize
the third game, of course,
that this is gonna
a real dominant win, especially the game number 3. Like you.
Okay, I realize because I start stream so late, this is gonna take me longer than I would like, because I want to maintain my sleep schedule. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end stream here, and I'll just continue on sometime this week, because I still have to watch the offline matches. There's still the ACL to watch. Like, we have Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea. Like, there's so many games to catch up on, which I don't have to do in a single day, because there's a 2-week break from competitive Unite. So if anything, I can just watch those throughout the course of the week and split them up, because they're each their own region. We got, you know, Slash's region, Overlord's region, and then Korea. Korea. So those are 3 separate regions. And then I still want to watch like the offline NA games, which I never got to watch, even though I know the results. Obviously, watching the games is always enlightening in a way, just to see what people are playing. And then we'll go from there. So, either way, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow at some point. Probably play some games, watch some games, and then we'll go from there. I do plan on doing a Resident Evil marathon as well. Like, there's a lot of stuff I want to do. Like, I want to watch all the Pro Unite matches, all the leagues. I want to play some League of Legends. I want to do my Resident Evil marathon, because Resident Evil 9 is coming out next month, so I want to kind of play the series before that comes out at the end of the month, next month. Also, like I said, Reanimal's coming out, and I'm going to be doing a duo stream with Kimmy when that comes out. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff planned, guys. There's a lot of things I want to do, but, you know, there's only so much time in the day. So, we're just going to pace ourselves, and we'll figure things out as we go. Alright, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys have a great night. Hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll see you guys later today, because technically it's already past midnight. And, yeah, we'll go from there. Alright, so I'm gonna get some rest, get some shit, and then, I'll see you guys in the morning. Let me just end the YouTube stream. Honestly, I'm just so happy that I figured out this YouTube sound audio thing. Makes it a lot more easier to maintain. Plus, this built-in integration for multi-streaming on the OBS is so much better than the one I had before. Like, I had such limited options. Now, I just press one button, I don't gotta do anything else.